Chapter 1374. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, Apollo. Inside the dimly lit room, Wu Yen and Luca sat on the floor facing each other. They didn't say a word, making the atmosphere quite awkward. Sitting in front of him, wearing a blue and white nightgown, her cheeks flushed red, her pair of small fists rubbing against each other, her entire person sunk into a swamp of bashfulness. Wu Yan's mouth kept twitching as he looked at Luca, who has been acting like this ever since she came to this room. What exactly did this girl come here for? Outside the window of Wu Yan's dormitory, two figures were sneaking around, peeking at the scene inside the room like thieves. One of them even had an angry look on his face. These two figures were Sylvia and Cosette. After the previous invasion incident, the fourth princess of Lorimon knighthood was doing the dirty business of peeping again. If outsiders were to know about this, perhaps their impression of this famous Princess Blue Ice would be completely changed from the beginning to the end. Originally, Sylvia should have been very mindful of her image in the hearts of others, working hard to ensure that her actions would not bring shame to the royal family of knights. Her every action should have been very conscious, but now, it was as if Sylvia had been possessed by a resentful woman. She hung by the window while glaring at the two people sitting opposite each other in the room, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Ugh! I didn't think he would really spend the night here. How impure, how impure. Your Highness." Sylvia muttered with a bitter expression. Cosette was speechless. "Are you that worried about Lord Roland?" "Of course I am," Sylvia answered without hesitation, but she still made sure to lower her voice so that the people in the room wouldn't hear her. A while ago, that guy had been eyeing Luca. Now that the two of them are alone in the same room, Luca won't be able to resist once Luo Ong makes his move. Sylvia clenched her fists after she said that. She spoke with a righteous tone. "Our mission is to rush in and protect Junior Luca when Roland is behaving like a beast. We have to punish such a public enemy with the hammer of justice. This is the family rule of the Lorimon Wang family." "Is that so?" Cosette blinked and smiled slyly. "What if he is willing to do this and that with Lord Roland? What will you do, Your Highness?" What do you mean by willingly?" Sylvia's righteous expression crumbled instantly. Instead, his face was filled with guilt as he smiled embarrassedly. How is that possible? Luca has only known Lord Roland for less than a week. Is there a problem? Cosette looked at Sylvia with an amused expression. "Back then, Your Highness, you only met Lord Rune for less than 10 minutes during the juvenile ritual, but you still missed him for almost 10 years, didn't you?" That's not the same." Although he said that, his expression changed. However, Sylvia was already wavering. "That's because I am indebted to Lord Roland. That's why I." "If you are indebted to Lord Roland, it's the same for Luca." Cosette reminded her kindly. "Don't forget, Lord Roland has been paying a lot of attention to Luca and Gawain. For Luca, Lord Roland has been very worried about her. This favor should be comparable to what Her Highness did for Luca, right?" This time, Sylvia panicked. Could it be that the two people in the room really have a chance to? "If you are so worried, why don't you go in and take a look?" Just as Sylvia found it difficult to conceal the panic in her heart, a voice suddenly entered Sylvia's ears. Sylvia was startled and almost screamed. However, Cosette, who already knew Sylvia's timid nature, nimbly covered Sylvia's mouth and stopped her from screaming. "I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. Should I say it's a coincidence or fate?" Behind Sylvia and Cosette, Lebecca was riding on Gouffrin's head. She was bathing in the moonlight as she looked at the princess and made peeping through Wu Yan's window. She smiled. "As a member of the student council, I don't encourage peeping." "See, President." Sylvia, who had finally managed to suppress the panic in her heart, was shocked again. "What are you doing here? Are you also?" "Well, I can't say that I don't care what Lord Roland and Luca do when they're alone in the room, but I'm more concerned about Luca." Lebecca gave an ambiguous answer. She rode Gouffrin to Sylvia's side. "By the way, Wu Yan's room is on the 3rd floor, so Sylvia and Cosette are also riding on top of Lancelot." "You're concerned about Luca?" Sylvia heaved a sigh of relief and asked in confusion. What about Luca? Luca isn't as bad as you think. She didn't come to Lord Roland to ask him to spend the night with her. She's definitely not trying to do anything weird. Rebecca glanced at Sylvia, who was blushing. With that child's personality, she must have something to do with Lord Roland. If I'm not wrong, it should be related to her or Gawain. Sylvia calmed down after hearing Rebecca's words. Indeed, although he had not known Luca for a long time, with Luca's gentle and weak personality, she dared to request to spend the night in public. Either she really could not suppress her inner feelings, or there was definitely something going on. It was apparent that Rebecca had come here because she had noticed this. At the thought of this, Sylvia instantly felt ashamed of her crooked thoughts. You don't have to feel guilty. Rebecca seemed to have seen through Sylvia's thoughts. She smiled with a complicated expression. You're a girl in love after all. It's normal for you to be a little blind sometimes. In love. Sylvia's face turned red. No. It's not like that. Sigh. Rebecca ignored Sylvia's weak refutation and sighed. Really, that man is really sinful. He's making me angry. Angry? Sylvia's heart tightened for some reason. She hesitated for a moment before asking carefully. President, you also have feelings for Lord Roland. It's right that you don't deny having feelings for him. Rebecca didn't hide her feelings and revealed a natural and unrestrained smile to Sylvia. But whether he's worth entrusting my life to is something we'll have to wait and see. Sylvia fell silent. After a long while, she sighed. He really is a sinful man. At the same time, inside the room, sitting across from each other, Wu Yan couldn't help but break the awkward silence between the two of them when he saw Luca's blushing face fidgeting around. Hey, Luca, you must have something to tell me since you're spending the night with me, right? Wu Yan scratched his face and said helplessly. Are you really here to serve me in bed? Serve you in bed. Luca's already red face turned even redder because of Wu Yan's teasing words. She clenched her fists and said shyly. If Lord Roland needs to serve me in bed, can you wait until I'm done? Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. This girl really does want to serve me in bed? Imperfect. Too imperfect. Sylvia trembled in anger when she heard the conversation in the room. He actually wants to make a move on his junior. He should be punished by the heavens. Lord Roland is in the wrong. Even Cosette angrily reprimanded him. Sylvia nodded repeatedly. However, Cosette's next words almost made Sylvia fall to the ground. Ming Ming, if you want to serve me in bed, just tell me. I can do it too. Cosette, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Sylvia said angrily. My maid is actually this kind of person. It's... Well, Your Highness, don't mind it. Cosette waved her hand with a smile. Anyways, after Your Highness marries Lord Roland, I will have to accompany you in your marriage. Serving the future master is also a maid's benefit. You. Sylvia's hands trembled. Rebecca looked at the flustered Sylvia and the smiling Cosette and shook her head with a bitter smile. I have committed a grave sin. Chapter 1375. All right, I understand. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. Let's put this aside for now. Don't you have something you want to say to me? Luca dilly-dallied for a while. After wasting a long time, she finally stopped blushing. Her small fists clenched together and a trace of nervousness appeared on her face. Lord Lune, I want to ask you something about Gawain. I guess so. Wu Yan wasn't surprised. He nodded and gestured for Luca to continue. Seeing this, Luca's delicate little face instantly became downcast. Her eyes also revealed a strong sense of loss. Lord Lune, did you already know why Gawain rejected me? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Wu Yan threw Luca's question back at her without batting an eyelid. Did you already know the reason why Gawain would reject you? Luca opened her mouth and a dim look appeared in her purple eyes. I don't know. It's not that you didn't know. You just didn't realize it. Wu Yan looked straight into Luca's beautiful eyes. No matter how slow you are, you should have noticed that every time you got close to Gawain. Whenever Gawain approached you, you would subconsciously put some distance between us. When you got close enough, you would feel fear. I'm right, aren't I? Lord Loon. Luca looked up and met Wu Yan's eyes. In other words, Gawain rejected me because I was afraid of Gawain, right? To be more precise, you are the one who is afraid of riding Gawain. Wu Yan corrected her and closed the distance between them. No matter what, Gawain did it for you. You can't deny that. Luca's shoulders trembled when she heard Wu Yan's words. Tears welled up in her eyes. As expected. It's all my fault. That's why Gawain is so weak. He might even die. He finally understood the reason why Gawain had refused to let him ride his mount. For the first time, Luca was concerned about something other than her own riding. She cared about Gawain's life. It was clear that Luca was more concerned about Gawain's life than whether or not she could ride fall. Luca and Gawain. Although there was a serious gap between the master and servant now, they still put each other's affairs first from the beginning to the end. Should I say, as expected of master and servant? Luca, now is not the time for you to be sad. Wu Yan said coldly to Luca, who was on the verge of tears. Because of my care, Gawain hasn't reached the point where he has to sacrifice his own life to protect you. However, he is indeed getting weaker every day. If this continues, Gawain will die one day due to the lack of star essence. Are you willing to watch Gawain die? Luca sobbed and shook her head like a rattle drum. Then you should know that the hope of saving Gawain lies with you alone. Wu Yan held Luca's astonishingly thin shoulders. You have to be strong and overcome the trauma in your heart. Only then can you regain Gawain's recognition and re-establish your star essence path with Gawain. Return to the relationship you had before. Return to the relationship we had before. Luca looked at Wu Yan, a little shaken. Biba, can I do it? Gawain will be fine. As long as you recover, he will return to you immediately. No matter what, you are the master he is willing to risk his life to protect. How can he not acknowledge you? Wu Yan stroked Luca's cute little head. Don't worry, I will help you too. Lord Loon. Luca stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was gently stroking her head with a gentle smile. She blushed and quickly wiped away her tears. She nodded vigorously. I understand, Lord Loon. It's good that you understand. Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. You are here to serve me in bed. How can I not help you? Ugh. Luca's small and delicate pointy ears turned red from the roots. Kaboom! Just as the atmosphere between the two of them began to become intimate, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the dark sky, bringing with it a deafening sound of thunder. Luca shrieked, and with tears in her eyes, she reflexively threw herself at Wu Yan. Wu Yan was caught off guard and ended up hugging her warm and fragrant body. However, before he could get a good feel of the soft body in his arms, a shriek that is 1,000 times more miserable than Luca's shriek came from outside the window. The shriek is so shrill that it's even more frightening than the thunder from before. Hearing the screams coming from the window, Luca's face paled. She thought it was some kind of supernatural being. She closed her eyes and her arms around Wu Yan's waist tightened. Separated by a thin layer of pajamas, Luca's beautiful body was pressed into Wu Yan's embrace. An astonishingly soft sensation kept coming from his front, but he didn't have the leisure to enjoy it. He looked towards the window and grumbled in a resentful tone. Are you going to keep hiding? As the voice slowly faded away, the entire space fell silent. But not long after, the originally tightly shut window was suddenly pushed open, revealing 3 beautiful faces outside the window. In the end, Rebecca didn't seem to realize that she was caught peeping. She smiled to herself. Were we still found out? Your Highness. Cosette patted the back of Sylvia, who was hugging him tightly, with a helpless expression on his face. It's just a bolt of lightning. Is there a need to be so scared? But. Sylvia looked up with tears in her eyes. When she saw Wu Yan and Luca hugging each other, her pitiful expression disappeared and turned into a ferocious one. Cosette is right. It's just a bolt of lightning. How long are you going to hug each other? Luca finally reacted. She let out a soft cry and hurriedly pulled herself away. The deathly pale color on her face was replaced by a blush. Looking at Luca's cute blushing face, even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Now is not the time for you to flirt. At this time, Rebecca spoke. She stood on Guffrin's head and looked at the sky with a serious expression. I'm afraid things aren't looking good. Not looking good? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. That's... When Wu Yan and Luca came to the window, they looked up with Sylvia and Cosette. They followed Rebecca's gaze and looked at the sky. What they saw made their expressions change. The night sky that should have been clear a second ago was covered by a layer of pitch-black clouds that spiraled like a whirlpool. Streaks of red lightning flashed back and forth in the clouds, bringing with them the sound of thunder. A heavy, gloomy, and evil aura seemed to have descended from the sky, shrouding the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Roar! Gyvlin and Lancelot's eyes glinted with ferocity as they roared at the gloomy sky. Without the consent of Rebecca and Sylvia, the two holy dragons began to circulate their mana, causing mana to ripple around them. Astonishingly, he had already entered battle mode. It seems like Gyvlin and Lancelot have sensed something as well. Rebecca's expression turned grave. This phenomenon. Sylvia's icy blue eyes fluctuated violently. It's the same as that time. Wu Yan stared at the sky covered by pitch-black whirlpool-like clouds. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Corpse Ash Dragon. That's right. The situation in the sky was exactly the same as when the Corpse Ash Dragon appeared and attacked Ansari. Rumble. A dull thud reverberated in the ominous night sky without any warning. Along with the reverberation of the sound, the ground of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy also began to rumble. Like an earthquake, it began to tremble violently. Wu Yan and Luca, who were still in the dormitory, lost their footing and nearly fell to the ground from the trembling ground. Ah! Luca cried out again. Her petite body fell from the tremor. Fortunately, Wu Yan caught her in time and prevented her from falling. However, Luca didn't mind at all. Instead, she pointed into the distance and cried out in shock. There! Chapter 1376. What's wrong? What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The students in the 4 dormitories located in different directions of the academy opened their windows one by one, looking out of the window with faces full of panic. Not only the students, but the staff, teachers, and other related staff also poked their heads out of the windows of their residences. When they saw the scene outside the window, they were all stunned. Dong 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 dong. The muffled sound was accompanied by the shaking of the ground, gradually causing chaos in the entire academy. That shocking sound was as if there was some huge ferocious beast running on the ground, causing the empty space in front of the academy to raise a cloud of dust that covered the sky and covered the earth. Not long after, the dust dissipated. What appeared behind the smoke and dust was a terrifying army. They were naked, pitch black, and looked like they had beast-like eyeballs all over their bodies. Their eyes flashed with a wolf-like ferocious light, drooling from their mouths. They looked extremely disgusting. Looking at the appearance of those dragons, I'm afraid none of the citizens of knighthood would admit that these monsters were dragons. However, judging from their appearance, they were indeed dragons. Moreover, they were like an army that had formed into groups of dragons. Groups of winged dragons with naked bodies spread their wings and soared high in the night sky. Looking like earth dragons. Groups of earth dragons with their naked bodies were galloping across the open space. They looked like water dragons, but their bodies were naked. Groups of water dragons were swimming against the current of the river. Under the cover of the night, black aliens that looked very similar to pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons, but their bodies were naked and shrouded in an evil aura, were charging in the direction of the academy. These ugly, pitch-black creatures that looked like pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons were none other than the corpse ash dragons. Looking at their numbers, there were at least 700, 800, or even 1,000 of them. Such a terrifying army of corpse ash dragons. They were charging towards the academy from the sky, the land, and the river. Roar, 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 roar. In the next moment, an evil and frenzied roar sounded. Gradually, it descended under the night sky that was covered by the pitch-black swirling clouds. This caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. His scalp went numb. What is that? Monster. In the 4 dormitory buildings, a group of students who were still waiting by the windows screamed in horror when they saw this scene. They fled from the dormitory in a panic. Hoo-hoo! It was an ominous roar. Corpse Ash Dragon's army finally arrived at the academy. Bam! Amidst the rumbling, the gate of the academy collapsed under the relentless assault of the earth dragon-shaped corpse dragons. Dong! Amidst the muffled sounds, the pterosaur corpse dragon army flew across the sky above the academy and started to spit out dragon breath, destroying the buildings one by one. Pung! Amidst the rumbling, the corpse dragon army burst out of the ground from the underground waterway, turning the entire academy into a pile of rubble. Hoo-hoo! A ruthless roar resounded through the clouds. How can Sylvia and Luca stared blankly at the scene before them. Buildings collapsed like building blocks under the assault of the earth dragon-shaped corpse dragon army. Fiery sparks exploded under the dragon breaths of the pterosaur corpse dragon army. Inch by inch, the ground opened up like a hole as the corpse dragon army shuttled back and forth. Gray smoke and scarlet flames danced and filled the academy under the moonlight. Students, faculty and staff, everyone in the academy was running away in a panic. Under the night sky, the buildings were gradually being destroyed by the raging flames. Dong! Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds, explosions resounded in the academy under the night sky. Buildings collapsed one after another, raising a hazy cloud of dust. Every corner of the academy was ablaze with raging fires. Ear-piercing screams rang out incessantly. It was like hell, the academy. Sylvia's body trembled violently, flames of anger surging from her face. Rebecca's emerald eyes were also filled with anger. Clearly, the two of them were enraged. Unlike Wu Yan, Rebecca and Sylvia had spent more than a year or two in the Ansari Academy. They had more or less developed feelings for the academy. Now that they saw their academy being destroyed by a group of corpse dragons, the rage they felt was not something normal people could understand. Rune-sama. Luca hugged Wu Yan tightly. She started talking in a flustered manner. Our academy, don't worry. Wu Yan patted Luca's back while looking at the collapsing buildings in the distance. Rebecca, now is not the time to be angry. You're the president of the student council. Hurry up and organize everyone in the academy to fight back. Hearing this, Rebecca came to her senses and her expression instantly turned solemn. President. Next to Wu Yan's room, Yashu and Yak peeked their heads out of the window and they looked at Rebecca. What should we do now? Rebecca didn't even think and was about to give the order. However, her voice was immediately interrupted by a roar not inferior to the corpse dragons. Roar, 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 roar. Amidst the roars, ferocious beasts that looked like corpse gray dragons emerged from the 6 dragon houses in the academy one after another under the night sky. Pterosaurs flapped their wings like strange birds. The earth dragon moved its limbs like a lizard. It was a water dragon that was twisting its body like a huge snake. Finally, the dragons sleeping in the dragon house began to wake up and came out. In the next instant, the real pterosaurs, earth dragons and water dragons clashed with the pterosaurs, earth dragons and water dragons. The academy instantly became a battlefield between the dragons and the dead dragons. The dragons are making their move too. Rebecca's eyes lit up. Our masters are running away in panic, and it's the Falls who are fighting the enemy bravely? Wu Yan glanced at the students and teachers who were still running away and mocked himself. How ironic. Even if they're dragon cultivators, they're only in their teens. It's inevitable for them to panic in this situation. Lebecca shook her head and smiled. That's why the student council is needed. With that, she opened her arms and closed her eyes. In the name of Lebecca? In the name of Randall, I hereby command you. Present the holy knight armor you forged to me. Roar, Guvlin abruptly roared. Mana surged from his body, forming two magic arrays less than 10 centimeters away from each other. The magic arrays rippled and enveloped Lebecca. The magic arrays slid across Lebecca's voluptuous body. One melted her clothes into light, while the other condensed into a set of armor that looked like a tight suit. When the two magic arrays shattered, the sacred tight armor on Lebecca's body flickered with a cold and fiery light. Then, Lebecca extended her hand and a golden magic array flew out and rotated in front of her. Fear. A demonic spear that kills in one hit. Its name is Kai Guru. Borgu. A huge black and red spear that resembled a drill emerged from the golden formation and landed in Lebecca's hand. She suddenly grabbed it. Yak. Got it. If this academy is destroyed, I'll be in trouble too. Yak closed her eyes like a meditating nun and began to chant an incantation. Helmet, neck guard, chest plate, back plate, waist plate, hip plate, skirt plate, shoulder plate, arm plate, elbow plate, forearm plate, iron gloves, thigh plate, knee plate, shin plate, iron boots, spurs. The moment the last incantation fell, a white radiance followed by a powerful magic power wrapped around Yashua's body. Yashua could feel that the star carving on his left arm was heating up, causing him unbearable pain. And when the pain reached its peak, a set of silver knight armor made of pure magic appeared on Yashua's body, making him unable to feel any weight at all. Seeing Lebecca and Yashua equipped with the holy knight armor, Sylvia clenched her teeth and gripped Lancelot's reins. Although we don't have the holy knight armor, Lancelot and I have no intention of being spectators. What? Lancelot roared and echoed Sylvia's words. The war had begun. Chapter 1377. Roland, Lebecca, Sylvia, and Yashur didn't immediately charge into the center of the battlefield. Instead, they looked at Wu Yen, who was still in the dormitory. Now, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy could be said to be facing the greatest crisis in history. There was no doubt about Lebecca's strength, and Sylvia's strength had also greatly improved after obtaining Speed Burst and Dance of the Penetrating Dragon's Breath. While Yasha's paladin armor had a time limit and was merely a hastily assembled replica, at the very least, Yasha's strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than Sylvia's while the armor was still in effect. But there was a big problem with this. After all, what was happening in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy wasn't a battle, but a war. Facing thousands of corpse ash dragons, Sylvia's burst of speed had a time limit, as did Yashur's holy knight armor. Although Lebecca had the strength of the 8th rank on the battlefield, a single person's strength was limited. By the time the holy knight armor ran out of mana, Lebecca would be powerless to reverse the situation. Fortunately, they still had Wu Yen on their side. Whether it was Lebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, or Yak, they couldn't forget him. Not only was this ordinary-looking man the world's strongest dragon rider, he had also defeated the world's strongest holy sky dragon rider, Yuzura? Sarwin's existence. If he made a move, then the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's victory would be set in stone. Or rather, everyone was still thinking that if Wu Yen summoned that white dragon from that day, then with the might of that white flame that instantly defeated Yuzura, the leader of Loriamin's holy dragon riders, it should be able to immediately eliminate all the corpse ash dragons in the academy, right? Although Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others didn't know how strong that white flame was. But that day in the arena, the monstrous magic that surged up to the sky. However, they could clearly feel it. With that level of mana, how could it be weak? Not to mention, Yuzura had personally admitted it. That day, Wu Yen hadn't used his full strength. Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others were waiting for Wu Yen to make a move to resolve the disaster of the Ansari Union's Dragon Riding Academy. Unfortunately, Wu Yen only looked at the battlefield in the distance and shook his head gently. Ping. Wu Yen hadn't finished his words yet. A muffled explosion suddenly rang out, interrupting his words. Suddenly, the water dragon-shaped corpse ash dragons burst out of the ground and rushed out of the underground waterway. There were about 5 of them, and all of them had pitch-black bodies, crazed eyes, festering gums, naked bodies, and a foul stench. Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. The place they had charged out from was right below Lebecca and the others. Ear-piercing roars echoed through the night sky. A group of water dragon corpse ash dragons looked up with ferocious glints in their eyes. They fixed their gazes on Lebecca and Sylvia, who were riding on Guffrin and Lancelot. It's a corpse ash dragon. Lebecca and Sylvia's expressions changed. Roar! The water dragon corpse ash dragons opened their mouths and roared. Then, a dazzling flash of light accompanied by dense mana flames burst out and blasted towards Lebecca and Sylvia. Careful! The sudden attack made Lebecca and Sylvia's reactions slow by half a beat. However, Guffrin and Lancelot reacted in time. Roar! The 2 holy dragons let loose enraged roars, and the magic power surging over their bodies swelled. The hexagonal defensive barrier immediately expanded, and ripples spread out from it. Bang! The 5 water dragon corpse ash dragons' dragon breaths landed on the hexagonal defensive barrier in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion and scarlet sparks, but it only lasted for a moment before dissipating. The 5 water dragon breaths had been easily blocked. However, that wasn't something to be happy about. This was because the 5 water dragon corpse dragons had already extended black shadows from all parts of their bodies. They swiftly and violently bypassed the hexagonal barrier erected by the 2 holy dragons like whips and arrived before Lebecca and Sylvia in the blink of an eye. Those black shadows were actually dark red tentacles. The next moment, Lebecca and Sylvia, who hadn't reacted in time, were completely entangled by the tentacles. This is... Seeing Lebecca and Sylvia completely entangled by the tentacles, Wu Yen gaped in shock. These corpse ash dragons actually knew how to play with tentacles? President Lebecca, Your Highness. Xianxia was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly stretched out his hand, intending to break those tentacles, but in the end he pounced on empty air. The slippery tentacles wrapped around Lebecca and Sylvia's limbs and slender waists. With a tug, the 2 beautiful girls were suspended in the air. Damn it. Let me go. As if having a bad premonition, let alone Sylvia, even Lebecca looked rather flustered. And the facts proved that their bad premonition was indeed real. What are you trying to do? Stop. As Lebecca and Sylvia struggled with all their might, the dark red tentacles nimbly slid past their bodies and began to burrow into Lebecca's armor and Sylvia's uniform. No. Lebecca and Sylvia immediately let out coquettish gasps that made one's heart go numb. Lebecca and Sylvia got tangled up and harassed by the tentacles. Who knows what parts they shouldn't be touching under their clothes. The 2 girls blushed and their panting became more coquettish. Wu Yen was dumbfounded by what he saw. What kind of dragon is this? It was one thing to play with tentacles, but to play with such evil tentacles, how perverted must the person behind these tentacles be to create something like this? Just as Wu Yen was stunned by the surreal scene before him, a sorrowful cry rang out beside him. While Wu Yen was at a loss for what to do, one of the water dragon corpse ash dragon's tentacles came into the dorm and wrapped around Luca, who was hugging Wu Yen. Luca screamed as she was dragged away. The tentacles with visible veins wrapped around Luca's limbs and dragged her out of the room through the window. She was also hung upside down in the air. Luca was crying as she struggled with all her might. However, the tentacles had already burrowed into Luca's loose pajamas. No! Don't touch strange places. Not long after, Luca also let out a coquettish cry and was hung in the air with Lebecca and Sylvia. It was an extremely pleasing scene. Wu Yen was completely dumbfounded. Yashur had already been blinded by Alec the moment Lebecca and Sylvia's pajamas were burrowed into their pajamas. He was rolling on the ground and howling in pain. Lebecca endured the strange feeling in her body and turned her head with difficulty to look at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan's dumbfounded expression, she was furious. "Stop daydreaming. Come save us." "Oh." Wu Yan regained his senses. He stepped on the windowsill and shot out of the dorm. Turning into a black shadow, he charged towards the three girls who were hung upside down in midair like he was breaking through the night. Poochie, poochie, poochie. His figure flashed past the dark red tentacles. All the tentacles wrapped around Lebecca, Sylvia, and Luca were cut off like snakes. They fell to the ground and continued wriggling like earthworms. Carrying Lebecca, Sylvia, and Luca, Wu Yan landed firmly on the ground. He looked around at the wriggling tentacles on the ground and couldn't help but sweat. They actually have this kind of ability. These corpse dragons really can't be underestimated. Damn it. Lebecca and Sylvia's expressions darkened. Their eyes were filled with rage. Gufflin. Lancelot. Roar. A roar echoed in response to the two girls. The two divine dragons set up a magic formation. Flame-like dragon breaths shot out and instantly obliterated the 5 corpse dragons and the disgusting tentacles on the ground. Seeing the flames of rage burning in Lebecca and Sylvia's eyes, Wu Yan knew that they were thoroughly enraged. These corpse ash dragons were in trouble. Chapter 1378. Roland, make your move. This time, Lebecca didn't ask for Wu Yan's opinion. Instead, she spoke in a deep voice as if she was giving an order. Evidently, Lebecca was enraged by the fact that the student council president of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, a Xianxia Dragon Rider Academy, had shown such a wretched side in front of others. Sylvia was about the same. Her eyes were filled with ferocity, causing Wu Yan to feel a little resentful. However, he had no choice but to refuse Rebecca and Sylvia's request. Go ahead. Looking at Luca, who was hiding behind him, and looking at the battlefield in the distance, Wu Yan answered her like this. I still have some matters to attend to. What time is it now? Why are you still? Sylvia was about to reprimand Wu Yan when Lebecca stopped her. Lebecca narrowed her eyes thoughtfully when she saw Wu Yan looking at Luca. She seemed to have understood something and smiled. I understand now. Then we'll go first. President. Sylvia looked at Lebecca in shock. It was a matter of life and death for the entire Ansari Dragon Academy. What could be more important than protecting the Ansari Dragon Academy? All right, just listen to Roland. Lebecca didn't answer. Instead, she called out to Guffrin and turned around. She rode on Guffrin's head again. Let's go. Guffrin. Gu Fulin roared in response. His body turned into a flash of red lightning and flew toward the battlefield in front of him. Sylvia quickly got on Lancelot as well. She glared at Wu Yan and Luca before grumbling. Be careful. I'm not so weak that I need someone to take care of me. Wu Yan chuckled. You should worry about yourself. Umph. Sylvia snorted. Beside her, Corset hugged Sylvia's waist. Under Lancelot's lead, they flew towards the battlefield. How long are you going to lie there for? Ai kicked Yashio, who was still covering his eyes and rolling on the ground in pain. She grabbed him by the collar and dragged him towards the battlefield. Don't fall behind, that would be so embarrassing. Wait. It was accompanied by Yashur's screams. Ai dragged him all the way to the battlefield, leaving Wu Yan speechless. Lord Roland. Luca raised her head suspiciously when she saw Lebecca, Sylvia, Yak, Yashur, and the others entering the battlefield. She shifted her gaze to Wu Yan. Why did you come with me? Before Luca could ask, Wu Yan took Luca's hand. He walked in another direction. Lord Lune? Luca tilted her head. Her eyes were filled with doubt, but she didn't ask any more questions. Dong, on the flat ground, a dazzling saber light that seemed to be composed of flames was parallel to the ground, like a remnant light. In a flash, a 10-meter-long saber curtain was drawn. Like a large saber of light, it slashed through the air with a loud explosion. The earth dragon and water dragon corpse dragons that were wreaking havoc on the ground seemed to have suffered a huge impact when they came in contact with the saber light. Their decaying bodies were crushed into pieces and fell to the ground. Holding Luca in one hand and Xianxia in the other, Wu Yan charged through the battlefield with a dissipating airflow. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place. Shockingly, it was the 7th Dragon House of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. Dragon House! Luca was startled at first, but then she seemed to recall something. Her expression changed and she cried out in surprise. "Gawain!" As if in response to Luca's call, a roar resounded throughout the 7th Dragon House. What followed was a pillar of dragon breath that seemed like a flame. It shot up from the 7th Dragon House and blasted open the ceiling. Gawain's average-sized body shot out from the ceiling and into the sky. Luca was overjoyed at first, but then she cried out in surprise, "Gawain!" This was because behind Gawain, who had rushed out of the 7th dragon sarcophagus, there were about 10 dragon-shaped corpse ash dragons flying out from the 7th dragon sarcophagus. They were like huge strange birds, waving their tentacles and lashing at Gawain like whips while following behind Gawain and attacking him fiercely. Gawain tore through the air and flew through the sky above the 7th dragon house, avoiding the tentacles that whipped at him and the pursuit of the pterosaur corpse dragons. However, it didn't take long for Gawain to slow down. If Gawain was in his peak condition, he should be able to easily deal with the 10 pterosaur corpse dragons. After all, Gawain was a holy dragon even though he was only a young dragon. Unfortunately, Gawain had not received enough star essence for a long time. Although his body was not weak, he was not in a good condition. Under such circumstances, let alone Gawain, even Gyvlin would not be able to withstand the pterosaur corpse dragon's pincer attack. Gawain's speed slowed down again and again due to his weak body. Finally, he was surrounded by the tentacles. Gawain let out an unwilling roar. "Gawain!" Luca's expression changed again and again until it was full of anxiety. "Lord Roland!" Luca grabbed Wu Yan's clothes tightly and begged, "Please save Gawain." To Luca's surprise, not only did Wu Yan not do anything, he even lowered Xianxia and rejected her coldly. "I won't do anything." "Wadash?" Luca looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. "Because it's not my duty." Wu Yan met Luca's purple eyes. "You should be the one saving Gawain." "Me?" Luca was dumbfounded. "Gawain severed his star essence path to protect you and weakened his body. Otherwise, Gawain would have been able to deal with those corpse dragons in a matter of minutes. In other words, Gawain is in this state because of you." Wu Yan's voice pierced Luca's heart like a sharp arrow. "As Gawain's master, shouldn't you take responsibility and save Gawain who has been protecting you all this time?" "How can I save Gawain?" Tears welled up in Luca's eyes. She was so anxious that she was about to break down. "Without Gawain, I can't do anything. Lord Roland, I beg you, please save Gawain. You can scold me all you want after this, but Gawain..." "Gawain, Luca?" Wu Yan sighed when he saw Luca so anxious that she was about to cry. "Luca, think about it. Think about everything you did with Gawain, the excitement you had when you flew in the sky with Gawain, the excitement you had when you practiced dragon riding with Gawain, the peace you had when you lived and ate with Gawain, the joy you had when you improved with Gawain. Luca, do you really want to see Gawain continue to weaken like this?" This time, Wu Yan's voice drifted into Luca's ears like a breeze. She froze on the spot. Images of her time with Gawain appeared in her mind under Wu Yan's guidance. "Gawain has a lot of pride." Wu Yan's gaze shot to the sky. Gawain was roaring furiously as he was entangled by 10 pterosaur corpse dragons. Wu Yan closed his eyes. Right now, because of his body, he's being entangled by 10 disgusting minions. He must be feeling terrible. If he's defeated, he might never get up again. "Luca, do you want to see Gawain suffer such a blow and fall into depression?" "Gawain." Luca clenched her fists tightly. Her face was filled with uncertainty. Luca had to admit that everything Wu Yan said was correct. Given Gawain's personality, he would be devastated if he was defeated by a dragon like that. Right now, Gawain must be feeling terrible. This was all because of her fear of riding Gawain. Could it be that he was just going to watch Gawain be defeated and sink into depression? Could it be that he was going to continue like this until he ran out of star essence and died in depression? Well, absolutely not. Gawain howled in the sky. He finally shattered the last bit of hesitation in Luca's heart. Gawain! Without hesitation, without confusion, and without the fear she had in the past, Luca lifted her bare feet and ran forward. In the next instant, Luca's body burst into a dazzling torrent of light and charged into the sky. Chapter 1379. The dazzling torrent of light turned into a bridge that resembled the Milky Way, rising from the ground into the sky. Then, with a turn, it descended from the sky like a veil made of starlight, landing on Gawain's body. In an instant, Gawain's body was also dyed with starlight. It was as if he had rushed into the Milky Way. His body flickered with an extremely rich radiance. The torrent of light formed from starlight melted into Gawain's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with it, Gawain's aura grew stronger and stronger. Gawain was gradually recovering to his peak state. Looking at the dazzling torrent of light that resembled the Milky Way, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. It's star essence. Yes, the composition of the Milky Way torrent of light was the essential energy that maintained the life of this planet. Star essence. Now, a huge amount of star essence was replenishing Gawain's body that was extremely lacking in life energy. It was allowing him to gradually recover to his peak state. This also proved that Luca and Gawain's star essence path. It had been re-established. Before long, the torrent of light formed by star essence finally subsided. It turned into specks of starlight and dissipated into the sky. Roar. Gawain abruptly opened his eyes and let out a roar filled with extreme excitement. His voice was like a sound wave, and with a tremor, it shattered the surrounding tentacles that were wrapping around him. They fell to the ground. Roar. As if to celebrate his recovery, Gawain roared excitedly. A surge of magic power surged from his body. Following his roar, it condensed into a rotating magic formation that extended forward. Bang! A dazzling stream of magic power that resembled a pillar of light was mixed with a flaming dragon's breath. Like a meteor, it streaked across the night sky and landed on the 10 pterosaur corpse dragons that couldn't react in time. A ball of fire exploded in the sky. Then, the corpse dragon's flesh scattered from the sky like dust, becoming insignificant specks of dust in the vast land. Roar! Gawain's voice was full of joy. He circled around and landed on the ground. Luca was sitting on top of Gawain's body without anyone noticing. Lord Roar. Luca's face bloomed with a smile that even the night sky couldn't reach. It was as if she had become the only light in this world that had lost all light due to the dark clouds. She was also extremely beautiful, like a fairy sent down from the heavens. Well done, Luca. Seeing Luca's smile, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He faces Luca. Wu Yan rubbed Gawain's neck as he looked at him from afar. Wei Luca, you should be satisfied now? Roar. Gawain let out a low roar. There was joy and gratitude in his roar. Gawain knew that without this person's help, Luca wouldn't have been able to overcome the fear in her heart and accept him again, not to mention the problem of whether he could survive or not. Now that the celestial veins were once again connected, Luca's rider consciousness had also fused with Gawain's. Gawain could clearly sense the trauma in Luca's heart. It couldn't be said that it had been completely overshadowed by Luca's strong emotions. Luca Gawain way. No matter how you look at it, this has to do with Wu Yan. Gawain's heart was filled with joy and gratitude. If you really want to thank me, then don't cause any more trouble. Seeing the gratitude in Gawain's eyes, Wu Yan smiled. I can't take any more of your torment. Both Luca and Gawain lowered their heads in embarrassment. Wu Yan was amused. Lord Roar. Luca suppressed the joy in her heart from reuniting with Gawain. Her eyes were filled with determination. I want to join the battle. Join the battle? Wu Yan paused and looked towards the center of the academy. That's right, the corpse dragon isn't completely dealt with yet. Lord Roar? Luca suddenly spoke. There's something I'd like to ask of you, another request? Wu Yen crossed his arms curiously. Then, we won't be spending the night together this time, right? Luca blushed and shyly shook her head. No, I want Lord Roar to ride Gawain with me. Ride Gawain together? Wu Yen gasped. Yes. Luca's clear eyes revealed a strong will. I want to challenge the dragon dance again and calm this chaos, but I can't guarantee that I won't be afraid. You mean? Wu Yan's tone was uncertain. You won't be afraid with me around? Lord Roar, if it's Lord Roar? Luca closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, her expression was firm. With Lord Roar by my side, I think I can. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he helplessly grinned at Luca. I really don't know what to do with you. Wu Yan jumped onto Gawain's back and sat behind Luca. He reached out and hugged Luca's waist. Now, you won't be afraid anymore, right? Wu Yan whispered into Luca's sharp elf-like ears. Just give it your all. I will hug you. I will never let go, okay? Luca felt the warmth on her back and the whispers in her ear. She nodded firmly. Gawain. Using a roar as a response, Gawain raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Magic power surged from his body and soared into the sky. The wind whistled in her ears. Luca gripped the reins tightly and looked forward. She looked back and saw the smiling Wu Yen. Luca was a bit absent-minded. Lord Roar, Can you hold me tighter? Like this? Tighter, like this? Tighter. Wu Yen bitterly smiled. As if he wanted to melt Luca into his body, he tightened his grip around Luca's slender waist. How about this? Whoosh! At the same time, Gawain increased his speed to the maximum. Like a white meteor, he streaked across the sky. A powerful centrifugal force began to take effect. If it were anyone else, this speed would be enough to make them lose consciousness and cause them to become anemic and dizzy. If they weren't careful, they would have been thrown off. However, there's still a gap between this speed and speed burst. Wu Yen was able to ride Lancelot even under speed burst. His expression didn't change at all, let alone on Gawain's back. He hugged Luca tightly and stared at her. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Luca's body began to emit star-like light. Gawain's body also began to emit a gentle light. Following his flight path, he left a trail of light in the night sky. Gawain was drawing in the night sky. He was drawing as if he was dancing. Moreover, the pattern Gawain was drawing was an extremely complicated geometric magic formation. It wasn't until the huge geometric magic formation was completed that the full appearance of the pattern was exposed to the night sky. It was a circle with a shape like a dragon's head in the center. It was at least 100 meters in diameter. It was very strange. It was a star carving. The star carving that blotted out the sky was reflected in the pitch-black night sky. It emitted a gentle halo. A vast amount of magic power fluctuated from it and turned into ripples that reverberated in the air. Luca suddenly opened her eyes. Dragon Rider Dance, First Dance, Purifying Honey Rain. Once the Dragon Rider Dance was completed, all kinds of magic effects could be activated. At this moment, the night sky of the Ansari Academy blossomed with dazzling light. In the sky, a meteor-like rain of light suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Bathed in the rain of light, the corpse dragons didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies exploded into powder and covered the ground. The powder was the ashes of the original dragons. In less than a second, the hundreds and thousands of corpse ash dragons, which gave everyone a headache, were all turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Luca held Gawain's reins and leaned into the warm embrace behind her. Her purple eyes were filled with dazzling splendor. Chapter 1380. Did I fail again? On the top floor of the Templar Bell Tower, Mikojius looked at the disappearing dark clouds and the geometric pattern that resembled a star carving in the sky. His eyes were gloomy. Below him, the buildings of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy were still burning and smoking. Debris was scattered all over the place and the ground was full of potholes. It was a complete mess. It could be said that if Mikavez's goal was to destroy the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Rider Academy, then even though he couldn't say that he had achieved his goal, it wouldn't be considered a failure to destroy the academy to such an extent. However, Mikavez's true goal wasn't to destroy the Ansari Academy. He wasn't interested in destroying the Ansari Academy. The reason he had the corpse dragon attack the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was to take a look at the white flame dragon. Why would he go through so much trouble to attack the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy just to take a look at the white dragon burning flame? It might not be worth it to others, but to Mikosis, it was very important. This was because Mikoski was still unwilling to believe that there was actually a dragon in this world. A dragon that could strike fear into his heart with just an impression. He wanted to prove if there was a dragon in this world that could strike fear into his heart. Attacking the Ansari Union's Dragon Riding Academy was definitely worth it for Mikawos. After all, Mikosius' true identity was still, "It really is you, Mikosius." While Mikosius was immersed in his own imagination, a voice that he had only heard once but would never forget rang out. It echoed throughout the bell tower. Mikosius' pupils shrunk. "Lord Mikotos." Anya was also shocked. She turned around and pulled out a dagger, standing in front of Mikotos to protect him. Both of them looked into the bell tower at the same time. Soon after, a few figures entered their field of vision: Wuyen, Lebeka, Sylvia, Luca, Yashur. The 6 strongest members of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. At the same time, he appeared in front of Mikawos and Anya in the bell tower of the sanctuary. A trace of shock appeared in Anya's eyes. Why are you here, right? Lebeka was wearing a slightly charred, paladin armor. She focused her gaze on Mikawos and Anya like a chain. "Could it be? Do you think you're hiding well?" "You." Anya's gaze turned ferocious. She seemed to want to say something, but Mikaves held her shoulder and stopped her. "Although I don't think we're very good at hiding if we can. I hope you can give us an answer." Yashur stared at Mikawos and answered his question. "It was Luca who discovered you." "Luca?" Mikaves narrowed his eyes. She shifted her gaze and cast it on Luca. "I see. Are you from Yekablad?" "Yes." Luca nodded in response. "I'm from Yekablad. I was born with a certain ability to sense nature. Although I didn't discover you at first." Luca turned her gaze to Mikawos' side and pointed her finger forward. "But I discovered that it was emitting an ominous magic power." In the direction that Luca was pointing at, there was a giant sword that was emitting a dark, swampy, and viscous magical energy. It was stuck in the ground. It was the giant sword that awakened the corpse dragon. "You're Mikawos, right?" Sylvia stepped forward and clenched her fists. Her icy blue eyes were filled with anger. "Last time, you had the corpse dragon attack Ansari. This time, you almost destroyed the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. I swear I won't let an evil existence like you do as you please." Mikawos raised an eyebrow and let out an evil laugh. As expected of the 4th princess of the royal family of knights. Even if you're just a student, you're still a dragon knight. But that's not strange. After all, even Veronica, who's known as the Iron Valkyrie, didn't get fall and become a dragon breeder, but you did. If you're not at this level, then I'm very disappointed. What are you talking about? Sylvia suddenly had an indescribable feeling that something was wrong as she listened to the familiar words of the royal family of knights that came out of Mikavez's mouth. It's like this person in front of her is familiar to her as well, but how is that possible? Seeing that Sylvia was shaken, Mikawos turned his head away without saying a word and looked at Yak, who had been silent all this while. His eyes shone with an evil gleam that had never been seen before. "I finally meet you, descendant of the royal family of Avalon." Royal family of Avalon? They heard it from Wu Yen before. This time, it came from Mikawos' mouth. Lebeka and Sylvia were stunned. "Avalon?" Yashur had a confused look on his face. Who are you?" On the other hand, Yak was on guard as she stared intently at Mikawosi. "What's the royal family of Avalon?" "You still don't know?" Makawos glanced at Yashur in surprise. Looks like you don't qualify as a knight. You're just a brat? You. Yashur was furious. I've always been curious. How do you know so much? Wu Yen suddenly spoke. Even the descendant of the royal family of Avalon knows about it. You, a citizen of the Empire, know more about the dragons than the knights. What is your true identity? Rune? Randall, you're even more surprising than I thought. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. Makawos looked at Wu Yen with a different gaze. In ancient times, the origin of the dragons, the sage dragon king Impok, disappeared. However, his bloodline was left behind and split into two major branches. Makawos pointed at Yak. One of the bloodlines is the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, which is the little brat beside you. Yak? Lebeka, Sylvia, Luca, and Yashur looked at Yak in surprise. Yak was at a loss. And then? Wu Yen kept his gaze on Makawos. What about the other bloodline? The other bloodline is the one that has been enemies with the royal family of Avalon for generations. Makawos's tone became distant. The Nihilenia Underworld Dragon King family. The Nihilenia Underworld. Lebeka and the others muttered. The Nihilenia Underworld Dragon King family. Wu Yen frowned. Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family and Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Wang family are the royal families of the dragon race. They are also the dragons with the highest level of bloodline and the strongest power in the dragon race. Mikano's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Wu Yen. That's why I'm curious as well. Rune, Randall, what kind of existence is that white dragon of yours? Its power is already enough to rival the complete form of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family and the Nihilenia Underworld Dragon royal family after their bloodlines have been awakened. Makawos' face under the mask was already tense. Tell me, what is it? The entire Templar Bell Tower suddenly became quiet. You want to know? Wu Yen chuckled under everyone's watchful eyes. Then how about we exchange questions? Exchange? Yes, exchange. Wu Yen walked past everyone and stood in front of Makawos. Tell me who you are, and I'll tell you what my foot is. How about it? Fair, right? It was Makawos' turn to be silent. Forget it. After a long while, Makawos took a deep breath. I'll figure it out one day. Let's end it here for today, Makawos. Lebeka and Sylvia immediately barked coldly. Trying to escape? Wu Yan's gaze turned cold. Do you think I'll let you escape again? Calm down, Rune Randall. Makawos brought Anya to the edge of the bell tower's railing. After a while, there will be an even bigger feast. At that time, let's decide the victor. Leaving the sentence, Makawos and Anya jumped down from the clock tower without hesitation. Lebeka, Sylvia, and the others were shocked. They wanted to rush over, but Wu Yen stopped them with a wave of his hand. Looking at the edge of the bell tower, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a pensive light. An even bigger feast, huh? Chapter 1381. That's terrible. When Wu Yen returned to the Ansari Dragon Academy, he took note of the current state of the academy. Only then did he realize how much damage Mikao's corpse dragon army did to the academy. Buildings that were supposed to have a long history were completely reduced to rubble and sawdust, scattering on the ground like garbage. The buildings that were lucky enough to escape being completely destroyed were all charred black like charcoal, with wisps of smoke rising from them from time to time, proving the scale of the fire that burned them last night. The ground was full of potholes and holes so deep that one could see the sewers everywhere. They were caused by the water dragon corpse dragons breaking out from the sewers. Some of the flat ground was broken as a result of the earth dragon corpse dragons mercilessly stepping on it. The Dragon Cultivation Academy that was originally one of the best in the Night Kingdom of Loriaman had now fallen into a state of near destruction. Fortunately, not all buildings were mercilessly destroyed. There were still some that managed to escape the destruction of the war, so the Ansari Academy with a long history did not need to be rebuilt. However, if they wanted to restore the academy to its original state, It would take a long time for them to return to their original state and be able to attend classes normally. Standing at the entrance of the Ansari Academy, Wu Yan, Rebecca, Sylvia, Luca, Yak, and Yashur could clearly see the students and teachers who were injured in the war last night being carried onto stretchers and sent to the hospital in Ansari in an orderly manner. Those who were not seriously injured were more or less wrapped in bandages as they ran back and forth in the academy. This scene, it made the hearts of those who saw it heavy. Their mood was unprecedentedly low. Fortunately, even though there were many wounded, the attack of the corpse Grey Dragon did not bring any real casualties to the Ansari Dragon Academy. Until now, not a single person was found dead. Even the list of dead dragons did not appear on the list. This result, it could only be described as a miracle. Of course, the miracle was all thanks to Rebecca, who calmly organized the resistance as the president of the student council. She calmed down the panicked students and teachers and joined hands with Fall to resist the corpse dragons. This reduced the number of unnecessary casualties. Sylvia and Yashur also served as the frontline combatants and tanked most of the firepower from the corpse dragons. It could be said that more than 30% of the corpse dragons that were slaughtered last night were killed by Sylvia's penetrating dragon breath and Yashur's intrinsic device. In the end, Luca used the first dance of the dragon dance, the purifying honey rain, to purify all the remaining corpse ash dragons into ashes. It allowed the Ansari Academy, which was reduced to a cruel battlefield, to escape the fate of destruction. It also allowed the students and teachers to avoid the path of death. In other words, in the battle against the corpse dragons last night, if Rebecca, Sylvia, Luca, Yak, and Yashur were not there, even if there were no casualties miraculously, the Ansari Academy would not have been able to escape the fate of destruction. In this battle, the student council stole the limelight and became the heroes that saved the Ansari Academy. On the other hand, Wu Yan, the most powerful dragon rider that everyone had their eyes on, did not achieve much in the battle. No one even saw his whereabouts, which made people suspicious. If it was someone else, the students and teachers might start to suspect that the person had escaped from the battlefield or was the helper or even the culprit behind the corpse dragon's attack. However, if it was Wu Yan, the people might be suspicious, but they would not really believe it. After all, with Wu Yan's strength, there was no need for him to escape from the battlefield. As for him being the helper or the culprit behind the corpse dragon's attack, that was even more ridiculous. With Rebecca, the student council president, vouching for him, who would think so? In short, it was a fact that the academy needed to be rebuilt. The injured had to be sent to the hospital. The students and teachers who lost their homes had to find a place to stay. The attack of the corpse dragons also had to be reported to the knighthood kingdom. All of this required the student council to do personally. The coming days were going to be very busy. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, Student Union Office, Huff. Panting with exhaustion, the 6 of them sat around the round table used for meetings. They started to relax after a sleepless night and working for the academy for half a day. Everyone, please have a cup of tea and recover your energy. Corsette pushed a dining cart filled with tea sets in. She had a gentle smile on her face as she brewed a cup of black tea for everyone. This was another form of timely help. Ugh. I'm alive. Yashur drank the black tea like it was water to quench his thirst. He heaved a sigh of relief before sighing again. I didn't expect the academy to be destroyed to this extent. The student council office is really lucky to be intact. It's all because of that guy called Maikavez. Aiku shouted angrily. Who is that guy? It's so annoying. Hearing Aiku's words, everyone present fell silent for a moment and raised their eyebrows. Makaos, huh? Rebecca crossed her arms as if she was deep in thought. Is that guy really from the Empire? Why is he so familiar with the dragons of the knighthood kingdom? Also, he said Yak is the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. Yashur looked at Yak, who was gritting her teeth in disbelief. Based on what Mikao said, isn't Yak the Dragon Royal family's princess? I don't know what's going on, but do you have any objections? Aiku raised her head with an arrogant look on her face. I am such a powerful dragon. Are you convinced now? No, no, no. Yashur subconsciously shook his head. Rather than saying I'm convinced, it's more like I can't believe it. How can a girl like you who likes to laze in bed, gluttonous, irritable, and even pee in her sleep be a dragon? Bang! PFFF. Before Yashur could finish his words, he was sent flying by a red-faced yak. I'm sorry, I'm a girl who likes to laze in bed, gluttonous, and irritable. Yak's eyes flashed fiercely. She stomped on the ground and walked up to Yashur, who was rolling on the ground while holding his stomach. She grabbed him by the neck and shook him. A watchdog like you dares to look down on me? See if I don't stomp you flat. What you're doing right now has nothing to do with stomping flat with one foot. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Do you want to die again? Already, dying. Everyone sighed when they saw Yashur's eyes rolling back as Yak grabbed him by the neck. But this explains why Yak is able to create a replica of the Holy Knight armor even though she's only been born for less than 3 months. Leibecca tilted her head. Since she's the Dragon Royal family's princess, it's not surprising that she has this ability. Right? Aiku immediately beamed with joy and let go of Yasha's neck, allowing Yashu to finally catch his breath and gasp for air like a dog. Lord Royan. Luca turned to Wu Yen, who was deep in thought, and tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? What's wrong? Leibecca and the others turned to Wu Yen. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Well, you can say that. Wu Yen waved his hand perfunctorily, much to everyone's dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, you didn't seem surprised when Mikaos mentioned that Yak is a descendant of the Holy Dragon Royal family of Avalon. Leibecca asked curiously, Did you already know that Yak is the Dragon Royal family's princess? Didn't you ask us about the Holy Dragon Royal family of Avalon a while ago? I just found out about it not long ago. That's why I wasn't surprised when Mikaos mentioned the Holy Dragon Royal family of Avalon. However, I didn't expect there to be a Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Royal family. I didn't know about that at all. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead in distress. He turned to Yashur. But Yashur, you have to be careful. Yashur was stunned. Chapter 1382. Pay attention? Pay attention to what? Leibecca, Luca, Yashur, Yak, and the others all looked at each other in confusion. They clearly didn't know what Wu Yen meant. You guys. Wu Yen laughed bitterly. Don't tell me you didn't hear what Micah said? Looking at Yashur, Wu Yan's gaze turned serious. If what Micah said is true, then the Neha Abyssal Dragon Royal family and the Elvelyn Holy Dragon Royal family have been fighting each other for generations. Sooner or later, the other party will find Yak, the last descendant of the Elvelyn Holy Dragon Royal family, and engage in a cruel battle where either you die or I live. Yashio, if you continue to be so sloppy, I'm afraid that when Yak is killed by someone, you will still be in the dark. Yashur's pupils suddenly contracted. A chill surged from the depths of his heart and filled his entire body in an instant. Yashur felt as if he was in an ice cellar. His entire body was cold. Only now did Yashur realize what kind of danger he was about to face. He also realized that he had neglected something important. I'm not afraid, Yak said, but her pretty face was slightly pale. Whether or not she was the last descendant of the Elvelyn Holy Dragon Royal family, Yak was only born for less than 3 months. She was still a young dragon. She had to face the threat of death at this age. It was impossible for Yak not to be afraid. She was only putting up a strong front. Rune is right. Yashur, you have to be careful. Leibecca seemed to have realized the severity of the situation and her expression turned serious. Judging from Akker's powerful magic power to create a replica of the Holy Knight armor when it was still a young dragon, if the Nihilenia Underworld Dragon Royal family, who had been enemies with the Avalon Holy Dragon Royal family for generations, were to reach adulthood, then how powerful can it be? Just thinking about it is terrifying. The more she spoke, the more serious her expression became. Yashio, you have to be careful and protect Yak well, I understand. Yashio nodded solemnly with a heavy expression on his face. No matter what, I won't let anything happen to Yak. I'm not so weak that I need someone to protect me. Aiko coldly snorted. Don't turn your head. Don't forget, without my holy knight armor, you are just an ordinary person. How are you going to protect me? Yes. Yashur replied helplessly. Apart from this problem, Wu Yen frowned. There's another thing that I'm very concerned about. Another thing? Leibeka and the others couldn't help but look at Wu Yen again. Did you all forget what Mikvis said before he escaped? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. Wait a little longer. There will be an even greater feast. Hearing this, everyone finally remembered this matter, and their faces all changed. What is Mikvis trying to do now? Yashur clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. Isn't destroying the academy enough? How am I supposed to know? Wu Yen shrugged. If I didn't want to know what this greater feast is, I would have let him go. Do you think I would let him go? That doesn't make sense. Leibeka objected to the idea. We should have captured him and forced him to tell us the reason. Do you think he's the type to tell us the truth? Wu Yen knocked on the table. Besides, Mikao's is from the Empire. This so-called greater feast is most likely not just his personal operation. It's very likely that the Sepharo's Empire is carrying it out. If we capture him, there's only a possibility that we won't be able to obtain any clues about the subsequent events. When something really happens, it'll be terrible. That's true. Leibeka frowned bitterly. But now that Mikvis has escaped, how are we going to find clues? Well, at the very least, Mikvis has been exposed. The clues will be more or less exposed. Wu Yen shook his head. Finding these clues is the mission of the knights. We're still students, let's focus on the academy's reconstruction. That's true. Leibeka sighed. I will report this matter to the knights' royal family and let them decide. That's good enough. Wu Yen grinned and he turned around abruptly. There, Sylvia had a gloomy expression on her face, and her icy blue eyes were filled with uncertainty. And then, Wu Yen looked at Sylvia with an ingenious change of topic. What's wrong? However, Sylvia's expression remained gloomy even after Wu Yen's words. She stared at the table as if she didn't hear what Wu Yen said at all. The atmosphere in the student council office changed into a heavy one. Wu Yen frowned. Leibeka, Luca, Yak, Yashu, and the others exchanged glances as well. Your Highness. Cosette also noticed that something was wrong. He reached out his hand and shook Sylvia. Your Highness. Your Highness. Sylvia exclaimed and came back to her senses. What's wrong? We should be the ones asking you that, right? Wu Yen tilted his head in confusion. You've been like this ever since you came back from the Templar Bell Tower. You haven't said a word and you're always absent-minded. Not only are your actions strange, they don't seem like the usual Sylvia who takes everything seriously. What's wrong? Sylvia looked around at the student council members who were looking at her and lowered her head. There's something I really care about. Something you care about? Leibeka repeated her words. What do you mean? Sylvia opened her mouth, but immediately closed it again. She hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, it's nothing. Hearing this, everyone present frowned. Nothing? How could it be nothing when she's acting like this? Your Highness. Yashur wanted to say something, but Wu Yen shook his head. Seeing this, Yashio couldn't say anything and could only sit down obediently. Since that's the case, let's talk about something else. Leibeka stood up and changed the topic. The report on the Academy's damage has just been sent over. Leibeka picked up a report from the table. According to the statistics of the damage, fortunately, only one of the 4 student dormitories was damaged. I'm afraid it's not habitable anymore. Leibeka's gaze shifted to Wu Yen and Yashur. They had a bad feeling about this. Only one. Yashur couldn't help but gulp as he asked in a trembling voice. This dormitory, could it be? That's right. Leibeka shrugged. It's Apollo dormitory. As expected, Yashur was dazed. In other words, Wu Yen sighed. We don't have a place to stay, right? You can't say that. There are a few old dormitories in the academy that survived. We've decided to temporarily let the boys of Apollo dormitory live there. However, due to the limited conditions, it's more like a refuge. Leibecca smiled mischievously. So, if you two can't find another place to stay, you'll have a miserable time. How can this be? Yashur looked like he'd suffered a blow. What about me? What about me? Yak was anxious. I'm also staying in Apollo dormitory. Are you going to let me stay in a refuge? I won't agree. Yak, you can stay in my room for now. Leibecca gave Yak a reassuring look. My place isn't big, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. If you agree, you can stay with me for now. I agree. Yak nodded without hesitation and abandoned her master. I just found out I'm the dragon princess. I don't want to stay in a refuge. Yak? Yashur shrugged and looked at Wu Yen. Hey, Rune, do we have to stay in a refuge? Who knows? Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Yashur. Let's take it one step at a time. Chapter 1383. Now, where should we go? Well, who knows? Wu Yen and Yasha looked at the busy students and staff running back and forth. They also looked at the messy campus and the potholes on the ground. They couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation in their hearts. Of the two of them, one had defeated the world's strongest, Saint Sky Dragon Knight, and was currently the strongest existence in the world. Although the other was only a dabbler, he was a true Saint Sky Dragon Knight, for a limited period of time after equipping the Holy Knight armor. His status was comparable to that of a noble, but at this moment he was even more destitute than the average commoner. They couldn't even find a place to stay. Who could be more miserable than them? Of course, Wu Yen and Yashur could choose to stay in the old school, but Leibecca said that life there was comparable to a shelter. Wu Yen didn't want to live there. Although Yashur didn't care too much about it, and he could accept living in a shelter, he still wanted to see if there was a better place before he was completely driven to a dead end. No matter what, only students who had advanced to the advanced class had the right to live alone in a room. The students in the basic class all shared a room with 3 people. When he was still in the basic class, Yashio had already wanted to live in a single room. In the end, after a few days, Yak popped out. Yak even took his bed. The living conditions in the old school must be even worse. If possible, Yashur didn't want to live such a hard life anymore. At the very least, he should struggle before he resigned himself to his fate. Fortunately, he had Wu Yen to accompany him. Otherwise, Yashur would have agreed to stay in the old school long ago. Looks like we can't stay in the academy anymore. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and glanced at Yashur. Anyway, in this situation, the academy won't be able to hold classes for long. You won't be able to attend classes in the academy for the time being. Why don't you make a trip home? My home is far away. I'm afraid the car ride will last until the academy is rebuilt. Unless a holy dragon is willing to take me back. Yashur lowered his head in distress. So, I can't go home. What do you plan to do if I go home? It's the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy that was attacked, not Ansari City. It's not like I don't have money. Wu Yen waved his hand. At most, I'll go out and find a hotel and stay for a while. Hotel? Yashur's eyes widened. It will take at least 3 months for the academy and Apollo's abode to be completely rebuilt. Even with the help of the Dragon Chi magnificent crystals, it would still take a month. Staying in a hotel for a month would cost a lot. Luoong, are you sure you have the money? Wu Yen pursed his lips. Without saying a word, he took out a pouch. He threw it onto Yasha's body. Yashio hurriedly reached out and caught it. He glanced at Wu Yen in confusion before opening the bag in his hand. When Yashio saw the contents of the bag, he almost threw it out. Glittering gold. It was truly dazzling. The bag was filled to the brim with gold coins. From the looks of it, there were at least 20 to 30 gold coins. According to the gold price of this world, 20 to 30 gold coins was enough to buy a small hotel, let alone stay in a hotel for a month. Yashio's hands began to tremble as he held the bag. For a commoner like Yashio, the bag in his hand was heavier than anything he had ever held in his life. Gulp. Yashio couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His voice echoed clearly in the surroundings. I say, aren't you a little too useless? Wu Yan looked at Yashio with disdain. You're a dragon rider. Even though you're just a dabbler, you're still acting so pitifully for 20 to 30 gold coins. Be careful, Sylvia might get angry if she sees you like this. Yashio shrunk his neck in fear. Indeed, with Sylvia's yearning for holy dragon knights, she was already displeased with a half-baked existence like himself. If he were to perform so unbearably, with Sylvia's rigid personality and identity, it was possible that she would not be able to tolerate it and would directly curse him out loud. It wasn't Yashio's fault though. He was just a commoner from a village. I don't even know if I can earn that much money in my lifetime, Yashio retorted. Besides, I didn't know you were so rich. Rich? Wu Yan chuckled and turned his head away. These 20 to 30 gold coins were nothing compared to the hundreds of billions of gold coins in the Ring of Gold, which could be piled up into dozens of mountains. However, no matter the world, gold is a hard currency. This is something Wu Yan has experienced firsthand. Are you coming too? Wu Yan asked Yashio. How about we stay in a hotel together? Me? Yashio was stunned for a moment before he quickly shook his head. No, we'll have to stay here for at least a month. I don't have that much money. I'm the one who invited you, of course I won't let you pay for it. Wu Yan was speechless. Yashio shook his head anyway. That's even more out of the question. How can I accept your help to pay for a month's hotel accommodation? Aren't you a little too restrained? Wu Yan glanced at Yashio with an amused look. To me, this amount of money is nothing. That's not enough. Yashio refused. Then what are you going to do? Wu Yan clicked his tongue. You're not going to stay in a shelter, are you? If there's no other way... Yashio sighed. That's the only way. Wu Yan was speechless. A petite figure ran over from afar as if looking for something. When she saw Wu Yan standing beside Yashio, her eyes lit up and she ran over. Master Roland. Wu Yan was about to drag Yashio into the hotel when he looked at the source of the voice. Then he gasped in surprise. Luca? Master Roland. Luca ran all the way to Wu Yan. She crouched down and placed her hands on her knees while panting. Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Yan walked to Luca's side and patted her on the back. Luca's heart warmed up by this. Master Roland is really gentle. After catching her breath, Luca started fidgeting. She looked at Wu Yan with a hopeful look. Master Roland, have you found a place to stay? Not yet. Wu Yan felt a little helpless. I'm going to find a hotel with Yashio. How can that be? Without waiting for Yashio to correct her, Luca raised her voice and shook her head with a resolute expression. How can I let Master Roland live in a hotel? Ha! At the side, Yashio laughed in embarrassment. Unfortunately, I can't afford to live in that kind of place. What else can I do? Wu Yan ignored Yashio's grumbling and scratched his face. Do you want me to live in the old school? Of course that won't do. Luca immediately objected. Soon after, her pretty face turned red, and her determined eyes turned into hope. If Master Roland doesn't mind, I can offer my room to Master Roland. Wah! Yashio was shocked. Stay in your room? Wu Yan blinked as well. He looked at Luca's pretty face that is filled with hope and doubt. What about you? Me? Luca lowered her head. She was a little shy and nervous at the same time. Of course. I'm going to serve Master Roland. Haas. This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be shocked. The bag full of gold coins in Yashio's hand also fell to the ground, and a flabbergasted expression hung on his face. Serve him? Did I hear wrong? Rune-sama also invited me to your room to spend the night. I am just being polite. Luca clenched her fists. She looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful look in her purple eyes. Can't I? Well, it's not that you can't. Wu Yan looked away and didn't want to see Luca's pitiful expression. But won't it be inconvenient for you? No. Of course not. Luca answered without hesitation. I'm living alone. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Living alone? That's dangerous, isn't it? Wu Yan's lips twitched, he couldn't even retort. Xianxia was also stunned. Chapter 1384. Ansari Dragon Academy. At this time, the noise of the Ansari Dragon Academy that had been noisy for the whole day gradually quieted down. Everyone began to return to their own residences as the night deepened. They were ready to have a good night's rest and wait until tomorrow to continue the reconstruction of the Ansari Dragon Academy. Leibeka and the other members of the student council organized everything in an orderly manner. Even though the Ansari Dragon Academy had been attacked by the Corpse Grey Dragon Army last night, the students and staff had recovered from the nightmare. They adjusted their mentality and returned to normal. Because of this, the rebuilding of the Ansari Dragon Academy had students who were not supposed to be involved in it. They came to help and sped up the process a lot. After all, the students of the Ansari Dragon Academy were all dragon cultivators. Other than the first-year students who had just entered the academy, the rest of the students had their own fall. With the help of the dragons, it was hard not to speed up the process. In addition to the assistance of the Dragon Chi Crystal that allowed people to use dragon magic, it only took 1 day for the rubble and wood shavings on the ground of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy to be cleared away. The burnt buildings were also demolished and rebuilt. The potholes on the ground were almost repaired. Even the building materials needed for the reconstruction were moved into the academy. It could be said that everything was ready. The only thing left was to rebuild. It seemed like the real rebuilding work would begin tomorrow morning. However, because of the Corpse Grey Dragon Army's attack on the Ansari Dragon Academy last night, no one in the Ansari Dragon Academy had slept the whole night. Therefore, before that, they had to have a good night's rest. Therefore, when night fell, the noise in the Ansari Dragon Academy was almost gone. Other than the destroyed Apollo's dorm, the lights in the other 3 dorms were turned off early. Long, drawn-out breaths could be heard. Meanwhile, in the open space of the academy, the dragons were sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. It couldn't be helped. When the Corpse Grey Dragon Army invaded, the dragons in the Ansari Dragon Academy were awakened and realized the situation was bad. The group of dragons also rushed out of the dragon house. The dragon house had been damaged to a certain extent by the collective charge, not to mention the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack from behind. Even the ceiling of the 7th dragon house, which was specially provided for holy dragons, had been blasted apart by Gawain's dragon breath. The other 6 dragon houses naturally didn't fare any better. With the 7 dragon houses destroyed, the dragons could only sleep on the empty grounds of the academy. And in Maeve Cottage, the light in one of the rooms was still on. Below the window of the room, Gawain was lying on his stomach, fast asleep. This room was naturally Luca's room. In a room that looked like a small forest. Luca, in her nightgown, was grinding some herbs. He was even humming a rare song. Obviously, he was in a very good mood. Tonight, or rather, until the Apollo cottage was rebuilt, Wu Yan might have to stay in this room and live under the same roof as Luca. Because of this, Xianxia had no companions and no longer had the mood to look for a new place to stay. When Wu Yan decided to stay in Luca's room, he planned to go to the old academy and live like a refuge. However, Wu Yan dragged him out of the academy and to the city to look for a hotel. He couldn't just ignore his gay friend. No, his friend after receiving an invitation from a girl, right? If that's the case, even Wu Yan would feel embarrassed. Therefore, regardless of whether Xianxia was willing or not, Wu Yan dragged him out to look for a hotel. After all, as long as he threw money at him, with Xianxia's commoner personality, he would have to accept it even if he didn't want to. Therefore, Wu Yan told Luca to come back first. After helping Xianxia find a hotel, he would come back to find Luca. Thus, Luca had some time to prepare. She divided the herbs in her hand into 2 portions. She put 1 portion into a teapot and poured hot water over it so that it would suffocate on its own. The other portion was placed into an incense burner and laid flat on the ground. Luca picked up the teapot and carefully shook it. Then, she placed it by her feet and took out a sparkling and translucent gem from her bosom. That was the Dragon Chi magnificent crystal. Luca raised the Dragon Glory crystal in her hand and chanted the incantation to activate her dragon magic. Burn! As soon as he said that, the magic power in the Dragon Chi magnificent crystal turned into a flame and exploded in the incense burner in front of him. The herbs that had been ground into powder immediately started burning. Seeing this, Luca hurriedly picked up a lid and covered the incense burner. The next moment, a strange smoke floated up from the vent of the lid. Luca picked up the incense burner and smelled the fragrance coming from it. A trace of satisfaction appeared in her purple eyes. In this case, it should be fine. Luca, are you there? Outside the door, a voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Luca, who was talking to herself. It also gave Luca a slight fright. Lord Roland? It's me. Wu Yan's voice sounded. I'm here. Is it convenient for you to open the door? Of course. I'm here. Luca hurriedly held the incense burner in her hand and looked around in panic. Then, she trotted to the side and put the incense burner in the corner of the wall. After making sure that the aroma was still in the air, she walked to the door of the room. Lord Roland. Opening the door, Wu Yan, who stood outside, appeared in Luca's field of vision. His pair of wine-red eyes seemed to have deepened in the night, captivating Luca a little. My apologies for the delay. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and spread his hands. Yeah, sure, that guy, he's treating me like an outsider. He was still trying his best to resist me in front of the inn. If it wasn't for my brute strength, I might not have been able to beat him. That's because Lord Roland is too gentle. Luca smiled shyly. I think Senior Yashur must be very grateful to Lord Roland. Don't say that. It's just a small matter. Wu Yan's expression was slightly embarrassed. Being praised for being gentle in public, this is the first time Wu Yan has encountered such a situation. Lord Roland, please come in. Luca opened the door completely and stepped aside. Her beautiful amethyst-like eyes were glowing strangely. She stared straight at Wu Yan. That look made Wu Yan's heart inexplicably cold. Luca's bright eyes? How should he put it? It gave Wu Yan the feeling that she gave him. It was like Mei Jiao and Origami were planning to push him down. It was as if they were going to eat him up. But how is that possible? Luca's personality is very delicate and introverted. She shouldn't be able to push her sweetheart down like Mei Jiao and Origami, right? Probably? And with that in mind, Wu Yan walked into Luca's room with a bit of hesitation. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled an unusually pleasant fragrance. Is this the incense you usually light? The hesitation on his face and the suspicion in his heart disappeared because of the pleasant fragrance. Wu Yan's expression immediately relaxed. It smells good. Smelling this should make you sleep well at night, right? Why yes. For some reason, Luca's voice sounded a bit nervous. Even her action of closing the door was a bit hurried. It was as if she was afraid that Wu Yan would run away. She closed the door forcefully and hurriedly. This is not the usual Luca at all. If Wu Yan noticed this scene, even if he thought that Luca was harmless, he would still be suspicious. But now, he was relaxed because of the pleasant fragrance in the room and didn't notice Luca's abnormal behavior. Seeing that Wu Yan's expression was normal, Luca secretly sighed in relief. She walked to a small round table in the center of the room and sat down. At the same time, she picked up the teapot that was placed there. Pouring a mouthful of steaming coarse tea into a cylindrical cup with edges and corners, Luca's sparkling eyes met the cup. Lord Roland, please have some tea. No need. Wu Yan sat opposite Luca. While smelling the fragrance in the room, he waved at Luca casually. Drinking tea at night will make it hard for you to sleep, so don't drink it. Luca uttered such a sound in surprise. Her expression became flustered as if she didn't expect things to turn out this way. She even unconsciously rubbed her hands together. Sitting opposite Luca, no matter how relaxed Wu Yan was, it was impossible for him not to notice Luca's behavior. He immediately felt strange. Luca, What's wrong? Chapter 1385. Luca. Luca is so flustered that she's on the verge of tears. Wu Yan felt suspicious and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He has to admit, Luca's attitude is too much of a foul. Luca had a pitiful appearance to begin with, and her delicate temperament was even higher than Cannon's. Only Ikaros, who easily aroused the desire of others to protect her, could rival her. Not to mention, Luca had an introverted personality. When she pretended to be pitiful, it was more lethal than any weapon. No, there's no need for her to act pitiful. This girl's every move and action is so natural that it exudes a pitiful aura. Even though he knows he did nothing wrong, he still felt like he has committed a grave sin. His expression instantly turned awkward. All right. Stop acting like you're breaking the rules. Before long, Wu Yan surrendered. I'll drink it. Really? Like a sunny day after a storm, Luca's expression turned for the better. Her watery eyes stared at Wu Yan with watery eyes. That look of hers. It's even more of a foul than before. Ah, really? Wu Yan was shocked. His heart couldn't help but waver. He forced himself not to look at Luca's expression. As if he was trying to escape, he quickly picked up the steaming teacup on the table and brought it to his mouth. Achim? A mouthful of hot tea slid into Wu Yan's mouth. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach. In the next second, it was as if a ball of carefully prepared honey had exploded in his body, and a wave of warmth spread in his stomach. For a moment, it filled Wu Yan's entire body. Yet, the taste was unusually cool. It was contradictory to the extreme. Yet it felt natural. It was incredible. This tea. Wu Yan looked at the tea in the cup in astonishment. He didn't even think about it before he blurted out his comment. Incredible. As long as Lord Lune likes it. Luca seemed happy to see Wu Yan drink the tea. His eyes curved slightly. This is tea made from herbs. I have already mixed it. Although it is not a famous tea, it is my own invention. That's really amazing. Wu Yan took another sip of the hot tea. Even though it was hot tea, it tasted cool. To be able to fill his body with warmth after entering his stomach was definitely not an exaggeration to say that it was incredible. What kind of tea is this? This is spirit herb tea, herbal tea? Luca nodded and explained. The Yekyublade people are good at herbalism, but the herbs are used according to different ways. Different compounding methods, different types. It is divided into many fields. Some teas made from herbs that have a good effect on the body are called spirit herb teas. So it's good for the body. Wu Yan had some admiration. That must be very expensive, right? This is a tea that I mixed myself. I can't comment on the price. Luca used a calm expression to state a fact that no one could ignore. But if the herbs used to make the tea were to be sold in the market, a conservative estimate would be that it could be sold for 300,000 ekels. 300,000 ekels. Wu Yan was shocked. Even though it has only been 2 to 3 months since he came to this world, Wu Yan had a rough idea of the value of money in this world. 300,000 ekels, compared to the bag of gold that Wu Yan tossed to Yashur today, it was definitely not much less. 300,000 ekels was just the price of the herbs. If he were to buy the tea directly, the price would definitely be several times higher. It was only now that Wu Yan realized how expensive the tea in his hand was. I really didn't expect this. But if it's good for the body, it's not that unacceptable. Wu Yan bitterly laughed as he slowly tasted the tea in his hand and casually asked. Then, what's the effect of this tea? This. For some reason, Luca stuttered as if there was something that she couldn't say. This made Wu Yan feel a little depressed. Why is today's Luca so different from her usual self? Then, it's time to go to sleep. Luca, who was stuttering, suddenly said and stood up in a hurry. It's already very late, all right? Wu Yan gloomily swallowed the last mouthful of tea in the cup. He stood up and looked around. Luca, where's the bed? Luca pointed at the coffin in the middle of the room that was covered in white flowers. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he looked at the coffin. You want me to sleep in that coffin? That's not a coffin. Luca kindly reminded him. That's a bed in the style of Yecublade. It's a convenient piece of furniture that can be buried directly during a funeral. All right, so you want me to sleep in this convenient piece of furniture? Luca nodded. Wu Yan was speechless. In my life, I've slept in good beds, bad beds, floors, sofas, but I've never slept in a coffin. Wu Yan was speechless. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to sleep in a coffin. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Lord Loon? Luca lowered her head when she heard Wu Yan's words. You don't like it? I can't answer the question of whether I like her or not. Wu Yan scratched his face in a conflicted manner. However, I'm more concerned about one thing. If I sleep in this coffin, this bed, where will you sleep? Me. Luca blinked her eyes and was at a loss. Shouldn't I be sleeping with Lord Loon? Ha! Wu Yan laughed dryly. He felt like he would lose if he took this seriously. There's no other way. Wu Yan sighed. He had a lot of things he wanted to say. Then sleep, Luca's small face bloomed and became bright. What Luca did next made Wu Yan unable to react in time. Luca slowly reached for the straps on her shoulders and gently pulled them down. Soon after, the seemingly light nightgown on her body slid down her body and fell to the ground. Luca's fair and delicate body was completely exposed to the air, without a trace of cover. Luca? Wu Yan's face stiffened. But why did you take off your clothes? It's cold at night. Luca answered matter-of-factly. That's why I have to warm Lord Loon with my body. You're not warming me, you're inviting me to commit a crime. Wu Yan wanted to bang his head against the wall. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? Eat. At first, Luca tilted her head in confusion. Then, she realized what he meant by eat. A blush appeared on her pretty face as she began to blush shyly. If Lord Long doesn't mind. Lord Long, after this, please come with me to the village of Yecublade. I have to introduce Lord Long to my adoptive father. Meet your parents? Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Is she implying that I have to take responsibility if I can't control myself? Could this be the legendary forced marriage? Wu Yan felt his head start to hurt. It seems the month he's about to spend in Luca's room isn't as peaceful as he thought. Wu Yan felt something was wrong with his body. The blood in his body seemed to have started to flow faster, and a strange heat was surging through his body. His mouth felt dry, and at the same time, an unknown evil fire appeared in his heart. Wu Yan was stunned. He didn't know what to think, and he looked at Luca with his mouth agape. You drugged the tea? Of course not. Luca shook her head like a rattledrum, but this time, Wu Yan doesn't believe her. Then why do I feel hot all of a sudden? That's... Luca turned her head away awkwardly. That's the effect of the tea. Effect? Wu Yan had a bad feeling about this. What effect? That. Luca was like a child who had done something wrong and answered in a mosquito's voice. Strengthening energy. Looking at Luca's naked and alluring body, listening to her answer, he felt the lust rising in his heart and his vision turned black. He knew he was going to be sad tonight. Chapter 1386. In the following days, Wu Yan's life could only be described as an abyss of suffering. The reconstruction of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was in full swing. As a member of the student council, the amount of effort needed to contribute to the rebuilding of the academy would definitely not be small. Among other things, Wu Yan is in charge of calculating the funds needed to rebuild the academy, assigning jobs to the staff, students, and dragon race members. Also, he is in charge of the types and designs of the buildings being rebuilt. Wu Yan is in charge of all of this. Logically speaking, these tasks should be handled by the president of the student council. After all, the person who made all the arrangements for the reconstruction work was already considered the person with the highest authority in the reconstruction work of the academy. As the president of the student council, it was only right for Leibeka to handle these matters. However, Leibeka still had to sort out the matter of the Corpse Grey Dragon Army attacking the Ansari Academy and report it to the Knighthood Kingdom. She also had to explain and discuss with the relevant higher-ups. Sometimes, she even had to go to the city council for a meeting. Her workload was already very heavy, so she couldn't take care of the academy. Thus, all the arrangements for the reconstruction of the academy were made. All of them fell to Wu Yan, the student council's assistant. The position of assistant was originally meant to fill in for the absence of the vice president and secretary of the student union. It was established to support Rebecca, the president of the student council. Now that Leibeka was busy and couldn't participate in the reconstruction of the academy, Wu Yan naturally had to take on the responsibility as her assistant. This wasn't an easy task. The Ansari Dragon Academy was no ordinary academy. It was known as the Academy City, so one could imagine how vast the Ansari Dragon Academy needed to be rebuilt. The workload was huge. At least, Wu Yan felt that ever since he took on this job, he didn't have time to rest except at night. No, he didn't even have time to rest at night. Of course, the reason why he didn't have time to rest at night wasn't related to the construction of the academy. It has nothing to do with the rebuilding of the academy, it's mainly because of Wu Yan's roommate, Luca. Luca was the secretary of the student council. In other words, after Wu Yan joined the student council, Luca had been absent. Her work, it was all done by Wu Yan as her assistant. However, the reason why Luca was absent was because Gawain refused to let her ride him. She was so depressed that she didn't even attend classes. It was understandable that she didn't work in the student council. Since Luca and Gawain's relationship had recovered, the secretary naturally returned to the student council. To be honest, Luca helped Wu Yan a lot during the reconstruction of the academy during the day. She made sure that Wu Yan didn't even have the time to take a breather. Although he didn't have the time to rest, the work went smoothly and it was quite relaxing. But at night, Luca would change and become Wu Yan's biggest problem. It was because this girl seemed to be thinking about something more than friendship with Wu Yan all the time. When he really lived in Luca's room and stayed with her, Wu Yan realized that he had underestimated Luca. Luca had a slender personality. She was usually quiet and expressionless. She was a fresh and refined girl like a fairy. She was also very weak in her bones. She was a typical soft girl. With Luca's personality, even if she really had an unusually good impression of someone, she might be hesitant and unable to make up her mind to confess. And if she was asked to take the initiative to push down the opposite sex like Meijio and origami, it was something that she would never do even if she was beaten to death. This was Wu Yan's impression of Luca. So, it wasn't until he started living with Luca that he felt the need to change his impression of her. Indeed, Luca was a typical soft girl. It was impossible for her to push the opposite sex. However, she would try her best to make Wu Yan take the initiative to push her down. Luca couldn't seduce him, but she dared to drug him. She couldn't take the initiative, but she dared to be extremely passive. On the first night alone, Luca made Wu Yan drink some spiritual strengthening herbal tea. It was conceivable that she, who became bolder and bolder, came up with some horrible methods to make Wu Yan turn into a wolf. It wasn't until later that Wu Yan found out that Luca had been lighting up incense sticks in her room that can relax one's mind and strengthen one's energy. She's trying to break down Wu Yan's resistance against her. Coupled with the fact that Luca would occasionally use all sorts of methods to turn him into a wolf that he couldn't even fathom, she would even sleep with him naked at night. Wu Yan didn't know how many times he almost pushed this little vixen down. Unfortunately, every time when Wu Yan almost turned into a wolf, Luca would stubbornly add a sentence. I hope that Lord Lune will come with me to the village of Yekyubrad after this and meet my adoptive father, the current chief of the Yekyubrad tribe. According to the customs of the Yekyubrad tribe, bringing the opposite sex back to meet the chief or parents meant an engagement. In the future, they would have to be married together. Pushing her down was a small matter. Marriage was a big matter. What a scumbag. Therefore, Wu Yan couldn't do it until he was sure that he really had some kind of feelings for Luca. Because of this, Wu Yan spent the night in an abyss of suffering. He was hugging a delicate and soft girl in his arms, and she was completely naked. She had even given him some formula to strengthen his energy and break down his resistance, causing his body to react very faithfully. In the end, he couldn't even eat her skin and bones. What a painful thing that would be. If this doesn't count as an abyss of suffering, Wu Yan would feel that his life before this was way too good. However, after a long period of sex, Wu Yan and Luca got along better. Luca was no longer as respectful to him as before. Although she kept calling him Lord Roland, her tone and behavior were no longer as respectful as before. Now, they were getting along like friends. Moreover, whether it is at work or in life, Luca has always rushed to help Wu Yan, taking care of Wu Yan. She's more considerate than anyone else. Now, she's even washing Wu Yan's underwear. She's just like a good wife and a loving mother. Wu Yan's heart has been tugged at by her. If it went on like this, Wu Yan might not be able to resist the temptation and go back to her hometown to marry her. Of course, Cosette was dissatisfied with Luca's taking care of her daily life. This was supposed to be her job. However, Sylvia had been acting strangely recently. She didn't talk much and would be absent-minded from time to time during work. Even when she was sleeping, she would stare blankly at the sky, as if she had something on her mind. She was even more silent than Luca, which made Cosette very worried. Under such circumstances, Cosette didn't have time to compete with Luca to take care of Wu Yan. She was racking her brains to find a way to restore Sylvia to her original state. Unfortunately, before Cosette could think of a solution, her peaceful life was once again disrupted. Boom! One morning, an explosive sound accompanied by a shockwave reverberated in front of Epona House. Like an earthquake, the entire Epona dormitory shook slightly. The glass windows also trembled. In the dormitory, the girls of the advanced classes screamed and caused a commotion. What's going on? Following a nervous voice, the window of the Eponash royal family's private room was opened, revealing Sylvia's panicked face. However, when Sylvia poked her head out of the window, the scene that entered her eyes caused her to freeze on the spot. Excuse me. On the empty ground in front of Epona's house, a beautiful woman wearing a yellow-green dragon riding suit saluted Sylvia energetically. I am the court's first-rank postmistress, Ovida Brown? Ovida Brown. Sylvia? Lord Lehman's fourth princess. The woman named Ovida took out a scroll from her bag. The Night King has a letter for you. Father. Sylvia was shocked. Chapter 1387. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Epona. In the royal family's room, Sylvia sat in front of her desk. She took out the scroll she had just received from the postman and carefully tore it open. Night King, Eoward? Larma. As soon as this name was mentioned, as long as it was a citizen of the Knight's Kingdom of Loria, there would be no one who would not be in awe. However, only those who were truly familiar with Orvard would know that this Night King in name was actually quite disappointing when they actually met him. It's not that Eoward is incompetent as the Night King. He's not an incapable ruler either. On the contrary, he's very amiable and considerate towards the knighthood. However, compared to his wife, dead son, and 4 daughters, Eoward is too mediocre. Not only is his appearance mediocre, there's nothing special about his personality. As the Night King, he doesn't have the demeanor of a royal family. He doesn't have the temperament and cultivation that he should have. His ability to handle political affairs is much weaker than others. His strength isn't as strong as Veronica's. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's just an ordinary person. Moreover, he's not a dragon cultivator like Sylvia. He's simply mediocre. He doesn't look like a king at all. Instead, he looks more like an amiable old man. Thus, as the current Night King, although Eoward has real power, he knows that he's not a king. He's not an outstanding king. Thus, Eoward simply handed over most of the political affairs to his outstanding subordinates. He also gave almost all of the real power of the Knight royal family to Veronica. He himself is living a leisurely life and can enjoy it very much. Because of this, Sylvia, who knows what kind of person her birth father is, treated Eoward's letter so seriously. With Eoward's lazy personality, he actually gave up on his enjoyment and spent so much effort to write a letter to Sylvia. Thinking about it, it must be something urgent or important that Sylvia has to be careful. After reading Alvard's letter in detail, Sylvia was even more certain of her suspicions. This was indeed a very important matter. Sylvia threw the letter on the table and leaned back in her chair as if she lost all her strength. Her icy blue eyes looked at the ceiling in a daze. She muttered to herself, "Participate in the Continental Conference?" That's right. Night King Eowald's letter clearly told Sylvia that Sylvia was to participate in the Continental Conference. The Continental Conference is a conference held every 5 years. It gathers the leaders of all the top factions in Aluxtran. During the Continental Conference, Lorimon Knighthood, Shepron Kingdom, Sepharos Empire, Rovlock Merchant City, and Espadar Hall will unite. These 5 forces that each held a place in the Aruxtran continent would send their own representatives to gather together for an important summit that would determine the future of the Aruxtran continent. The Continental Congress was a tradition of the Aluxtran continent. Back then, of the Lorimon Knighthood of Lorimon Knighthood Empire. The conference Amon continent Amon of the conference. Amon Amaman the of Amon Amon, of knighthood of Amon the continent had. Was Amon Amaman. One could only imagine how important the continent's congress was to the various peak powers of Aluxtran. Now, the Continental Conference that is held every 5 years is finally going to be held again. Thus, Night King Eoward ordered Sylvia to return to the capital of Lorimon Knighthood, Fantion City, and attend the Continental Conference. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that every Continental Conference is hosted by Rosa Maria Church. The core of the Church of Mary, the Espada Basilica, was in charge of hosting the event. Furthermore, the location of the event was decided by the current Pope of the Espada Basilica through divination. The current Pope of Espadar Hall has already divined the location of this year's Continental Conference and announced it to the entire Aluxtran continent. It is the capital of Lorimon Knighthood, Fantion City. Fantion City, which is located in the center of Fantion City's capital, must be in a state of chaos. They must be preparing for the Continental Conference, right? In other words, it won't be long before the representatives of the top factions of Aluxtran arrive at the capital of Lorimon Knighthood. They might even gather in the capital of Lorimon Knighthood. This matter could not be said to be small. However, Sylvia was only annoyed. She wasn't in a hurry. Originally, Sylvia had been troubled by a certain matter during this period of time. Now, before the matter had been resolved, her home had become the venue for the Continental Conference, and even her student had to attend the conference. How could Sylvia not be annoyed? Moreover, Eoward didn't only ask her to go to Fantion City. There are others apart from her as well. Sigh. With a sigh, Sylvia walked to her bed in a mess and fell down. Her skirt flew up and the lower half of her fat-two suit was completely exposed to the air. "Your Highness, you're being too rude." Corset, who had prepared black tea for Sylvia, happened to walk in and saw this scene. "You don't look like a princess at all. Don't mind me," Sylvia said in a muffled voice. "There's no one else here anyway. Let me relax for a bit." Corset shook her head with a smile but didn't say anything else. Putting the black tea in his hand on the table, Corset glanced at the letter written by Alvard on the table and asked, "What did the Night King say in the letter?" Sylvia's voice became even more muffled. "He ordered me to return to Fantion City and attend the Continental Conference." "Really?" Corset's eyes lit up. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The Continental Conference is a conference that only the representatives of the top factions in Aluxtran can attend. It will decide the future of the continent. Such an important meeting also meant that those who could attend would definitely become the most important figures in their respective factions in the future. The fact that Sylvia was present proved that the royal family of knights really intended to push her up the ranks. How can Corset not be happy for Sylvia? However, Sylvia was still in a bad mood. "But you know, with my abilities, attending a conference like this is too much of a burden. Your Highness, how can you think that way?" Corset raised an eyebrow. Did you forget? Lord Loon hates it when you give up before you do anything. If he finds out, he will be very disappointed. I know. Sylvia couldn't help but care. Although she still looked unhappy, she sat up from the bed and tidied up her messy skirt. Seeing this, Cosette secretly heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, Sylvia had always looked as if she had something on her mind, which really worried Cosette. But now, Cosette was a little relieved. At the very least, no matter how depressed Sylvia is, she still cares about Wu Yen, right? Then, forgive my rudeness. Cosette politely informed Sylvia and immediately picked up the letter from the Night King on the table and began to read it. It didn't take long for Cosette to raise her eyebrows and laugh out loud. Bring Loon with you when you return home? With Randall? Is this a meeting with the parents? Ah! Sylvia was stunned for a moment before her pretty face turned red with a bang. What nonsense are you talking about? Ah, isn't that right? Of course not. Sylvia didn't hide her wavering. Father's letter also said to bring Yashur and Yak. How could he mean that? Well, this only means that the Night King doesn't mean that. Cosette gloated. But Your Highness, don't you want to bring Lord Loon to see your father? You... Shut up. Sylvia's face flushed red as she grabbed a pillow and threw it at Cosette with all her might. Cosette hurriedly caught the pillow thrown by Sylvia, and the smile on her face grew wider. The princess has finally returned to her normal self. Chapter 1388. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Student Council Office. That's it for the details. In a meeting with all the members of the student council, Wu Yen rubbed his eyebrows. He explained the report of the reconstruction of the academy as well as its progress and arrangements before exhaling deeply. He sat down and gave his closing remarks. So, if there are no accidents, the reconstruction work of the academy should be almost done in about 10 days. Although it can't be said to be completely restored to its previous functions, it shouldn't be a problem if it's just for classes. We should also arrange for the start of the school term. That's great. Yashur was the first to rejoice. It's been so long since we've had classes and we've been staying in a hotel. I'm not used to it. Well done, Roland. Leibeka praised him. It's all thanks to you that the academy's reconstruction is going so smoothly. You've contributed greatly this time. It would have been hard for me to do it alone. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. Without Luca, Sylvia, and Yashur's help, let alone being successful, even the progress might have been delayed quite a bit. I don't dare to take all the credit, especially Luca. She helped me a lot. It's nothing. It's my duty to help Master Roland. Luca was a little shy as she lowered her head regretfully. What a pity. I can't stay with Master Roland anymore. Ma. Luca's voice is a bit soft, but Wu Yen, who is sitting beside her, heard it. He quickly covered it up. You'll have a chance in the future. Luca's expression eased up a bit. It seems like the people around them didn't hear what Luca said. Wu Yen sighed in relief. One must know that the matter of him eating, living, and sleeping together with Luca was only known to Yashur at present. The other girls still didn't know. If the rest of the girls found out about this, they would not be able to do anything. Wu Yen didn't even need to think to know how he would be treated. So, it's best to keep it a secret for now. It's for my own good. Regardless, without your help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Leibeka smiled at Wu Yen. At the same time, he said apologetically. As the president of the student council, I didn't help much in the rebuilding of the academy. I'm really ashamed. Guild leader, please don't say that. Yashur comforted. The guild leader also has his own matters to attend to. We understand. Yak was the one who had nothing to do. She had nothing to do. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a muffled sound reverberated clearly from under the table. At the same time, Yashur's face turned completely green as he howled in grief. Aiku snorted coldly. She silently retracted her foot that was stepping on Yashur's foot and drank her tea. That nonchalant look of hers, as if nothing had happened, really made one's heart tremble. Rebecca, how are things on your side? Wu Yan shook his head and looked at Rebecca. When the corpse dragon army attacked the academy, did the royal family of knights not do anything? I'm also troubled by this. Rebecca frowned and rubbed her chin. I've sorted out the details many times and had a lot of discussions with the city council. The report should have been sent to Fantion City, but the royal family of knights' response left me scratching my head. Oh? Wu Yan looked at Rebecca with everyone's gaze. How should I put this? They said. Rebecca met Wu Yan's gaze. How about we wait for Roland? We can talk face to face after Randall arrives at Fantion City. Wait for me to arrive at Fantion City? Wu Yan was stunned. Lord Roland? Luca and the others were also confused. Are you going to Fantion City? How is that possible? Wu Yan was confused. I've never thought about going to Fantion City. Then what's going on? Rebecca tilted her head in confusion. Why would they give such an answer? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. None of them could make sense of what was going on. It was also at this moment that Sylvia raised her hands submissively and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. I can explain, Everyone was stunned for a moment. They looked at Sylvia suspiciously, causing Sylvia's face to stiffen. You can explain? Wu Yan asked in confusion. Sylvia, did you receive any news? That. Sylvia's ears turned red, and her gaze drifted around, causing everyone to be surprised. Though they didn't ask, they all saw Sylvia's recent state of mind. They knew Sylvia had something on her mind and wasn't in a good mood. It wasn't convenient for them to ask, and Sylvia didn't say anything even if they asked. They could only wait and see. Now that Sylvia was like this, could it be that her problem had been solved? Thinking of this, everyone also released a kind smile. Take your time. Wu Yan handed Sylvia a cup of black tea. Have some tea first, thank you. Sylvia blushed and took the black tea. She took a sip and looked around at everyone. When she saw the kind smiles on everyone's faces, Sylvia mustered up her courage. Actually, my father sent a letter saying he wants to meet Rune. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Then, loud gasps of surprise echoed throughout the student council office. Meet me? Wu Yan flinched at her words. Is that what he means? Yashur asked hesitantly. Meet the parents? Meet the parents? Wu Yan was even more shocked. Meet the parents. Luca gasped. She grabbed Wu Yan's arm out of reflex. No, I can't. I can't? Sylvia's face was starting to redden, but when she heard Luca's words, her body tensed up. Why not? Because. Luca stuttered. After a while, she spoke with tears in her eyes. Even if you want to meet the parents, Lord Rune has to come with me to the village to meet my godfather first. What kind of twisted logic is this? Sylvia's aura was slowly becoming more and more imposing. You want to ignore the Night King's summons and go somewhere else? How unbelievable! In the face of Sylvia's imposing manner, Luca met her head-on, out of the ordinary. Status doesn't mean everything when it comes to love. What did you say? Sylvia's face reddened. I don't want to use my status to date anyone. Then it's first come, first served. Luca tightened her grip on Wu Yan's arm. Lord Rune, you have to come with me to Yekablad to meet my godfather. You. Sylvia's fingers trembled in anger. What's going on? Wu Yan couldn't bear to watch and turned to Rebecca. President, are you going to leave them in the lurch? Well, personally speaking, I can understand their actions. Rebecca's words caused the entire place to fall into silence once more. After all, the people from my family also said that they wanted to see you and asked me to bring you back. Even Rebecca? Luca looked at Rebecca in disbelief. No way. Sylvia was also confused. What's going on? Wu Yan couldn't help but ask. I've never heard of it. That's because I don't think there's a need. Rebecca glanced at Wu Yan with a half-smile. The people of the Randall family want to see you because you, who is my guard and given the surname Randall by me, have defeated the strongest Captain Ursula. This made the people of the family ecstatic. Each of them expressed that they want to see you, An outsider who has the surname of the family. I think they want to try their best to rope you in, so I didn't think about bringing you back. I see. Wu Yan was relieved. Sylvia and Luca also let out a sigh of relief. However, reality proved that it was still too early for them to be relieved. However, putting aside my family, I actually want to bring you back home to meet my family. Rebecca's words shocked everyone. No matter what, you're the only person of the opposite sex who has moved my heart. For a moment, Sylvia and Luca emitted a deadly aura of resentment. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Chapter 1389. The next day, early morning. Today, the reconstruction of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was almost complete. Other than some of the less important and less practical buildings, basically everything that should have been there had been restored. On the main street of the academy, uniformed students were chatting and laughing while taking a stroll in the rebuilt academy. This scene was very reassuring. Currently, the reconstruction of the academy was still in progress and the classes had not yet resumed. However, the students had already received news that in about 10 days at the latest, the Ansari Dragon Academy would once again welcome classes and the students would resume their own classes. Therefore, even though the students were looking forward to the arrival of classes, there were also many who wanted to play as much as possible before classes started. Therefore, students could be seen everywhere in the academy enjoying the last period of their holiday. In the open space in front of Epona's dormitory, Wu Yan, Yashur, and Yak were standing there. Moreover, they weren't wearing their usual uniforms. At this moment, Wu Yan was wearing the academy's dragon riding uniform. The hem of his coat was fluttering in the wind. This caused the entire space to reverberate with the fluttering of his coat. On the other hand, Yashur was wearing a nice-looking uniform. The uniform was embroidered with the insignia of the Night Palace and had a bow tie. It looked very stylish. However, those who were in the know knew that the uniform was stylish, but it was actually a servant's uniform in the palace style. Not only was Yashur wearing a palace-style servant's uniform, even Yak, who was standing next to him, was wearing a palace-style servant's uniform. Wearing such clothes, Wu Yan, Yashur, and Yak stood together. It was as if some royal family was about to bring their two servants out for an inspection. This caused Yashur to be embarrassed and Yak's expression to be a bit unsightly. Not long after, Yak angrily complained in a loud voice. They actually made a noble dragon wear this kind of servant's uniform. Is this how the Night Kingdom treats dragons who are connected to their lives? Just bear with it for a while. Yashur finally heard Yak's complaint and showed an expected expression. He made a pre-prepared appeasement. Aren't I also wearing servant's uniform? Unfortunately, Yashur's consolation only brought about the opposite effect. You're a servant to begin with. Yak retorted matter-of-factly. How can a mere watchdog compare to the honorable dragon clan? Ashu immediately choked. Alright, Yak, stop complaining. At the side, Yak said. Wuyan shrugged. This is also for Sylvia, isn't it? Needless to say, the fact that Yashio and Yak had dressed up like this was naturally not their own will. In fact, this was Cosette's proposal. Although Fenshin City wasn't too far away from Ansari City, it wasn't a place where one could go whenever they wanted to. If he used the usual method of moving, he might not be able to reach it even after an entire day. In order not to waste time, the only way to travel to Fantion City was to ride on a dragon. However, this was where the problem came from. Yashur's faute was Yak. Although she was a dragon, with Yak's form, not to mention whether she was willing to let Yashur ride on her head, from a physical point of view, even if she was willing, by the time Yak ran to Fenshin City on foot, the Continental Conference would already be over. Yak was also in human form, so she couldn't move as fast as a dragon. Naturally, she was reduced to a spectator. In this way, Yashur and Yak could only choose to ride on Lancelot and head to Fantion City like Sylvia. However, for the princess of a country to ride together with a male student, who was even her classmate at that, it wasn't strange for there to be some kind of ridiculous rumors, right? After all, the thing that attracted the curiosity of the reporters the most was the love affairs of the royal family. It was commonly known as gossip and privacy. Even if Sylvia and Yashur were innocent, the reporters could still write something black out of something white. In order to prevent rumors from spreading on the way to Fantion City with Sylvia, Corset suggested that Yashur and Yak dress up as servants. It was a very common thing for the royal family to bring their servants out to travel. This way they could avoid the gossip of others. Yak knew this very well, so she didn't yell directly. However, she still complained more or less. "I'm also a dragon princess. Why do I have to be treated like this?" Yak's expression was unbearably sour. She pointed at Wu Yen, who didn't seem to care at all. "Also, even I, a girl, dress up like this. You also don't ride your own dragon. Why don't you use it? You should be like Yashur. If you ride with Sylvia, there will be rumors, right?" "Don't ask me that question." Wu Yen rolled his eyes. "I don't really care what I dress up like. It's fine as long as I can meet people." Corset said, "I don't need it." "Why?" Yak couldn't get over it. "Why don't you use it?" "Because even if there are rumors between Lord Roan and Her Highness, it won't be a big deal." Sylvia and Corset appeared in front of Epona Lodge's door and walked over. "Lord Roan defeated Commander Usula. That's enough for the reporters to not write anything unsightly." Corset winked at Yak with a smile. "Moreover, if there really is a rumor, my princess will probably be very happy. Don't talk nonsense over there." Sylvia glared at Corset. Wu Yen and the others could clearly see that her white ears had turned slightly red. Today, Sylvia also had her bright blonde hair coiled up. She was wearing a dragon riding robe embroidered with the insignia of the royal family of knights. Her neck and ears were completely exposed under the sunlight, and it wasn't strange for everyone to see that her ears were red. Well, Your Highness, don't be shy." Corset seemed to be in high spirits. She didn't stop after Sylvia's reprimand. Instead, she attacked again. "Your Highness, this is a meeting between the parents. Don't you dare deny that you're not excited at all." "I'm ready to go." Sylvia hurriedly summoned Lancelot. A wide-range magic formation rippled beneath her feet. "Heed my summons and come here." "Lancelot, roar!" A loud and clear roar echoed from the magic array, gradually becoming louder and louder. Lancelot's silver body also appeared in the magic array, majestically making his appearance. Sylvia flipped over and leaped onto Lancelot's back. "You guys get on as well. Then let's go." Wu Yen shook his head. He didn't say anything else. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped up lightly. He landed on Lancelot's back. Corset also took the laced apron of her maid uniform and flew up like a flower. Yashur and Yak stood in place. They stared at Wu Yen and Corset's suave way of mounting their horses. After a long time, Yak gave an order. "You hurry up and fly up as well. Don't force me. You know I can't do it, right?" "Ske, you're so useless. I'm just an ordinary person. Don't compare me. Then I'll give you the Holy Knight armor. Don't lose the scene. Give me a cool entrance." "You're willing to give me the Holy Knight armor just for a cool entrance? Isn't your Holy Knight armor too cheap?" "What do you mean by present?" "It's just a replica. It's not a present." "Then what should I do?" After saying that, Yashio and Yak once again stared at each other with their small eyes. "Anything is fine." On Lancelot's back, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but yell. "Anyway, get on first. Don't waste my time." Yashur and Yak looked at each other and fell silent. In the end, they obediently went under Lancelot's body and climbed up the dragon's back along with Lancelot's reins. "You're ready, right?" Sylvia smiled bitterly and pulled on the reins in her hand. "Then let's go." "Roar!" Lancelot faced the sky and let out a long howl. Like an arrow, he soared into the sky and flew towards the distant horizon. Chapter 1390. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling down dazzling rays of sunlight that illuminated the entire land and the bustling city below. Fantion City, the capital of the Loriman knighthood, where the royal family of knights and the royal palace were located. Compared to Ansari City, regardless of importance, in terms of land area and prosperity, Fantion City was several levels ahead of Ansari City. The tall city walls drew a path in a very regular pattern, surrounding the entire city of Fantion. There were streets, urban areas, and rivers inside. It was just like a small country. There were a lot of people in Fantion City. Although it wasn't a sea of people, it could still be a sea of people if they gathered together. The buildings were more elegant, like small courtyards. It was said that they were all built according to the style of the Shepron Kingdom, the suzerain of the Lorimon Kingdom of Knighthood. If one looked down from the sky above Fantion City, they would discover that the city walls that surrounded Fantion City formed a pattern. That pattern had traces of the royal family's emblem, as well as the shadow of the star carving of the dragon nurturer. Similarly, it also had a part of the flag of King Xiapulong. Although the overall combination couldn't be described as beautiful, it was more than enough to say that it was exquisite. By the way, Fantion City also had city walls. It seemed to separate the entire Fantion City into regions. Because of this, it looked more like a small country. However, the regions were connected to each other. There was no priority. If one had to say which region was more important, then only the central region was more important than the other regions. That was because the royal palace of the Lorimon Knighthood, the castle that was shaped like a tower, Fantion City, was located here. Originally, Fantion City was a metropolis with Fantion City as the center. Therefore, it was understandable that the central region of Fantion City was more important than the other regions. Fantion City, which was located in the central region of Fantion City, was about to become the venue for this continental conference. The representatives of the top forces from all over the continent would gather and decide the future direction of the continent. Such an important conference was held here. It also made the atmosphere of Fantion City tense. Of course, it was only the central region with Fantion City as the center that was nervous. This was the real venue for the Continental Conference. Therefore, on normal days, the rarely seen Dragon Knights seemed to have gathered in one place today. They rode their respective holy dragons and circled back and forth above Fantion City. The Dragon Knights were all armed, and their faces were solemn. These Dragon Knights. They were all Dragon Knights of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. During the Continental Conference, the venue and the safety of the representatives of the top forces naturally became the most important. Under such circumstances, the knighthood couldn't afford to be careless. Thus, during the limited time the Continental Conference was held, Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights would gather and be in charge of guarding before and after the conference. When Lancelot brought Wu Yen and the others to Fantion City, the vigilant Dragon Knights all rode their holy dragons and adjusted their magic power, causing a whirlwind of magic power to sweep up above Fantion City. However, these Dragon Knights all seemed to recognize Lancelot. They knew that Lancelot was Sylvia's fall. When they confirmed that it was Lancelot and Sylvia on the dragon's back, the magic power in the sky gradually calmed down. "Your Highness Sylvia." A moment later, all the Dragon Knights in the sky above Fantion City lined up neatly and bowed to Sylvia in unison. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Sylvia responded to the Dragon Knights in a loud voice. With a serious expression, she slowly landed in Fantion City. The Dragon Knights dispersed and continued to be on guard. Phew, Yashur, who had been holding his breath since the beginning, let out a long sigh and wiped away the cold sweat that had dripped down from his forehead without him knowing. What a tight security. It's the beginning of the Continental Conference after all. It's necessary to be on guard. Wu Yen looked around at the holy dragons circling in the sky and nodded. With such a scale of security, I'm sure even the big countries wouldn't dare to act recklessly, right? Of course. Sylvia couldn't help but straighten her back proudly. The Lorimon Knighthood is a famous knight order even in the entire continent. Although the Lorimon Knighthood is only a small country, in terms of military power, the knighthood is definitely not weaker than the big countries. That's because of the dragons. Yak quickly took the credit. Without the dragons, how could the knighthood be so mighty? The knighthood and the dragons are one. Sylvia retorted with some dissatisfaction. You're being too unreasonable by separating the dragons from the knighthood, aren't you? I didn't mean that. Yak immediately turned her head away in embarrassment. I'm just reminding you not to forget the contributions of the dragons. None of the knights will forget what the dragons have brought to us. Sylvia was very serious when she said this. So, Yak, I hope you don't treat us as outsiders. All right, it's my fault. Yak was helpless. As they spoke, Lancelot landed in front of Fantion City's gates and laid down on the ground. Everyone dismounted from the dragon's back and began to examine the city. It looked like an ancient castle with layers of buildings stacked on top of each other. The top of the building had a sharp shape, so it looked like a large tower. It flashed with a steel-like luster under the sun. Obviously, in terms of sturdiness, it was definitely not bad. The gates slowly opened as the group dismounted from Lancelot's back. The two majestic dragons carved on the gates were imprinted in everyone's vision. They could faintly see the light in the eyes of the two dragons. It was very vivid. Under Sylvia's lead, Wu Yen, Cosette, Yak, and Yashur walked up the stairs and entered the city. A moment later, a magnificent hall appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone could clearly see that around the resplendent hall, there were statues of knights and dragons arranged in an orderly manner as if they were guarding something. Along with these statues, there were also 2 rows of maids dressed in the style of the palace. In the center of the hall stood a bespectacled head maidservant who looked much older than Cosette. Welcome back. In the hall of Fantion City, the maidservants lowered their heads and bowed deeply. Your Highness Sylvia. Looking at the 2 neat rows of maids saluting in unison and their loud and clear voices echoing in the surroundings, Yashio and Yak seemed to be shocked and were unable to react for a long time. Sylvia nodded calmly and looked at the bespectacled head maidservant in the center. Long time no see, Frida. Yes, Your Highness Sylvia. The maid named Frida took a step forward. The Night King has been waiting for Your Highness for a long time. Let the guests familiarize themselves with the environment first, Sylvia said, but Frida insisted. Greet the Night King first, this? All right. Sylvia hesitated and nodded helplessly. Frida looked at Wu Yen. She sized up Wu Yen for a bit before opening her mouth. This should be Roland? Sir Randall? Wu Yen paused for a second. What is it? The Night King has orders, Frida said concisely. He wants Sir Roland and Her Highness Sylvia to greet him together. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. So soon? Sylvia seemed surprised as well. Is Imperial Father in such a hurry to see Roland? Please, Sir Roland. Frida didn't answer. Instead, she turned to the side and made an inviting gesture. This maidservant is quite arrogant. Wu Yen nodded nonchalantly when this thought popped up in his mind. I can do it any time, there's no other way. Sylvia sighed. Then let's go. Chapter 1391. Under Corset's care, Wu Yen and Sylvia changed out of their dragon riding clothes and put on formal attire before heading to the Night King's residence. Walking along the endless corridor, Wu Yen stretched his body that was restrained by the formal attire and spoke in a bored tone. Why does the Night King want to see me so soon? Sylvia frowned in confusion. With my father's personality, he shouldn't be the kind of person who is thirsty for talent just because someone is more talented than him. To be honest, I don't really understand. Even you don't understand? Wu Yen continued to stretch his body while asking curiously. Speaking of which, the Night King, who is your father, what kind of person is he? Sylvia's face turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. She seemed to have recalled something that she didn't want to recall. She sighed. You'll find out soon enough. Is that so? I hope you won't be too disappointed. Now that you mention it, I'm curious. Wu Yen has heard rumors about the Night King. Of course, they aren't all that good of a rumor. However, Wu Yen only knew that the Night King was an unqualified king. As for what kind of person the Night King was, Wu Yen didn't know. Seeing Sylvia like this, the Night King didn't seem to leave a good impression on others. What kind of person is he? With that thought in mind, Wu Yan and Sylvia arrived at the Night King's hall. Wu Yan soon found out why Sylvia didn't want to talk about her father. "Oh, I've been waiting for you for a long time. My dear daughter." Along with such a horrifying voice, a black shadow suddenly rushed from the front. Halfway through, it jumped up and drew a perfect parabola in the air. It pounced on Sylvia, who just entered the hall. Wow! Wu Yan didn't expect this. To think that they would be attacked when they came to the hall where they had an audience with the Night King. So, it was a conditioned reflex. Wu Yan sent out a flying kick. It hit the face of the charging black shadow. The black shadow let out a miserable cry. He flew out at a speed faster than when he came, leaving a trail of blood behind him as he landed on his back. It smashed into the floor not far away. Its two legs twitched and straightened, then it stopped moving. Only then did Wu Yan see the full appearance of the attacker. It was a man in luxurious clothes with a cloak behind him. He had an extremely mediocre face and a large beard. It was hard to tell if he was middle-aged or old. At this moment, this uncle, who seemed to be relying on his clothes to support his image, had his face on the ground. Blood was crazily spurting out from his nostrils, and there was a footprint on his face. His eyes were circled, and he looked like he had fainted. It was extremely embarrassing. Where did this guy come from? That's the first sentence Wu Yan uttered with his mouth agape. Even if he wanted to attack someone, he should have sent someone more decent, right? He didn't want to attack us. On the side, Sylvia's eyebrows twitched and the corners of her mouth twitched. He wanted to attack me. Attack you? Wu Yan didn't know what to say. As if she couldn't bear to look at it, Sylvia no longer looked at the uncle who was bleeding profusely on the ground. She turned her head away and squeezed out those words with all her might. "He is my father, the current Night King of the Night Kingdom of Loriman, Alvard." Night King? Wu Yan was stunned. "I know you don't want to believe it," Sylvia said with a sorrowful expression. "But it is the truth." Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but look at Alvard. He looked at the Night King, who was bleeding from his nose and covering his face with circles in his eyes. "In other words, I sent the current Night King flying with a kick, right?" "Yes. Why don't I feel fear? Instead, I feel good all over?" "Don't mind." "Why?" "Because I feel the same way." The two of them looked at Alvard in silence. Wu Yan's heart was in turmoil. He finally understood why Sylvia would always have a look of disgust on her face whenever the Night King Orwald was mentioned, and why she would always try to brush him off. If Wu Yan had such a father, don't even talk about being a prince. Even if he was given the throne, he wouldn't feel that he's lucky enough to be the ruler of this world. He was simply the best of the best. Then, Wu Yan suppressed the turmoil in his heart and rubbed his forehead. Why did he suddenly lunge at me? Sylvia lowered her head and didn't say anything. However, the answer still echoed in the spacious hall. Do you even need to ask? Like a person on the verge of death, Night King Orwald suddenly raised his head. His hand that was covered in blood from his nose trembled as if he was about to die, and he extended it towards Sylvia. "To give my beloved daughter a hug of love." After saying that, Alvard tilted his head and his eyes started to draw circles again. Wu Yan and Sylvia looked at each other and saw the speechless expression on each other's face. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed and looked at Sylvia. "What should we do now?" "Let's go back," Sylvia replied without hesitation. "When he wakes up, he will naturally summon us again." Is that so?" Wu Yan laughed dryly. "Then let's leave it at that. Although I can understand your situation, let's wait a little longer before leaving." Just as Wu Yan and Sylvia were about to turn around and leave, a metallic clanging sound entered their ears. Along with it came the sound of footsteps that reverberated through the entire space. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned their heads at the same time to look at the source of the sound. Wearing a heavy and revealing armor, she slowly walked over from the direction of the throne. Her sharp eyes stared at Wu Yen and Sylvia. Her lips curled into a small grin. "Long time no see, Roland, Sylvia." Wu Yen and Sylvia were stunned. When they realized who it was, they were shocked. Veronica, royal sister? The newcomer was the first princess of Lorraine's Kingdom of Knights, the iron-blooded Valkyrie, Veronica. Behind Veronica, Gu Yen, the captain of her personal guards, followed closely behind her. He was wearing the cold, holy knight armor, and his eyes were equally cold. "You're early." Veronica had a rare smile on her face. "I thought you two would be late." When Sylvia saw Veronica's smile, she felt as if she was a prey being watched by an eagle. She instinctively shrunk her neck. It's mainly because Sylvia thinks it's better to be early. Wu Yen glanced at Sylvia. He knew Sylvia wouldn't be able to answer and could only helplessly answer. "But Your Highness Veronica, why are you here?" "You just called me by my name and now you're calling me Your Highness?" Veronica pursed her lips. She looked at Alvard as if he was a piece of trash and snorted. "I didn't want to see him either, but since you're here, I thought I'd come over to say hello." Wu Yen gasped. "You're here because of me? Isn't that a matter of course?" Veronica's lips curled into a smile. "After all, I'm the one who told him to write a letter to Sylvia and have her bring you here." Wu Yen and Sylvia looked at each other. "What?" Veronica frowned and said with dissatisfaction. "Is that strange?" "Not that it's weird." Wu Yen scratched his cheeks and he asked in an uncertain tone. "But why did you ask me to come over?" "After I left Ansari, something big happened in Ansari, didn't it?" Veronica's hawk-like eyes narrowed. "Let's have a good talk about this." Wu Yen finally understood why Leibecca got that kind of response when she reported to the knighthood about the corpse dragon army attacking the Ansari Dragon Academy. It was all part of Veronica's plan. Chapter 1392. That was a pretty heavy kick. Holding a handkerchief, Ao de Hua wiped his face as if he was washing his face, wiping away the nosebleed and the footprints on his face. At the same time, he added a regretful sentence. "If possible, I wish it was my dear daughter who kicked me." "Do you wish for your daughter to kick you that much?" Veronica lifted her foot coldly and stomped on the ground. Her iron boots collided with the ground and stirred up a small circle of dust. "I don't mind giving you a hand." Alvard shuddered and looked at Sylvia with tears streaming down his face. "I just want to take a good look at my daughter's face after not seeing her for a long time. Is this too much?" "I don't mind letting you see," Sylvia said with a conflicted expression. "Can you please do it in a normal way?" "Yes. My way is very normal," Alvard said solemnly. "As a father, I want to take a good look at my daughter's face after not seeing her for a long time, right?" "That's true." "Then carefully touch every hair and facial features on that beautiful face, and rub my face against it twice. That's not wrong, right? If you dare do that, I won't mind giving you another nosebleed." Wu Yen turned his head away. He didn't want to see Alvard's smitten expression and Sylvia's clenched fists. Knight King Alvard is definitely a daughter-con. Furthermore, he was a daughter-con who only had eyes for Sylvia. What's more, he was a super daughter-con. Wu Yen has seen daughter-con kings before. For example, Sylph's father, Emperor Kite of the Ailu Empire, is also a daughter-con. However, Kite at least has the demeanor of a king. His actions are normal and he even has the strength of a Tier 9 knight. No one would think that he doesn't look like a king. But this Alvard. Demeanor of a king? None at all. Actions? Disgusting. Strength? So weak. How did this guy become the Night King? Did he rely on his royal bloodline? Fortunately, he didn't have any siblings. Otherwise, with the Wang family's power struggle, this fellow would definitely be cheated to the point that he would blame himself for not wearing his underwear properly. Wu Yen ignored Alvard, who was entangled with Sylvia, and shifted his attention to Veronica. What about Ursula? Why didn't he see her? During the Continental Conference, Yuzura was the commander of Laurea's Holy Dragon Knights. He must be responsible for the security of Fenshin City. He should still be arranging manpower now, right? Veronica looked at Wu Yen with a faint smile. Ever since he lost to you in the Ansari Kingdom, Ursula seems to have become more energetic than before, but he also works harder than before, especially during training. He works harder than anyone else. He even said that he would defeat you the next time. That's really something to look forward to. Wu Yen licked the corner of his mouth, a hint of interest appearing in his wine-red eyes. Let's hope Ursula can be stronger. You're the only one in the Kingdom of Knights who can say something like that? Veronica shook her head with a chuckle. I see. You're the divine horseman who defeated Commander Ursula? Alvard, who had been fooling around in front of Sylvia, turned around with a serious expression on his face. When I learned that someone defeated Commander Ursula, I wanted to meet him. She was still thinking about when to meet him, but she didn't expect that. Came so quickly. Wu Yen didn't know what to say when he saw Eoward's serious expression. It was the Night King who wrote a letter to Sylvia asking her to bring him here. Even if it was Veronica's idea, she should at least know his identity, right? Could it be that he didn't know who the person Veronica wanted him to write to Sylvia was from the very beginning? Then why did that arrogant head-maid say that it was the Night King who sent him and Sylvia to greet her? There are too many things to complain about. I'm sorry. Wu Yen resisted the urge to sigh and nodded at the Night King. Then, the reason for summoning me is Her Highness Veronica's idea. The reason for summoning Sylvia is because she wants Sylvia to attend the Continental Congress. Then why did you summon Yashur and Acker? Yashur? Blake and Acker Whelp? Veronica frowned when she heard Wu Yan's words. She looked at Alvard coldly. I didn't hear anything about this. This is my idea. Being stared at by Veronica's terrifying gaze, Alvard remained unmoved. I can't help it. My daughter is too outstanding. She took care of everything in the Continental Congress while I, as her father, had nothing to do. Besides, everyone is busy with work but I have nothing to do. It's too boring. Boring? Wu Yen was speechless. In other words, Sylvia's pretty face also became powerless. You're just looking for someone to kill time with, aren't you? I'm also very curious about humanoid dragons. Alvard laughed out loud, causing Veronica, who was standing at the side, to explode in anger. Boom! The iron boots kicked up a gust of wind and mercilessly lashed out like a whip at Alvarez. Alvarez screamed as his body was sent flying like a giant piece of trash. He smashed into a nearby wall and was embedded into it with his face facing the wall. Sylvia couldn't help but recall the miserable days she had spent under Veronica, and her pretty face paled as she looked at her father's pitiful fate. As expected, Sister Veronica is still as violent and terrifying as ever. Forget about that bastard. Veronica said in an unquestionable tone as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Actually, Roland, I called you here because I have a favor to ask of you. Favor? Wu Yen and Sylvia both turned to look at Veronica. Is it about the Corpse Dragon Army attacking the Ansari Dragon Academy? It's currently a busy time for the Continental Congress. Even though I'd like to hear the reason behind it, let's put it aside for now. Veronica waved her hand. I'm looking for you because of the Continental Congress. The Continental Congress. Wu Yen took a deep breath and adjusted his attitude to be serious. Looks like it won't be that easy. It's actually quite easy, provided that nothing happens. Veronica smiled in satisfaction when she saw Wu Yen turning serious. Actually, I want to ask you to attend the Continental Conference with us as a guard of the Wang family when Sylvia, that bastard, and I attend. Attend the Continental Congress together? Sylvia cried out in shock. Guard? Wu Yen focused on another word. What? There's danger in attending the Continental Congress? That's not it. It's not strange to bring a guard to the Continental Congress. It's just that there's a limit to the number of people attending. Veronica raised her hand to indicate that there's no need to worry. I have no choice but to ask you to attend as a guard. After all, there are many restrictions during the Continental Congress. One of the restrictions is that participants are not allowed to bring their dragon partners with them. There's even a magic barrier set up to prevent people from summoning dragons. Veronica narrowed her eyes at this point. But there's no rule that participants are not allowed to bring weapons. I see. Wu Yan immediately understood. The true strength of the chivalry kingdom lies in their dragons. The Continental Congress prohibits participants from bringing their dragon partners with them. There's also a magic barrier set up to prevent people from summoning dragons. However, it doesn't prohibit participants from bringing weapons with them. It's really unfair to the chivalry kingdom. Under such circumstances, even if Veronica was a powerful warrior, she wouldn't be able to provide a capable guard if something happened to her. Ursula was powerful, but without Galahad, she was just an ordinary girl. That's why Veronica asked Wu Yan to be her guard. After all, not only could Wu Yan fight evenly with Gu Lian, who was equipped with the paladin armor, but Fall was also in his body. He didn't need to bring it or summon it. It could be released from his body at any time. It's not against the rules of the Continental Congress. As a guard, he's the best choice. I'm fine with it. Wu Yan smiled. It's just that I'll change from being the guard of the cowardly princess to the guard of the two princesses. Veronica smiled when she heard that. Then, we'll leave our two princesses to you. Chapter 1393. After making up her mind about the guards, Veronica asked about the Corpse Grey Dragon Army's attack on the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy in detail. It had to be said that Veronica was indeed very concerned about Ansari. Be it the previous time when the Corpse Ash Dragon attacked Ansari City, or this time when the Corpse Ash Dragon Army attacked the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the princess had expressed her concern and treated it with caution. If not for this, Veronica would not have personally gone to Ansari City to check on the situation. This time, she also chose to get a direct description from Wu Yan instead of the whole story from the report. This also made Wu Yan admire Veronica's serious and careful attitude. It's rare for him to be so serious, as he explained the entire incident from start to finish. This included the conversation with Mikuz. When Wu Yan mentioned Mikuz, Sylvia returned to her absent-minded state from a few days ago. She even ignored Veronica's occasional attempts to talk to her. Veronica's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. The person Sylvia was most afraid of was Veronica. Now that Veronica tried to talk to Sylvia, Sylvia fell into a state of absent-mindedness and ignored her completely. This proved that Sylvia had something on her mind. It had reached a very serious stage. Veronica did not express much concern for her sister, but in terms of understanding of Sylvia, even Alvard, who was obsessed with his daughter, could not compare to Veronica. Therefore, Veronica looked at Sylvia deeply for a while before ending the conversation. Before leaving, Sylvia's footsteps were a little hesitant. His gaze also frequently shifted to Alvard, who was embedded in the wall. His ice-blue eyes were like rippling water, and his expression was very uncertain. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and walked out of the hall. Roland! Wu Yan was about to follow her when Veronica suddenly called out to him. Can you help Sylvia with her matters? It sounded like a plea. Gu Lian, who was following behind Veronica, was shocked. Valiant and skilled in battle, with the title of Iron-Blooded Valkyrie, as the current pillar of the Knight's Kingdom of Lorne, when has Veronica ever spoken to others in such a tone? At least, Gu Lian had been protecting Veronica for so many years, but this was the first time he heard Veronica use such a tone. Furthermore, could Sylvia help them? What's going on here? Gu Lian was confused, but Wu Yan understood what Veronica meant. Come to think of it, Sylvia's condition must have worried Veronica as well. She's such a dishonest sister. Wu Yan smiled. Don't look at me like that. I've done a lot to enlighten Sylvia. He left this sentence without even turning his head. Wu Yan walked out of the hall. What a reliable man, I want to take him as my subordinate more and more. Veronica looked at the door. She narrowed her eyes. But isn't he a bit too close to Sylvia? When Veronica said this, her words were full of jealousy, completely forgetting that she was the one who asked for it. Even though Gu Lian's heart was frozen, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Your Royal Highness." Cosette, who was waiting in the corridor, greeted Sylvia with his usual smile when he saw her walking out of the hall. However, Sylvia acted as if she didn't see Cosette. She walked past Cosette and continued forward. "Your Royal Highness?" The smile on Cosette's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of worry. Her Royal Highness seems to have returned to how she was before. "Lord Lune." Wu Yan walked out of the hall and was greeted by Cosette's worried face. Patting Cosette's shoulder to tell her not to worry, Wu Yan took a step forward and caught up with Sylvia, walking side by side with her. Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Cosette's footsteps echoed clearly in the hallway. The atmosphere between the three of them was rather heavy and oppressive. At the same time, Sylvia's heart felt oppressive as well. Sylvia felt a sense of loss as she listened to the footsteps beside her that seemed to be synchronizing with her footsteps. At the same time, her depressed heart also eased a little. Come to think of it, regardless of whether it was during the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack on Ansari, when Royal Sister came to the academy, or when he faced Makaos on the top floor of the Templar Bell Tower, this person was always by his side. He even helped him a lot and became his spiritual pillar. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to obtain Fall and become a dragon cultivator. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to realize the weakness in her heart and bravely face the enemy. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to defeat Wall and obtain Royal Sister's approval. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to get a little comfort when Makaos disturbed her heart. Now, he must have noticed her abnormality and worried him, right? Only now did Sylvia realize how much trouble she had caused for him and how much she relied on him. When would he be able to take charge of something on his own? Did anyone tell you that you're not good at hiding things? Just as Sylvia started complaining to herself, Wu Yan abruptly blurted out such a sentence that made Sylvia stunned. She couldn't help but turn around and look at Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't look back. He walked forward and spoke as if he was talking to himself. "As the princess of the Knight's Kingdom, I'm sure she must have a lot of worries. However, having worries and hiding them are two different things. Even Veronica has been looking for capable assistants and has been sending invitations to Leibecca, Corsette, and me, hasn't she?" His meaning was clear. He wanted Sylvia to learn to rely on others. But Sylvia lowered her head, and her expression changed again. Not long after, it turned into bitterness. "Why are you able to pull me back in time every time?" "I can't help it." Wu Yan shrugged. "Because I'm the cowardly princess's guardian." "Cowardly?" Sylvia couldn't refute him. Lifting her head, her clear blue eyes gazed at Wu Yan's side profile. Sylvia's eyes finally showed a pleading expression. "Recently, I've been troubled by something." Wu Yan stopped and turned around to face Sylvia. Corsette also looked at Wu Yan with gratitude. She then focused on Sylvia. "Makaos." Sylvia didn't hide anything. She directly told Corsette what had been troubling her. "That man gave me a familiar feeling. I haven't seen him in a long time." "A very familiar feeling that I haven't felt in a long time?" Corsette raised her eyebrows. "You mean?" Wu Yan asked with uncertainty. "You suspect that Makaos is someone you know?" "I suspect." Sylvia clenched her teeth. "Mikaves is most likely my royal brother, Julius? Loriaman." "Wah." Corsette sucked in a breath of cold air. "Julius?" Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. "Julius?" "Loriaman." Although it was only a rumor, Wu Yan knew this person. The eldest son of the Knight royal family, a former prince who violated a taboo by killing his own Fall and was sentenced to death. In other words, this was someone who was supposed to be dead. "Your Highness." Corsette couldn't help but speak. "But Prince Julius should have been executed already, right?" "That's why this is only my intuition." Sylvia replied with a heavy tone. "But I don't understand. If my brother isn't dead, why would he become a pawn of the Empire? Why would he bring disaster to the Night Kingdom time and time again?" Sylvia bit her lips, a pained expression appeared on her face. After all, Julius wasn't just Sylvia's brother, he was also someone she had always admired since she was young. If such an existence stood on the opposite side of her, the pain in her heart would be unimaginable. Your Highness. Corset worriedly held Sylvia's slender shoulders. Wu Yan looked at Sylvia's pained expression and lowered his head. His eyes flickered with a thoughtful light. Chapter 1394. Night. There was no such thing as darkness in the night sky of Fantion City. This was because every night, the entire Vatian city would be lit up with all kinds of colors. The colorful lights illuminated the entire Vatian city and the night sky of Vatian City. In this world, dragons that could fly were almost everywhere in the knighthood of Lorem. Because Fantion City was the capital of the knighthood of Lorem, some airships would visit from time to time at night. Therefore, in order to distinguish whether a visitor was a friend or a foe, the illumination of the night sky became a necessary measure. In the night sky of Fantion City, countless lights moved back and forth in the sky like beams of light. The dragon knights of the Lorimon Knight Legion who were patrolling would occasionally ride on their holy dragons and expose themselves to the lights. Then, they would flash past and continue patrolling. Usually, there would be lamps in Fantion City that illuminated the night sky at night, but there weren't as many as there were these days. Now, due to the Continental Congress, there were more lamps that illuminated the night sky, almost exposing the entire night sky to the light. Under the illumination of the lights, in the distance, an extremely large airship was slowly moving towards Fantion City. It was an airship that was much larger than Veronica's Sylvanus. Its appearance wasn't as prominent as Sylvanus's. It was just an extremely ordinary ship shape. However, the appearance of the ship was very luxurious, like a luxurious airship that had been greatly enlarged. It was also covered in layers of steel. Although it didn't look as elegant as Sylvanus, it had its own aura. At the top of this airship, a flag was fluttering in the wind, causing those who had discovered the whereabouts of the airship to gather. After the spotlights on the airship shone on this flag, it was as if the alarm had been lifted, and all of them returned to their posts. It continued to wander in the sky. Clearly, Fantion City had tacitly approved of the airship's entry. Because this flag was the flag of the Cypheros Empire. Below the flag, on the side of the airship, a large family crest was engraved there. That was the crest of a famous noble family in the Cypheros Empire, the Witthausen family. The emperor of the Cypheros Empire declined to attend this year's Continental Conference, citing his old age. Let the current head of the Witthausen family attend the Continental Conference as the representative of the Cypheros Empire. At this time, in front of the deck of this airship, a handsome man with blonde hair and a pair of gray eyes stood side by side with a silver-haired man wearing a silver mask. He looked down at the city of Fantion. The silver-haired man with the mask was Makawos. As for the handsome man with blonde hair, he was the current head of the Witthausen family, the representative of the Cypheros Empire who was about to attend the Continental Conference. Klaus. At the same time, Klaus was also Makawos's protector. In other words, Micah Torres was helping Klaus, and Klaus was Micah Torres' superior. The capital of the Knights' Kingdom of Lorraine? Klaus held a glass of red wine. A leisurely smile hung on his face. She does look pretty, but unfortunately she doesn't fit my taste. Klaus raised his head and looked at the holy dragons hovering in the sky. A blurry color appeared in his eyes. On the contrary, the dragons are the ones that fit my taste the most. Look at how they fly, their majestic bodies, their powerful strength. It's really irresistible. Enough with the nonsense. Micah Torres withdrew his gaze, turned around and coldly said, "Have you prepared everything?" Klaus sighed when he saw that Micah Torres didn't show the slightest bit of respect towards his superior. Still as cold as ever, but this is also a beauty that belongs to you, Klaus chuckled with a somewhat disgusting comment. The Arcanitech device excavated from the ancient ruins is already being adjusted inside the airship. The experts are adding Millennium Chi Hua Crystal to it, preparing to activate it. Millennium Chi Hua Crystal? Micah Torres nodded. The so-called Millennium Chi Hua Crystal didn't refer to the dragon Qi Hua crystal that the dragons secrete regularly, but a type of fossil. It's a precious fossil formed by a dragon's corpse after thousands of years underground. Just like the dragon Qi Hua crystal, the Millennium Qi Hua crystal is also a type of crystal that contains mana. However, compared to the dragon Qi Hua crystal, the Millennium Qi Hua crystal contains a lot of mana. Some of it is even comparable to the mana of a holy dragon. Because of that, the Millennium Qi Hua crystal is usually used as fuel for Arcanitech ships or airships. It's very rarely used in Arcanitech devices. If a magical device required the use of the Millennium Qi Hua crystal, it meant that the magical device's function was definitely not ordinary. Based on the conversation between Klaus and Micah Torres, it seems like there's a device that requires Millennium Qi Hua crystal in the airship. So, how's the progress? The assembly is almost complete, and we are now entering the final inspection stage. However, because that device uses the 1000-year Qi Hua crystal as its power source, we must pay more attention. The final inspection will definitely take a lot of time. A lot of time? Micah Torres frowned. You should know that we don't have much time left. We can afford to wait for a night, right? Klaus shook his head with a smile. We should be able to officially activate the device tomorrow afternoon for the experiment. Is that so? Makawo's expression relaxed. He looked down at the city of Fenshin again. That's good. Why are you so worried? Klaus swirled the wine in his glass. I also need the help of that Devil Dao device, although I still have a dubious attitude. Klaus looked at Micah Torres with a smile on his face. However, the look in his eyes gradually turned strange. Can that device really awaken the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family, the young Dragon Yak, and reveal her true form? Hearing that, Mikhail shot a cold glare at Klaus. Are you doubting me? No, of course not. Klaus quickly waved his hand. Of course I believe you, my dear Micah Torres. You don't have to worry so much, Klaus. You just have to believe in me. Micah Torres snorted. As long as you do as I say, it's only a matter of time before you obtain the power of the Dragon Clan. With the Dragon Clan as your backing, the throne of the Emperor that you've always dreamed of will be within your reach. Klaus' eyes flashed with greed when he heard the words throne of the Emperor, but he quickly hid it. I look forward to the day you fulfill your promise, Micah Torres. Klaus looked up at the holy dragons dancing in the sky. His smile widened and he seemed to be in a trance. Truly beautiful to the point of being speechless. Just that powerful posture alone has already conquered me, not to mention that strength that far surpasses that of a human. Dragon Clan, you'll become mine sooner or later and help me ascend to the throne. Seeing that Klaus was in a trance and intoxicated by the soaring holy dragon, Makawo silently turned around and walked towards the interior of the ship. My dear Micah Torres? Klaus asked without looking back. Where are you going? Prepare the materials for the experiment. Mika's reply was short and concise. How are you going to conduct the experiment without the experiment materials? Klaus immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Then I'll have to trouble you to capture the experiment materials that are jumping around, Micah Torres. Micah Torres ignored Klaus and walked out of the deck. He entered the interior of the airship that was slowly descending. Walking along the dimly lit corridor, Makawo gently raised his head. On the mask, the pair of eyes that were exposed in the eye sockets suddenly flashed with a fierce glint. Shortly after, the pupils in his eyes completely changed. They looked like a snake, a tiger, a wolf, a fox. They were a pair of dragon eyes. The corners of Mikave's mouth curled up slightly. That cold temperament suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a ghostly, extremely evil smile. The last descendant of the Holy Dragon Clan of Avalon and that white dragon. Yak, Loon, wait for me. Chapter 1395. Phew. Lying on the bed of a certain VIP room in Fantion City, Wu Yen sprawled out on the bed. He gazed at the luxurious ceiling and he exhaled. He didn't know if he was tired or relaxed. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock sound echoed in the quiet room. It's so clear that it caught Wu Yan's attention. Wu Yan reached out his hand and rummaged around in his clothes. He found the source of the sound and held it in his hand before raising it in front of him. It was a silver pocket watch with the emblem of the royal family of Lorimon carved on it. It wasn't very luxurious, but it was obviously not ordinary. It was the Dragon Knight's proof. Only the rider of the Holy Dragon, who had the title of Dragon Knight, could receive this gift from the royal family of Lorimon. The initial goal of all the dragon breeders of Lorimon was to let their fall evolve into a holy dragon and obtain this silver pocket watch. Back then, Veronica visited Ansari and made a duel with Wu Yan. In the duel, Wu Yan defeated the captain of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights, who was once known as the strongest Holy Dragon Knight, Yuzura Sarver. With Veronica's approval, Salvin received the Dragon Knight certificate and became a true Dragon Knight. But it wasn't strange. Even if one didn't talk about strength, the White Dragon's burning flame was far stronger than the holy dragons of the dragon race. It was different from the other holy dragons in terms of form. It was very elegant. However, the mana released at that time was definitely more powerful than that of an ordinary holy dragon. Holy dragon riders could receive the Dragon Knight's proof and become Dragon Knights. Just exposing the White Dragon's burning flame to others was enough to give Wu Yan such a reputation. Not to mention, the White Dragon's burning flame was stronger than any other holy dragon. Plus, he defeated Yuzura. In fact, Wu Yan was called Dragon Knight. That was a bit inappropriate. After all, Yuzura, who was defeated by Wu Yan, also had the title of Holy Dragon Knight. No matter what, Wu Yan should at least have the same glory as the Holy Dragon Knight. It's a pity that the title is reserved for those who received the Holy Knight armor from the Holy Dragons. Wu Yan didn't use the Holy Knight armor from start to finish. That's why, no matter how strong the White Dragon's burning flame was, Wu Yan couldn't get the Holy Dragon Knight title. Of course, Wu Yan didn't think much of it. Titles and whatnot, once he leaves this world, what's the use of them? It's better to get this pocket watch. He thought so. Wu Yan also opened the lid of the Dragon Knight certificate so that he could see the structure clearly. With the passage of time, minute by minute, the operation of the dial was imprinted into his eyes. It's already night time. Looking at the time, Wu Yan put away the silver pocket watch and looked at the ceiling again. The continent's conference was about to start. There were still 2 days left. On the night of the day after tomorrow, a group of representatives from the top factions of Eluxtran would be holding a conference in Fantion City. They would be discussing the future of the continent. At that time, Wu Yan would also be attending the conference as a personal guard of the royal family. As a guard, Wu Yan naturally didn't have the right to speak. He also couldn't be like Sylvia, who would become a key figure of the kingdom in the future. However, if news of Wu Yan's attendance at the conference spread throughout the Knight's Empire, it would be a boost to his reputation. The conference was so important that only a limited number of guards could attend. Knight Loriamon's royal family choosing a guard was equivalent to picking 1 or 2 out of the millions of citizens of the Knight's kingdom. It indirectly proved that the person had the most outstanding ability among the millions of citizens of the Knight's kingdom. At that time, Wu Yan's reputation would spread even wider. One day, he might even surpass the silent Saintess Ursula. However, that was also meaningless to Wu Yan. It was still the same thing. He would leave this world sooner or later. Reputation wasn't as important as a silver pocket watch. As he thought about it, Wu Yan felt a bit sleepy. He blinked twice and gradually closed his eyes. However, before he could completely close his eyes, a knock on the door woke Wu Yan up. Wu Yan got up from the bed and patted his cheeks. "Come in." "Excuse me." The door was silently opened. The next moment, Corset's cute and playful appearance appeared outside. "Corset." Wu Yan turned his head and looked at the door. "What is it?" "Lord Lune." Corset smiled calmly. "Tonight, the Night King will be holding a banquet. I am here to invite you to attend." "Banquet?" Wu Yan felt a headache coming on just by listening to this line. "Can I not attend?" Hearing this, even Cosette didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since the Night King had already given the order to meet him, there was probably only one person in the entire Lorraine knighthood who would reject him with such an impatient expression. Apart from Veronica, Sylvia, and the others who knew everything about the Night King Orwald, there was probably only one person in the entire Lorraine knighthood. I don't think so. Cosette lowered her posture and rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. The Night King personally summoned him. Even if Lord Lune is impatient, he has to go up and play along. Like you said, it's perfunctory. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. There is no other way. I have to go, yes. Cosette smiled from ear to ear. But before that, please take a bath in the bathroom. Taking a bath for a meal? The Wang family sure has a hard time. Wu Yan shook his head and stood up. Then let's go, yes. Cosette bowed and led Wu Yan out the door. Wu Yan didn't notice that the moment Cosette turned around, a mischievous look appeared in her purple eyes. Inside the city of Fontaine, in a bathhouse the size of a lake, steam filled the space. The fragrance of the bath lotion rose from the steaming water and mixed with the air. The entire bathhouse was filled with the refreshing scent of a forest. At this moment, a young girl was lying in the bathtub that was as vast as a lake. She was completely naked. More than half of her voluptuous upper body was floating in the water. Her fair body was faintly discernible in the water. Under the influence of the steam, a faint blush appeared. Her long golden hair was coiled up and her pure white neck shone with a pearl-like luster in the bathhouse. She was extremely beautiful. Leaning against the pillar under the statue of the first Night King in the middle of the bathhouse, Sylvia didn't wash her body. Her icy blue eyes were unfocused and unfocused. It was clear that Sylvia was still thinking about Mikhails and Julius. Sylvia's mood was very complicated. She hoped that Mikhails was Julius, but she also hoped that Mikhails wasn't Julius. She was conflicted to the extreme. If Mikhails was Julius, then her brother wasn't dead. That was definitely something to be happy about. But at the same time, if Mikhails was Julius, then it proved that the person who repeatedly sabotaged Ansari and worked for the Safar's empire was her brother. That was something Sylvia didn't want to see. But Sylvia also hoped that her brother wasn't dead. Because of this, her mind kept drifting back and forth in this conflicted state, tormenting Sylvia's nerves. Sigh. Sylvia let out a complicated sigh. She turned her body to the side and her voluptuous breasts rippled through the water, making people uneasy. At this time, a voice echoed outside the bathhouse. We're here, Cosette? Sylvia came back to her senses and stood up. It's time to go out. However, another voice rang out, causing Sylvia's alluring body, which was half exposed above the water, to freeze on the spot. I say, Cosette, don't tell me you want to serve me in the bath? This voice. Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief. Sylvia had only known the owner of this voice for about 3 months, but whether it was the voice or the owner, to Sylvia, they were both deeply etched in her heart. Therefore, it was impossible for Sylvia to be mistaken. That was clearly Wu Yan's voice. Chapter 1396. Row. Sylvia was confused. Why is Wu Yan here? That's not right. There's a dinner party tonight. Alvarez probably invited Wu Yan as well. Sylvia can guess that much. It's not strange for him to bathe before a dinner party with the royal family. But why would the other party come here when she was bathing? There's more than one bathroom in Phantom City. This bathroom is reserved for the royal family. Logically speaking, Wu Yan shouldn't be here. Did I hear wrong? It was a pity that the conversation that followed completely shattered Sylvia's fantasies. Lord Rune, the dinner party is about to begin. You should hurry. I know. Can you please leave first? Why? Isn't it obvious? Don't you know the difference between men and women? Ah, Lord Rune, don't you want me to serve you in the bath? Although it sounds very good, isn't this a male bathroom? This bathroom is special. Not only is it the largest bathroom in Phantom City, there's no distinction between men and women. Lord Rune, don't worry. Then I won't see a girl bathing in there, right? Since this bathroom is so special, it's naturally not a place anyone can enter. Then can you let me in? It's fine. I don't think so. Why don't you take me to a normal male bathroom? Lord Rune is a VIP. How can you go to a normal bathroom? But. All right. Lord Rune, leave it to me. Forget it. Do as you wish. This time, Sylvia finally understood. It's all Corsette's doing. Sylvia trembled with anger. As Sylvia's personal maid, Cosette was naturally the one who helped Sylvia take off her clothes when she bathed. In other words, Cosette knew that Sylvia was bathing in the bathroom. She even brought Wu Yan here. Despicable Cosette. Sylvia gritted her teeth. Then Lord Rune, please go in. Yes. The rather helpless voice traveled into the bathroom from afar, causing Sylvia to finally react. Looking at the blurry figure in the white mist that was getting closer and closer to the bathroom door, Sylvia panicked. Without a second thought, Sylvia stomped her feet like a mermaid in the bathtub. Drawing a beautiful arc, it swam past the central stone pillar and hid behind it. At the same time, Wu Yan also entered the bath. He swam to the pillar and leaned against it. She breathed softly. It smells good. It doesn't seem like a bath gel? Wu Yan said when he smelled the fragrance in the air. Could it be that a girl just took a bath here? His careless words had hit the nail on the head. Sylvia's heart skipped a beat, and her heartbeat sped up. Her pretty face turned red with a stink. Wu Yan leaned on one side of the pillar while Sylvia leaned on the other. The two of them were separated by a pillar and had their backs facing each other. They were even bathing in the same bath. Sylvia blushed at the thought of this. She couldn't help but start imagining Wu Yan's body. Unfortunately, Wu Yan once bathed with Sylvia on Sylvanus. When Sylvia thought about it, Wu Yan's body became clearer and clearer in her mind. Sylvia was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She, as a princess, was actually fantasizing about the naked body of a man. She was too shameless. Sylvia couldn't help but imagine Wu Yan's body. The blood in her body is boiling due to her embarrassment and anger. Sylvia's pretty face is getting redder and redder. It's worrying if she's going to faint just like that. What happened next made Sylvia faint. Wu Yan, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, heard the sound of someone entering the water. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked towards the source of the sound. Wu Yan's eyes widened and he subconsciously covered his nose. An extremely beautiful and curvy figure appeared in front of Wu Yan without the slightest bit of concealment. Wu Yan's eyes were imprinted on it. Her skin was as white as powder. Her curves were alluring. Her full and round breasts swam through the water and gradually sank into the bath. However, they couldn't be covered by the water surface. She was clearly holding a towel in her hand, but she did not use it to cover her body. Instead, she gently rubbed it against her face as if she was wiping her sweat. This kind of action caused her perfectly round eyes to undulate, causing one's face to tighten and one's heartbeat to accelerate to the limit. Cosette. Wu Yan raised his head. He tried to avoid the sudden shock that might have caused him to overreact. This perk is too much. Lord Lune, you didn't do this when you bathed with Her Royal Highness in Sylvanus. Cosette shook her smooth shoulders as if she was about to cry. Is it that uncomfortable to bathe with me? Uncomfortable. It is indeed uncomfortable. Wu Yan began to take deep breaths to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. This stimulation is too strong. Is that so? As if she changed her expression, Cosette's sobbing expression was replaced by a flower-like smile. Lord Lune, there's something even more exciting. Something even more exciting? Wu Yan instinctively froze. At the same time, the sound of water splashing entered his ears. Cosette came to Wu Yan's side without any explanation. Before Wu Yan could react, her body suddenly fell into his arms. Her pair of plump breasts pressed against him without any hesitation. Her red lips exhaled a sweet breath. Her purple eyes flickered as she whispered in a blurred voice. Lord Lune, let me give you a massage. Wu Yan subconsciously hugged the petite figure that threw herself into his arms. Feeling the soft touch at such close distance, his taut heartstrings snapped in an instant. Gently sliding his hands on Cosette's soft back, one hand down and the other hand up, Wu Yan looked into Cosette's blurred eyes. Traces of evil thoughts appeared in his eyes. "How about letting me give you a massage?" Before she finished her words, Wu Yan had already begun his massage. Cosette suddenly gasped for breath. In the silent bathroom, Cosette's seductive panting continued to reverberate and became louder and louder. Wu Yan and Cosette's bodies were getting closer and closer. Just as the two of them were about to merge together, a voice that was filled with shame, anger, and hysteria resounded like thunder. "Stop." Sylvia couldn't bear it any longer and rushed out from behind the stone pillar. In a moment, she arrived beside Wu Yan and Cosette and forcefully separated them. Shameless! Shameless! Her pretty face was as red as a bright rose. Her fair body trembled violently. She grabbed Cosette's shoulders and shook her. "I didn't expect my personal maid to be such a person." "Your Highness?" Cosette's expression was one of astonishment. But if one looked closely, one would discover a trace of a smile in her clear eyes. "Why you here?" "Why am I here?" Sylvia was enraged. "Isn't it because—" Before Sylvia could finish her sentence, Cosette pushed Sylvia with a smile. "My hand slipped." Sylvia cried out in surprise. Her naked body fell back and in the next second, she fell on a robust body. It's Wu Yan who still hasn't recovered from Sylvia's appearance. Of course, this wasn't the most coincidental thing. What was truly coincidental was that their lips just so happened to be overlapping at this moment. Sylvia's eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Wu Yan's mouth was wide open and his jaw almost fell to the ground. But when he opened his mouth, it just happened to open Sylvia's lips. Sylvia's tongue slid into Wu Yan's mouth like a snake released from its cage and tangled with Wu Yan's tongue. Sylvia's eyes opened even wider. Wu Yan's mouth also opened even wider. Just like that, the two muddle-headed started to entangle their tongues. Ugh! In the bathroom, new gasps turned into ripples in the air. Chapter 1397. Fantion City, in a luxurious lounge. In the vast area, circular pillars were arranged along the walls in an orderly manner, all the way up to the high ceiling. In the lounge, sofas, tables and chairs, as well as a thick fireplace, occupied an insignificant corner of the lounge. In front of him, a tall door stood. The dining hall of the royal family of knights was right behind that door. Wu Yan was standing in the lounge. Cosette was helping him tidy up the collar of his tuxedo-like suit. Yashur was also doing the same. It seemed that he was not used to this suit. Only Yak was still staring at the door of the dining hall with full spirit, saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, this gluttonous dragon was already itching for the food at the banquet. Sigh. Wu Yan let Cosette sway his body. His shoulders drooped down as if he was exhausted. He scratched his cheek. Dining with the royal family is really tiring. It had been 2 to 3 hours since Cosette had informed him that he needed to attend the luncheon and had come out of his room. In these 2 to 3 hours, Wu Yan was not only asked to take a bath in the bathroom, but he also had to pick out the clothes to wear at the banquet. After much difficulty, he finally picked out a set of clothes from the pile in the lounge. Because of his appearance, he was swayed by Cosette for nearly half an hour. It's just a meal. Is there a need to go to this extent? Does the royal family have to prepare 2 to 3 hours in advance every time they have a meal? That will shorten my lifespan, right? Really? Yashur couldn't help but complain. But, after all, it's a meal with the royal family. It's only right to be cautious. Master Yashur was right this time, Master Loon. Cosette replied with a smile while tidying up Wu Yan's clothes. There's a saying that goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. In the past, there were people who left a bad impression on the royal family because of their appearance. Because of this, The royal family was angry and ordered to punish them. So, it's necessary to be cautious. Do you have any impression? Wu Yan couldn't help but recall Alvard's attitude and behavior towards Sylvia in the audience hall. He immediately rejected the idea. No, I think so. This Night King won't feel the slightest bit of displeasure because of his appearance. Hearing Wu Yan's very certain statement, Yashu and Yak were somewhat startled. Only Cosette chuckled softly. As Sylvia's personal maid, Cosette naturally knew what kind of person Alvard was, and also understood the meaning behind Wu Yan's words. Wasn't the Night King Orward the most important person to pay attention to his appearance? Before long, in the corridor beside the lounge, an icy blue figure slowly walked in, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. It was as if an ice-blue lotus had bloomed in the lounge. Almost instantly, everyone's eyes were attracted to that figure. She was wearing an ice-blue dress. Her smooth shoulders were exposed, and under the illumination of the lounge's lights, there was a slight arc of light. Her slender thighs rubbed against the hem of her dress, faintly discernible. It made one's blood boil and their heartbeats quicken. Her long golden hair was tied into a bun, and the cold color of the dress set off the luster of her golden hair and her fair skin, making her dazzling and moving. As the other person approached, her presence in the air gradually increased, and her intoxicating figure was reflected in everyone's eyes. So beautiful! The person who came was Sylvia. Sylvia? Yak opened her mouth wide in astonishment. Was this person who was as beautiful as a daughter of a wealthy family, Sylvia, who had always been strict, aggressive, and strict in her actions? So beautiful! Yashur was also stunned by the sight and gave such a comment without hesitation. Even Wu Yan was stunned on the spot. Looking at the flower-like Sylvia, he couldn't react for a long time. What are you all doing? Sylvia glanced at herself awkwardly as everyone stared at her blankly. Is there a problem with my dress? It's not a problem with the dress, Your Highness. Cosette, who appeared behind Sylvia, grinned and whispered into Sylvia's ear. Everyone thinks you're too beautiful. Beautiful? Sylvia stared blankly for a moment. Then, just like the Sylvia that everyone knew, her pretty face instantly blushed because she couldn't bear the shyness that surged into her heart. It's really not bad. Coming back to his senses, Wu Yan didn't hide his praise. Were it often in the future, hearing that, as if cooked, Sylvia's cheeks were dyed red. When she saw Wu Yan's gaze, even her ears were red. She wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Seeing Sylvia blushing like a rose and wanting to run away, Wu Yan found it funny. Not long ago, the two of them were naked in the same bathroom, in the same bath. Wu Yan already expected Sylvia to act this way. Thinking of this, the memory of the bathroom also came back to Wu Yan's mind. Because Cosette pushed her, Sylvia kissed him like a dog's blood. In the end, because both of them were immersed, the two of them unknowingly kissed in the bath naked for nearly 10 minutes. In the end, when they finally reacted, Sylvia's face was already red as she screamed and ran away. This ripple finally came to an end. Given Sylvia's personality, being able to stand face to face with him should be her limit, right? Thinking of this, Wu Yan also looked at Sylvia. Seeing Sylvia's blushing face, he helplessly spread his hands. All right, let's stop the small talk here. The Night King is already waiting for everyone. Cosette arrived at the door in front of the lounge and pushed it open. Your Highness, Lord Rune, Lord Yashur, Aichen, please come with me. Fantian City, Wang family's dining hall, at the head of a long table that was more than 6 to 7 meters long, Night King Overd grinned as he watched Wu Yan's group enter the hall and laughed out loud. You're finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Night King. Yashur's body stiffened as he looked at Alvarez, who was laughing in an amicable manner. Now, the person who was laughing in front of him was the king of this country. As an ordinary civilian, Yashur's nervousness in front of the king of the Night Kingdom of Lorea is unimaginable. Don't be so reserved. Overd seemed to have seen through Yashur's nervousness and nodded as if comforting him. This is just a banquet, relax. Yeah, sure, relax. Sylvia opened one of her eyes. Your submissive behavior is the real disrespect. As a student of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy, you should be more at ease. Sylvia, you're here too? Before Sylvia could finish her reprimanding words, a voice as steady as steel rang out from behind her. This voice. Sylvia's body stiffened as if she was a clockwork doll. Her neck made cracking sounds as she turned around. Then her entire face turned pale. Should I say it's an unexpected reaction? Behind Sylvia, Veronica, who was dressed in her usual armor, stared at Sylvia with her eagle-like eyes. She curled her lips in dissatisfaction. As expected of a cowardly princess, Sylvia took a few steps back and stuttered like a mouse that saw a cat. Royal sister? Wu Yen covered his eyes as he couldn't bear to look at Sylvia. Weren't you saying something about being at ease? Sylvia lowered her head awkwardly and couldn't say anything. All right, the banquet should begin. Overd, who was sitting at the head of the table, spoke up. Everyone take your seats. Wu Yen, Sylvia, Veronica, Yak, and Yashur looked at each other and sat around the table. Chapter 1398. Actually, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time now. At the start of the banquet, Al-Werd said this sentence. Roland, Yashur, Miss Yak, it's all thanks to your efforts that Ansari was able to survive the invasion of the corpse ash dragon. Without you, the entire Ansari would have been razed to the ground. Al-Werd stood up and bowed deeply to Wu Yen, Yashur, and Yak. As the Night King, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the entire Ansari. Imperial Father. Veronica and Sylvia were both stunned. Night King. Yashur was shocked as well. Even Wu Yen and Yak were shocked. As the king of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon, the Night King's status was undoubtedly the highest in the kingdom. And now, this king was bowing to a group of students who weren't even nobles and could only be considered as commoners. This impact left Veronica and Sylvia flabbergasted. Look at you, is this how a king should behave? Veronica frowned. No matter what, you are still the Night King. Do you think others will be happy to see a king who lowers his head so casually? This isn't a casual matter. Faced with Veronica's accusation, Alvarez retorted. Roland has the ability to defeat Commander Ursula and will be our bodyguard in the future. His abilities have been praised by you and his future achievements will not be below Commander Ursula's or even yours. Miss Ai Ku is the Dragon Clan's empress. Her status is at least equal to us. Furthermore, Yashur is Miss Ai Ku's master. Don't tell me that these three people are not worthy of my salute as the Night King to express my gratitude? Veronica was speechless. Those who are eating at the same table with us can be said to be the future of our chivalry nation. It was rare for Alvord to display the attitude of a king as he solemnly warned. I also hope that you can put down your pride and improve together with the future pillars of our kingdom. Do you understand? Veronica didn't say anything else. Sylvia nodded in agreement with Alvord's words. Seeing this, Wu Yan's impression of the Night King rose by several levels. No matter how much Alvarez praised the three of them, other than Yak, Wu Yen and Yashur didn't have high statuses. This was a fact. In this world, Wu Yan's identity was said to be Rebecca's bodyguard, but to put it bluntly, he was just a servant of a noble. Yashur was even more of a commoner. Under such circumstances, Alvarez was still able to put down his colored glasses to look at them and put down his pride. It was hard to judge whether or not he had the bearing of a king by bowing and thanking them. But from an individual's point of view, this kind of performance was definitely enough to win the favor of others. This Howard, although he was mediocre, he was not muddle-headed. There are still some advantages. You're being too courteous. One doesn't hit a smiling person. Wu Yen nodded in response. Just like Her Highness Veronica, as a princess, she should protect the kingdom. As students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, we should protect Ansari. Her Highness Sylvia also stood up when the corpse gray dragon attacked the academy. Shouldn't she be rewarded? Of course, I won't forget how active my daughter is. Alvarez first looked at Wu Yan with praise before laughing out loud. I already knew how much effort Sylvia put in to protect the academy from the report. She will definitely be rewarded. No such thing. Sylvia lowered her head in embarrassment. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. He seemed to be teasing or joking when he said that. The Night King really dotes on his daughters. Of course. Alvarez puffed up his chest and replied in high spirits. My daughters are the most outstanding existences in the world. Of course I dote on them. This guy. Sylvia felt even more embarrassed. She even gritted her teeth. Even Veronica felt uncomfortable. She stared at Alvard with her sharp eagle-like eyes, wishing she could peel off a layer of flesh from his body. On the other hand, Wu Yan's smile deepened. I really envy Her Highness Veronica and Her Highness Sylvia. With such a doting father, no matter how grave the crimes they committed, the Night King would take responsibility for them, right? They are my most complacent children. Which father in the world wouldn't take responsibility for his children who cause trouble? Alvarez spoke without hesitation as though he was floating in the air. No matter how grave the crimes they committed, as long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to them. Hearing this, Veronica and Sylvia couldn't help but smile despite their embarrassment. Yashur and Yak also had a whole new level of respect for this seemingly amiable uncle. Only Wu Yan's smile slowly faded. That's true. Which father wouldn't take responsibility for his children who cause trouble? Wu Yan mumbled to himself as if he was chewing on those words. His words sounded like a thunderclap. So, even if Prince Julius didn't kill his own dragon but someone else's, with the Night King's love for his children, he would still protect him, right? The air in the entire venue seemed to freeze when these words were spoken. It sank and instantly caused a cold current to surge in everyone's heart, causing everyone present to freeze on the spot. Alvard's smile froze on his face. Veronica, Sylvia, Yak, Yashur, and the others were also stunned by the sudden shocking words, frozen in their seats in a daze. Looking straight at the frozen Alvarez, Wu Yan's eyes slowly narrowed. It seems that Prince Julius isn't dead. Wah! Veronica's expression changed. Father! Sylvia finally understood the meaning behind Wu Yan's words. She looked at Alvarez with a complicated expression. You! What nonsense are you spouting? Alvarez completely lost his cool. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but he pretended to be angry and slammed the table as he stood up. Are you doubting the fairness of the Royal Knight family? Rather than saying that I'm doubting the fairness of the Royal Knight family, it's more accurate to say that Your Majesty, I'm just doubting that with your personality, you wouldn't be able to mercilessly sentence your own son. Wu Yan ignored Alvarez's barely maintained dignity and once again spoke words that shocked everyone except Sylvia. Do you know that your son, Julius, might have already become a citizen of the Cypheros Empire? He might even be the mastermind behind the Corpse Dragon's attack on the Ansari state, almost destroying the Ansari state. What? This time, Veronica, Yashur, and Yak all lost their composure and cried out in shock. That's impossible. Alvarez also lost his voice. I've already banished Julius. Exiled? Wu Yan raised his head. In other words, Prince Julius isn't dead? Only then did Alvarez realize what he had said. His face paled. Royal brother. Sylvia was dazed. He's really not dead. You bastard! Veronica abruptly stood up and walked in front of Alvard. She grabbed the Night King's collar and shouted loudly. Do you know that you're giving the Royal Knight family a chance to suffer heavy losses? Just the fact that the Dragonslayer Julius was still alive was enough to cause a huge uproar in the Night Kingdom. If others were to find out that the Night Kingdom's king was biased and didn't execute his own son, allowing the Dragonslayer to live in this world, the Night Kingdom might descend into chaos. The Cypheros Empire, which was dissatisfied with the Night Kingdom's ruling position and was eyeing the Night Kingdom covetously, could use this as a pretext to cause a heavy blow to the Night Kingdom. Everyone present could imagine what kind of crisis the Knight's country would face at that time. Alvarez was already in a state of confusion. I'm not condemning your actions, Your Majesty Night King. As a father, you are undoubtedly the greatest. Wu Yan stood up. However, as a king, you're not qualified to do so. Excuse me. Wu Yan turned around and walked out of the hall. Tisse. Veronica left Ervard behind and walked out as well. Sylvia hurriedly brought Corset along as well. Only Yashur and Yak were left in the hall, not knowing what to do. Alvarez sat on the ground with a dazed expression. After a long while he sighed. Chapter 1399. Outside the hall in the hallway. Gu Lian stood there like a statue, waiting for Veronica. As the captain of Veronica's personal guards, Gu Lian had to protect Veronica 24 hours a day. Even when Veronica was sleeping, Gu Lian had to stay close to her and pay attention to her surroundings at all times. Currently, the royal family was entertaining guests. Although Gu Lian didn't need to stand guard at this time, he still had to be on standby in case Veronica needed his help. Not long after, the doors to the hall opened, attracting Gu Lian's attention. Under Gu Lian's gaze, Wu Yan walked out of the hall. He didn't even look at Gu Lian as he walked forward. Sensing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Gu Lian reflexively raised his vigilance. Then, the door of the venue was opened again, and Veronica, Sylvia, and Corset walked out with very serious expressions. Your Highness Veronica? Gu Lian asked in confusion. Veronica shook her head at Gu Lian. She turned around and quickened her pace. She caught up to Wu Yan with Sylvia and Corset. What's going on here? Veronica asked straightforwardly. Not only is Julius not dead, but he's also the mastermind behind the corpse dragon. Where did you get this information? What? Julius isn't dead? He's the mastermind behind the corpse dragon. Before Wu Yan could respond, Gu Lian's expression changed. Gu Lian's cold expression collapsed first, and his expression changed drastically. What are you talking about? How could Julius not be dead? How could he be the mastermind behind the corpse dragon? Sir Gu Lian, please calm down. Sylvia tried to calm Gu Lian down, but this only made him more agitated. Stop joking. How could Julius? Calm down. Gu Lian. Veronica scolded. I'm going to ask about it now. Are you trying to hinder me? Yes, I know I was wrong. Gu Lian took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart. However, he still stared at Wu Yan, who was walking at the front. Obviously. He also wanted to know how the whole thing started. That was to be expected. Not only were Julius and Gu Lian good friends, they were also close friends who had gone through life and death together when they were students. Back then, it was because Julius had been executed that Gu Lian had become so cold and emotionless. One could imagine how good their relationship was. It was no wonder that Gu Lian was so excited when he heard such news. Wu Yan only glanced at Gu Lian once before ignoring his gaze. As he walked, he spoke in response. I only said that Julius might be the mastermind behind the corpse ash dragon. I didn't say that Julius was the mastermind. Really? Veronica nodded subtly, her face tensed up. Tell me in detail, royal elder sister. Let me tell you. Sylvia pursed her lips. Actually, the reason why Roland thought that the mastermind behind the corpse ash dragon was because of me. Because of you. Veronica turned to look at Sylvia. What's going on? The mastermind behind the corpse ash dragon is called Mikhaos. I met him once. Sylvia lowered her head. Her pretty face changed a few times. I don't know why, but that Mikhaos gave me a very familiar feeling. He gave me the same feeling as Royal Elder Brother. That's why I started to suspect that he might be Royal Elder Brother. Feeling? Gu Lian couldn't help but ask. Just based on your feelings, how could that be? Just based on your feelings, you can't prove that Mikhaos is Julius. Wu Yen coldly interrupted Gu Lian. But at least now, we can prove that Julius isn't dead. Not dead? Gu Lian clenched his fists. At the dinner party, that guy admitted it himself. Back then he didn't execute Julius. Instead, he exiled him. Veronica explained, gritting her teeth. So that's how it is. That Michevez gave Sylvia a sense of familiarity and made her suspect that he was Julius. Then, Sylvia told Lone about it, and that's why Lone tried to get information out of that guy at the dinner party. Even though I'm a little sorry to the Night King, the current situation doesn't allow us to dilly-dally. Wu Yen confirmed Veronica's words and calmly explained. The reason why Sylvia and I suspect that Julius isn't dead is because Mikhaos gave Sylvia a similar feeling to Julius. So, if we can prove that Julius isn't dead, then the possibility of Mikhaos being Julius is very high, right? Veronica's tone became heavy. It seems that before we find out Mikhaos' true identity, we can't let more people know about this. Compared to that, I'm more concerned about something else. Wu Yen suddenly changed the topic and looked at Sylvia. Sylvia, do you still remember what Mikhaos said? There will be an even bigger feast in the near future. Sylvia nodded, causing Wu Yen to smirk coldly. Then, if the Continental Congress is the stage, the feast that Mikhaos mentioned should be big enough, right? Wah! Sylvia, Veronica, Gu Lian, and Corset all sucked in a breath of cold air. You're saying that Mikhaos, who might very well be Julius, will attack during the Continental Congress? Veronica sneered and shook her head. That's impossible. All of Loriamin's holy dragon knights have gathered in Fantion City. Even the Empire would have to think twice before attacking, let alone some corpse ash dragon. They wouldn't even be able to cause a stir. Veronica's tone was full of confidence when she said that. She silently affirmed the strength of Loriamin's holy dragon knights. Yet Wu Yen said that, of course it won't be easy to attack from the outside, but what if they attack from the inside? From the inside? Veronica was stunned. Don't forget, Mikhaos is from the Empire. Wu Yen sighed. The Empire's airships should have entered Fantion City by now, right? Everyone understood what Wu Yen meant. If Mikhaos managed to sneak into the airships of the Sepharos Empire's representatives, then entering Fantion City would be a piece of cake. That's not right. Sylvia suddenly remembered. Even if the airships of other factions entered Fantion City, they would have to be checked before disembarking. It's impossible for anyone to sneak in. Sylvia, don't you understand what Lune is trying to say? The one who answered Sylvia wasn't Wu Yen, but the gloomy Veronica. What Lune is trying to say is that the Sepharos Empire's representative might be the one who's shielding Mikhaos and allowing him to control the corpse ash dragon to attack Fantion City from behind the scenes. This. Sylvia was speechless. As long as they are guards or attendants, the participants from the Sepharos Empire will be able to openly bring Mikhaos into Fantion City and let Mikhaos attack. Veronica clenched her fists in hatred. Once the attack succeeds, it'll deal a heavy blow to the Chivalry Empire. Even if it fails, the Sepharos Empire can use the excuse of betrayal as an excuse. Furthermore, if that person is Julius, they can even expose his identity and accuse the Chivalry Empire of being unfair. No matter what, it's a win-win situation. Then, Sylvia didn't know what to do. Then what should we do? Don't panic. This is just our guess after all. Wu Yen waved his hand, gesturing for Sylvia and Veronica to calm down. If this guess is correct, then the Empire's representative will probably bring a guard or follower to the masquerade ball tomorrow night. When that time comes, we just need to confirm if the guard or follower is Mikhaos and we can come up with a plan. That's right. Veronica nodded solemnly. Apart from the representative and his guard and follower, the rest will not be allowed to step out of the airships under the Chivalry Empire's surveillance even if they're brought into Fantion City. Therefore, if Mikhaos really wants to attack, someone will have to bring him out. Tomorrow's masquerade ball is a good opportunity. As Veronica's words fell, A sense of foreboding washed over everyone's hearts. It took a long time for them to calm down. Chapter 1400. Time quickly passed by as everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. As expected, the masquerade ball was about to be held. The masquerade ball, as the name suggested, was a ball where all the participants had to wear masks to attend. The purpose of holding the masquerade ball was to promote the relationship between the representatives of the various top forces before the Continental Conference. Every force was inextricably linked to other forces, but these relationships were not all good. Some forces had a very good relationship with each other, while others had a very bad relationship with each other. Take the Lorimon Kingdom as an example. The Shepron Kingdom was the sovereign state of the Lorimon Kingdom, so the relationship between the two was naturally very good. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were wearing the same pants. However, the relationship between the Lorimon Kingdom and the Cyphros Empire was very bad. After all, the Shepron Kingdom and the Cyphros Empire had fought before and killed each other. The Lorimon Kingdom was also a vassal state of the Shepron Kingdom and was the most indispensable fighting force of the Shepron Kingdom. The Night Kingdom that controlled the dragons was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the Cyphros Empire. The Cyphros Empire wished that they could get rid of the Lorimon Kingdom. Without the Lorimon Kingdom, the Shepron Kingdom's strength would be greatly reduced and they would be wantonly invaded. The Lorimon Kingdom also wished that they could get rid of the Cyphros Empire and protect their sovereign state, the Shepron Kingdom. They did not want the Cyphros Empire's ambitions to succeed. Under such circumstances, how could the relationship between the three be good? In this way, once the Continental Conference was held, two or more forces that had a good relationship with each other would work together to make the content of the conference go towards a situation that was beneficial to them. This would be unfair. Considering this point, in order to let the participants eliminate the gap between the forces, the masquerade ball was held. Wearing a mask and hiding their identity, there would be no difference between the forces that they belonged to. Interacting with each other would be more or less beneficial for the upcoming Continental Conference. In other words, this masquerade ball was like a prelude to the Continental Conference. It could protect the real situation and also build a good relationship. The Continental Conference only allowed the representatives of the various forces to attend. At most, they could bring guards and attendants. But the masquerade ball was different. Anyone related to the leader's camp. Everyone was qualified to participate. Therefore, Wu Yan and the others concluded that if Mikaos really wanted to launch an attack from the inside during the Continental Congress, then the participants of the Cyphros Empire would definitely bring Mikaos to this masquerade ball. At the end of the day, the various forces that came to Fantion City could enter Fantion City. However, for the sake of the safety of the participants of the Continental Conference and the various powers, and to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation, apart from the participants and their recognized guards and attendants, no one else was allowed to leave the airships of their respective powers. Based on this point alone, it was certain that Mikaos would participate in the masquerade ball with the participants from the Cyphros Empire. Unless Mikaos didn't want to use the Continental Congress as a stage to attack. Instead, he wanted to attack the participants of the various forces. In that case, Mikaves might hide in the airship and not participate in the masquerade ball. He would wait until the Continental Congress officially started and then be led into the meeting place by the attendants. But this would create a contradiction. That was because the participants from the Cyphros Empire were also among them. As a citizen of the Empire, Mikaos shouldn't have attacked the participants of the Continental Congress, right? In that case, regardless of whether Mikaves betrayed the Cyphros Empire or not, the Cyphros Empire would be jointly pressured by the other forces. Therefore, the only possibility was that Mikaves wanted to launch an attack before the Continental Congress. In other words, he wanted to launch an attack at the masquerade ball. After all, apart from participating in the masquerade ball, the participants didn't care about leaving the airships until the Continental Congress officially started. The Night Kingdom had the right to let them stay in their airships and not go out. Therefore, the masquerade ball was the only opportunity to move freely and launch an attack. Of course, all of this was based on the condition that Mikovez wanted to use the Continental Congress as a stage to realize the bigger banquet that he spoke of. If Mikovez didn't have any intention of launching an attack at the Continental Congress, then all of this would be directly shattered, causing Wu Yan and the others to worry for nothing. However, that also proved that nothing would happen during the Continental Congress. Therefore, this was still worth Wu Yan and the others to do. Fantian City, in a hall dedicated to the ball, the masquerade ball was held at the highest level of Fantian City. Fantian City was famous for its resolute and simple characteristics. Only this hall dedicated to the ball used the design style of the Shepron Kingdom. The entire ballroom was grand and magnificent. Even the chandelier used Dragon Chi magnificent crystal as a power source. Once the incantation was chanted, the light would shine down, warming the heart like sunlight. At this moment, the vast ballroom was filled with people, and the scene was quite lively. Everyone present was wearing a mask of different shapes, colors, and styles. However, all of them could only cover their noses and reveal their mouths and eyes. In addition to the orthodox masks that could only cover the eyes, there were also some strange headgear mixed in. The people wearing headgear all had outstanding features and were easily recognized. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice their looks and dress up as clowns. The royal orchestra played a lively tune on the opposite side of the door to lighten the atmosphere. Couples of men and women held hands on the dance floor in the center of the ballroom and danced elegantly to the rhythm of the music. There were also people gathered around the bar, tables, and sofas around the dance floor, chatting and laughing as they chatted with each other. Looking at the noble-looking gentlemen and ladies with masks covering their faces, Wu Yan is also wearing a tuxedo-like suit. Wearing a mask that looks like a pair of wings that can only cover the area around his eyes, Wu Yan is slowly moving around the venue. Beside Wu Yan was Sylvia. Her dazzling blonde hair was tied into a mature bun, with a dark red ribbon tied on top, reflecting the golden strands of her hair. She wore elbow-length gloves on her hands and a blue evening gown on her body. It was as dazzling as the surface of a lake in midsummer. The gown was tight around her waist, and the fluffy and wide skirt was very eye-catching. In fact, from the beginning, there were always some men who couldn't help but cast their gazes on Sylvia. The butterfly-shaped mask on Sylvia's face couldn't hide her temperament and beauty at all, and it had already made the hearts of many men restless. It was also because of this that Sylvia suppressed the shyness in her heart and held onto Wu Yan's arm like a noblewoman. In the eyes of outsiders, they looked like a couple, and dispelled the stirring hearts of many men. As for Wu Yan, his heart was also beating fast. Sylvia's figure was already explosive, and her breasts were extremely voluptuous. When she held onto his arm, it was like pressing his arm into the cleavage between those voluptuous breasts. The incomparably soft touch touched Wu Yan's nerves, causing Wu Yan to involuntarily recall the scene of Sylvia's seductive body and the kiss in the bathroom yesterday. For a moment, his mouth became dry. Sylvia also seemed to be recalling the events of that day. Her heart was beating so fast that Wu Yan could clearly feel the frequency of her heartbeat through his arm that was in her embrace. If this continues, it won't be good. Feeling that he was becoming more and more unable to control his desire to take advantage of Sylvia, Wu Yan shifted his attention and asked softly, "Where's Veronica?" Royal sister didn't participate in the masquerade ball. Sylvia seemed to have been waiting for a long time and couldn't wait to respond. Royal sister usually doesn't participate in this type of ball. Why? Because... Sylvia stuttered as she explained. Royal sister, it's impossible for her to wear a dress. Hearing this, Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. Indeed, with Veronica's concept of armor as aesthetics, she would rather go on the battlefield and chop off the enemy's head than wear a dress to the ball. Among these people, there are participants from the Cypheros Empire and Mikaos. Sylvia solemnly looked around at all the masked people in the ballroom. Mikaos usually wears a mask, and he has silver hair. It shouldn't be hard to recognize him. Wu Yen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a figure appeared in his field of vision and blocked his words. That person, silver hair, wearing a cold steel mask. Chapter 1401. In the middle of the ballroom, which was filled with lively music, two men walked in with steady steps. The man in front was dressed in a pure white luxurious outfit with golden trimmings. He had a head full of blonde hair and wore a mask that only covered his eyes. Every movement of his revealed an elegant temperament, just like a noble young master. The other man was someone Wu Yen and Sylvia had only met twice, but he was no stranger to them. His silver hair was tied into a ponytail that hung behind him. His fringe was dyed a bright red, and he wore a silver mask on his face. His entire body was surrounded by a cold aura. Shockingly, it was Mikaos. Just as Wu Yen and the others expected, Mikatos had openly entered Vantion City and attended the masquerade ball. Even though it was only a guess, Mikatos wanted to use the continent's conference as a stage for the so-called greater banquet that he spoke of. It was highly likely to happen. A fine luster flowed through his wine-red eyes. Like a sniper rifle, he aimed at Mikatos. Wu Yan's lips curled up. Looks like we don't need to search anymore. Don't need to search anymore? Sylvia was startled at first, but she soon realized something was amiss. Obviously, they were wearing masks and their identities were fully concealed, but the presence of the noble-looking man and Mikaos seemed to suppress all the representatives of the various forces present in the ballroom, causing the gazes of the people in the ballroom to stay on them. Their extremely strong sense of presence made the people around them involuntarily open up a path for them to pass. Moreover, at the end of the road, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional. Wu Yen and Sylvia happened to be there. Thus, the scene of Mikatos walking towards Wu Yen and Sylvia became the focal point of the entire scene, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone here was a representative of one of the few major factions in Aluxtran. Apart from the guards and attendants, everyone else was at least a noble. Thus, they keenly sensed the change in the atmosphere. Everyone's gazes were focused on this side, and their eyes were filled with interest. As mentioned before, the masquerade ball was the prelude to the continent's conference. For the people here, the clash between the two factions would more or less give them some idea of the situation. However, they never would have thought that. This prelude to the war wouldn't have any effect. No matter how they talked, Mikatos was destined to stand on the opposite side of the chivalric kingdom. Oh! The noble-looking man who was talking to Mikatos only noticed the two people in front of him now. He turned his head and looked over. He had a perfect smile on his face. For a moment I thought I saw a goddess, the noble-looking man said in an exaggerated yet polite tone. He then quickened his steps and walked towards Wu Yen and Sylvia. However, he ignored Wu Yen, who was holding Sylvia's hand. He placed one hand on his left chest and bowed to Sylvia. Isn't this the fourth princess of the chivalric kingdom, Her Highness Sylvia? Hearing this, Sylvia's heart tightened. She was already wearing a mask. Was she still recognized? Although you're wearing a mask, your unique aura isn't something a mere mask can hide. The noble-looking man smiled elegantly as if he saw through Sylvia's thoughts. However, this is a masquerade ball after all. Let's put aside the constraints of our identities and have a friendly chat. You're right. Sylvia suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She lightly nodded her head as if she agreed with the noble young master's words, but she also lightly returned the other party's compliment. To be able to have a friendly chat with the current head of the Withausen family, Sir Klaus, one of the most famous nobles in the Sepharos Empire. I'm deeply honored. Oh my, so I was still seen through? The noble-looking man called Klaus shrugged helplessly. The smile on his face didn't change at all. It was clear that Klaus didn't intend to hide his identity. Then, Klaus turned his head and looked at Wu Yen. And this is... me. Wu Yen turned around and met Klaus' gaze. He grinned at Klaus with a meaningful smile. Mikatos and I are old friends, Old friends? This time, Klaus didn't expect Wu Yan's answer. He was stunned for a moment. Indeed, Sir Lune and I are old acquaintances. Mikovez raised his head from behind Klaus and said emotionlessly. Long time no see, Sir Lune. It has indeed been a while. Wu Yan smiled faintly. I've missed you, Sir Mikotas. What a coincidence, I have the same feeling too. Although Makawo said so, his tone was filled with coldness, causing the temperature in the surrounding air to drop a little. At this moment, Wu Yan and Makawo's only have eyes for each other. One has a leisurely smile on his face while the other has a cold expression on his face. They don't look like they're old acquaintances at all. Instead, they look like they're arch-nemeses, giving people the feeling that the situation could take a turn for the worse at any moment. I believe that even if Wu Yan and Makawo started fighting in the next second, no one here would be surprised. As though sensing the brewing storm, Klaus took a step forward as though he had put an end to the confrontation between the two of them and smoothed things over with a smile. I didn't expect the two of you to be old friends. What a surprise. I am the one who is surprised. Wu Yan grinned as if he's hinting at something. Sir Klaus, my friend's character isn't that good. He seems to be your follower. Please protect him and don't let him get into trouble. Hearing this, Mikovez lowered his head, hiding the change in his gaze. Klaus' eyes flashed with a strange light, but the smile on his face didn't change. I'm very satisfied with my follower. I know what I'm doing. Please don't worry, sir. Good. Wu Yan shrugged and held the silent Sylvia's hand. Well then, we'll be taking our leave. Please enjoy your time. Klaus didn't ask him to stay. Instead, he gave him a polite greeting. Then, Wu Yan and Sylvia went into the crowd. Oh, my good friend. Klaus chuckled as he looked at the direction Wu Yan disappeared in. That person isn't simple, yes? Mikotas's eyes flickered with an unknown light. He's a very troublesome person. What's wrong? Klaus asked without turning his head. Will I get in the way? It's fine. Mikotas replied coldly. Anyway, the plan is about to start. Hearing this, Klaus smiled. You're right. What should we do? Sylvia spoke as soon as they left Klaus and Mikotas' sight. Now that we've confirmed that Mikovez has entered Fantion City, or even Fantion City, if he launches an attack now, don't worry. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Sylvia's hand. Even though we can confirm that Mikotas has appeared, we can't be sure that he'll attack. Maybe he's only here as a follower? That's impossible. Sylvia retorted. Mikotas knows that his identity has been exposed, but he still took the risk to enter Fantion City. This is premeditated. That's why we lack evidence. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. We lack evidence to prosecute him. Lord Roland, Your Highness. A slightly anxious voice entered Wu Yan and Sylvia's ears. Wu Yan and Sylvia turned their heads at the same time. They saw Corset anxiously running towards them. What's wrong? Wu Yan had a bad premonition when he saw Corset's anxious expression. Corset's next words confirmed Wu Yan's premonition. Not good. Lord Yashur and Aichen are missing. Chapter 1402. Fantion City, inside the airship of the Cypheros Empire. In a vast space at the rear of the airship, there was a very strange instrument. It looked like the tail or head of a ferocious beast. It was beautifully decorated, as if it had been plated with real gold. It emitted a dazzling halo. Although its appearance was strange, there was a transparent round cover in the center of the device, allowing people to see the situation inside. It was like a cockpit, but more like a capsule. There were cables hanging from the bottom, connected to some mechanical devices with screens installed on the ground. The instrument was very large, more than enough to fit an adult dragon. The side of the instrument was inlaid with countless sparkling crystals. These crystals were all dragon chi crystals. The instrument was inlaid with dragon chi crystals? Wasn't that the element that a product born from magical engineering should have? This enormous instrument was none other than a Magitech instrument. Near the magical instrument, Several people in white overcoats, who looked like researchers, were leading about 10 technicians in work clothes. They were observing the instrument's movements while burying their heads in the instruments with screens, constantly operating something. As the magical instrument operated, buzzing sounds could be heard. The 1,000-year chi crystals inlaid on the instrument's body were sparkling, causing the air to ripple with dense magic power. If one looked closely, they would discover that in the capsule of the magical instrument, a petite girl and a naked boy were hugging each other like conjoined twins. Their eyes were closed and they were moving up and down. The boy and girl were the missing Yashu and Yak. At the front of the magical instrument, a dark-skinned petite girl and an old man in a white coat stood together. They stared at Yashu and Yak in the capsule with different expressions. The dark-skinned petite girl's expression changed slightly, as if she was disgusted, but also as if she was trembling. Clearly, she was disgusted by the instrument, or rather, by the matter of Yashu and Yak being thrown into the instrument. She was disgusted. The old man's expression was calm, or rather, cold and emotionless. It was as if the two in the instrument weren't living beings, but two pieces of meat. It made one shudder. Looking at Yaksu and Yak in the capsule, Anya's expression kept changing. In the end, he asked, "May I ask, why did you call me Yashu? Will Blake and the young dragon Acker be thrown into this machine?" "Oh?" The doctor seemed to be surprised that Anya would ask such a question, but he still answered truthfully. "This is Mikeve's idea." "Sir Mikhail's?" Anya clenched her fists. "What's your goal?" "To awaken the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family." The doctor did not hide anything. His wrinkled eyes twitched, and his eyes flashed with shrewdness. It's said that in ancient times, there was a great number of people. Actually, all dragons will transform into holy dragons. All dragons will transform into holy dragons? Anya was extremely surprised. The dragon clan has a long history. Now, they have fallen to the point where they need to rely on humans to survive. However, in ancient times, the dragon clan was the overlord of the continent. If they didn't reach this level, how could they dominate the entire continent? The doctor explained in a realistic manner. The reason why the dragons of the dragon clan can transform into holy dragons is all because of this machine. After that, the doctor's gaze fell on the instrument again. According to Mikeves, this machine can't be transformed into a holy dragon royal family. It can be used on those dragons that can't transform into holy dragons after they mature. It can forcefully transform them into holy dragons. Anya looked at the instrument as well. Then, if it's used on the young dragon Acker, that means, yes. The doctor's eyes were filled with fervor. We plan to use that effect to forcefully awaken the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family and return to their original dragon form. Anya's heart clenched, and she asked with a trembling voice, "What about Yaksu? What about Blake?" "He is the knight chosen by the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. He is the master of the Dragon Queen." The doctor answered expressionlessly. "If he's gone, even if the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor awakens, he will quickly die without the star essence. Then this experiment will be meaningless." "You mean?" Ania's pretty face turned pale in an instant. "That's right." The doctor smiled coldly. "Use the machine's effect and the magic power in the Millennium Chi Hua crystal. When the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family awakens, forcefully merge it into the body of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor. Then, Blake will become an organ that exists solely to provide star essence." Woo! All of a sudden, the instrument trembled violently. Its entire body was suffused with red light and electric arcs, and an alarm-like echo rang out. "What's going on?" The doctor and Anya were both shocked. As soon as the doctor's voice fell, the panicked voices of the staff below also sounded. "There's an abnormal reaction. The magic power detector is displaying abnormal values. An unknown magic reaction has been detected. It's increasing in intensity. The machine has lost control. It's refusing to accept the emergency stop signal. The situation is critical." "Wow!" The doctor's face turned pale. Ooh! The entire space began to tremble as if it was on fire. The temperature in the air continued to rise, and the machine's condition became more and more abnormal, causing the atmosphere of panic to spread. Everyone's anxiety was written all over their faces as they desperately operated the machine. The atmosphere became incomparably dangerous. How can this be? The doctor's face became more and more unsightly. What's going on? Anya's face tensed up. Dong dong. At this moment, a heartbeat-like sound rang in someone's mind from the machine. It turned into a ripple and fluctuated. Just now. Anya and the doctor were both stunned. In the next moment, the vibrating machine became silent. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire machine exploded, and bright red flames began to burn in the entire space without warning. Wah! The staff began to flee in panic. Don't panic. Calm down. The doctor yelled, but no one listened to him. A dazzling brilliance suddenly rose from the center of the sea of fire, like a pillar of light shooting up, directly melting the ceiling of the airship and rising into the sky. In the pillar of light, Xianxia and Yak still had their eyes closed, hugging each other as they floated in the dazzling pillar of light. Everyone present could clearly see that at this moment, Ai's body was fluctuating with a dense wave of magic power. That magic power was at least 10 times stronger than any dragon in the world. On Xianxia's body, a snake-shaped star carving was engraved all over his arm, and it flashed with a blazing red light. Not long after, Xianxia and Yak seemed to have dissipated. Their bodies emitted stardust-like light and turned into starlight particles, disappearing without a trace. Anya stared blankly at this scene, muttering as if she was dreaming. They disappeared. Wang. At the same time, everyone in Fantion City saw a pillar of light suddenly shoot into the sky from the airship of the Cypheros Empire. It didn't take long for it to connect to the dark night sky. What is that? Everyone in Fantion City was stunned. Within the pillar of light, an exquisite geometrical pattern abruptly emerged. It was as if it was engraved in space. It was also like a pair of wings that slowly spread out. Immediately, 2 hollow ring-shaped magic arrays, with the pattern as the center, slid to the sides. Not long after, they formed an oval-shaped luminous object. The originally dazzling full moon dimmed under the illumination of the mysterious glowing object. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the mysterious glowing object's appearance was extremely similar to an egg. It was an egg. An exquisite geometric pattern was engraved on the egg, emitting intense light like the sun. The pattern was identical to the star carving that covered Xianxia's entire arm. Pairs of wings spread out around the egg, surrounded by 2 ring-shaped magic circles. Blinding light rose. In the sky, an egg covered in 2 ring-shaped magic circles and surrounded by angel-like wings was imprinted in the eyes of everyone in Fantion City. The egg was glowing brightly and had 2 ring-shaped magic circles on it. The egg was surrounded by angel-like wings. It was imprinted in the eyes of everyone in Fantion City. The calm before the storm descended upon the world. Chapter 1403. What is that? In the ballroom where the masquerade ball was held, the beautiful palace music and the nobles' joyful laughter seemed to have been cut off. Everyone in the ballroom gathered on the balcony where they could clearly see the outside. They were all dumbfounded as they stared at the gigantic winged egg in the sky. "Es so beautiful." Sylvia stared blankly at the glowing object floating in the sky. She unconsciously let go of Wu Yan's arm and immersed herself in the beautiful scene. Sylvia wasn't the only one. Almost everyone in the ballroom had an intoxicated look in their eyes. They were all attracted to the glowing object. Wu Yan was the only one who stared at the egg in the sky. His expression became more and more serious. Inside the glowing egg, Wu Yan sensed a magic power not inferior to that of the old generation vampires in Blood Frenzy. He also sensed a familiar presence. Yashu. Yak. Wu Yen clenched his teeth. It can't be. Look, dragons! In the ballroom, a nobleman with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the distant horizon, causing everyone present to look up at him. Holy dragons equipped with riding equipment flew over from all directions in Fantion City. They were enveloped in magic power and looked like glowing stars. They all flew toward the egg in the sky. What's wrong with the holy dragons? Sylvia asked anxiously. However, no one could answer her question. Holy dragons appeared one after another. They soared into the sky and gathered around the egg. Usually, there were very few holy dragons, but now, there were so many of them that they could be compared to a group of ordinary dragons. There were more than 100 of them. Moreover, these holy dragons were all equipped with riding equipment. This proved that they all had a master. Furthermore, these holy dragons were all holy dragons. They were most likely holy dragons from Lorea's Holy Dragon Knights. Only Lorea's Holy Dragon Knights could have so many holy dragons. However, they were only able to see the holy dragon, but not the riders of the holy dragon. What the hell was going on? Ah! At some point, Sylvia cried out in surprise. Lancelot! In the sky! Lancelot was one of the holy dragons that were gathering towards the giant egg. Lancelot! Where do you plan to go? Sylvia shouted, and even started chanting a summoning spell. Unfortunately, Lancelot did not appear at all when the incantation was cast. Lancelot! Sylvia's face paled. Lancelot actually disobeyed my orders. Lancelot disobeyed your orders? Wu Yen flinched at first. Then his eyes narrowed. Don't tell me those holy dragons all disobeyed their master's orders. That's why there are no riders? Sylvia's expression changed when she heard that. The holy dragons disobeyed their master's orders? This isn't a joke. If the holy dragons in Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights all disobeyed their master's orders, then without the help of the dragon tribe, Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights would be crippled. At this moment, if other forces were to attack Loriaman's Night Kingdom, then without the dragon tribe's power, Loriaman's Night Kingdom could only be considered a small kingdom. It would definitely be destroyed overnight. The situation wasn't optimistic. What the hell is going on? Sylvia's delicate body trembled when she thought of the consequences. Why did the dragon tribe suddenly lose control? What's going on with that egg? I'm not sure about the details. Wu Yen cast his gaze towards the giant egg in the sky and the groups surrounding it. The holy dragons that were circling in an orderly manner as if they were worshipping the dragon tribe. What I can be sure of is that the situation is troublesome. While speaking, in the sky, the glowing egg also began to change. Silver feathers floated down from the wings surrounding the egg. Like white snow, they adorned Fantion City like a dream. Then, on the surface of the huge egg, a kacha sound was heard. At the same time, a crack appeared on the surface of the huge egg. Everyone in Fantion City felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw this. Kacha kacha kacha. In the next moment, cracking sounds echoed in the night sky, clearly entering everyone's ears. Following the cracking sounds, the egg cracked open at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the beautiful winged egg shattered. Bzzz. A blinding flash spread out like an explosion, covering the entire city of Fantion. The dazzling light made everyone in Fantion City shriek and close their eyes. Sylvia, who couldn't stand the dazzling light, did the same. When she opened her eyes again and looked up at the sky, her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. The huge winged egg had already disappeared. In its place was a dragon. A dragon that was over 100 times larger than the largest holy dragon and even larger than an airship. It had pink fur, bright red eyes, and a triangular horn on its head. 2 horns were on the left and right sides of its head, and 1 horn was in the middle of its head. It was like the horn of a unicorn, standing straight up. The dragon's body looked like it was covered in ice-cold armor. Its body was filled with power. Its wings were different from ordinary dragons. They were more like feathers than wings. Like an angel, There were 2 pairs of wings with 4 wings. Everyone in Fantion City was stupefied when they saw the dragon in the sky that looked like it could support heaven and earth. What was that? Roar, 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 roar. As if it had heard someone's question, the giant dragon opened its bright red eyes. A loud roar that was enough to disperse the clouds in the sky rubbed against the air and turned into a storm-like airwave that shook the entire night sky. At the same time the dragon roared, a naked person slowly emerged from the dragon's body in the middle of the 3 horns that formed a triangle above its head. One of his hands and lower body was buried in the dragon's body. Only his upper body and an arm with a strange pattern of a snake were exposed to the air. His eyes were tightly shut, and he looked like Jesus who had been nailed to the cross. It was creepy. Sylvia's eyes widened in shock when she saw this person. Yashur. Yashur. Wu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If Yashur showed up there, then what about Yak? That dragon. Wu Yan stared at the roaring dragon. Could it be Yak? While Wu Yan was thinking about this, the dragon descended from the sky and stomped on the ground with a powerful stomp. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, the Cypheros Empire's airship was trampled into 2 by the dragon's foot and exploded into pieces. What is going on? In the crowd, Klaus pretended to step forward and exclaimed in surprise. The Chivalry Nation's dragon actually destroyed the most advanced airship that our nation is proud of. Hearing Klaus's words, the people present finally reacted and began to make a ruckus. The Chivalry Nation's dragon destroyed the Cypheros Empire's airship? Are they trying to start a war? Nonsense. Sylvia tore off her mask angrily and pointed at Klaus. Are you slandering our Chivalry Nation? Your Highness Sylvia, your words are not convincing at all. Klaus shook his head in grief. Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. The Chivalry Nation's dragon personally destroyed our airship. Isn't that the truth? You. Sylvia clenched her fists but couldn't find any words to refute. She was so anxious that she was going in circles. The dragon tribe only contracted with the Chivalry Nation's people, and only the Chivalry Nation's people had the right to control the dragon tribe. So far, the only exception was the Chivalry Nation's people, and it was specially arranged by the Dragon Mother. Under such circumstances, the Chivalry Nation's responsibility should be pinned on the dragon tribe. It was also because they understood this that the scene was so noisy. Sylvia was also speechless. If this continued, the Cypheros Empire could use this as an excuse to make a fuss and make the Chivalry Nation suffer. The Chivalry Nation of Lorimon was in a difficult position. Klaus's lips curled up imperceptibly, but it didn't last long before it was mercilessly dispelled by a voice. I don't think so. Chapter 1404. I don't think so, right? Wu Yan patted Sylvia's shoulder and pulled her behind him. He looked at Klaus, whose smile froze on his face, and sighed. Sir Klaus, you said it yourself. Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. Wu Yan raised his voice and pointed at the dragon that was destroying the Cypheros Empire's airship. That giant dragon came out from that giant egg, but that giant egg came out from that pillar of light at the beginning. Everyone should have seen that the pillar of light came from the Cypheros Empire's airship, right? Wu Yan shrugged at this point. It's actually a dragon from our Chivalry Empire. Then, why did it come out from the Cypheros Empire's airship? Everyone present looked at each other in dismay. Sir Loon, could it be that you think that dragon belongs to our Cypheros Empire? A dark glint flashed through Klaus' eyes. He then gave Wu Yan a fake smile. If we can get the protection of the dragon tribe, then it's fine if that airship is destroyed. No, the Cypheros Empire can't get the protection of the dragon tribe. Wu Yan ignored Klaus's ugly expression and casually threw out such a sentence. However, the Cypheros Empire's magical engineering is the best in the entire continent. There should be many strange magical tools that we don't know about, right? For example, Wu Yen had a casual smile on his face. A magical tool that can temporarily control a dragon or make a dragon go crazy. What do you mean? The smile on Klaus's face disappeared. Are you saying that our Cypheros Empire will use magic tools to control a dragon to attack our own airships? Who knows? Wu Yen replied casually. Otherwise, Sir Klaus, please explain why that dragon appeared from the light pillar shot out from the Cypheros Empire's airship and why it only destroyed the Cypheros Empire's airship. Why is it not interested in the other airships at all? Hearing this, everyone also looked outside. Indeed, after the dragon destroyed the Cypheros Empire's airship, it had no desire to destroy the neighboring airships. It flew straight into the sky and roared as if it was venting something. This time, it was Klaus's turn to be in a dilemma. The dragon suddenly roared again. It turned its head and stared at the direction of Fantion City like a ferocious beast. The dragon is looking over. Is it coming? Run! Everyone who was admiring the dragon's appearance a moment ago panicked. They all screamed as they fled out of the door, including Klaus, who seized the opportunity to escape. Not long after, the ballroom. Only Wu Yen and Sylvia were left. Sylvia also seemed to be afraid. She took a few steps back and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. Roland, don't worry. Wu Yen patted Sylvia's hand. His gaze shot to the front of the ballroom like an arrow. The culprit hasn't run away yet. How can we leave? Sylvia paused for a moment. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face tensed up and she turned her head to look at the center of the ballroom. There, a silver-haired man wearing a silver mask stood straight. He looked at the dragon outside and lowered his head. An extremely sinister aura emanated from his body. Mykovez! Sylvia shouted in agitation. So it was you who did this? I can't think of anyone else other than him. Wu Yen sneered. Mykovez, is this the greater feast you were talking about? Mykovez raised his head. He turned around to face Wu Yen and Sylvia. When Wu Yen and Sylvia saw Mykovez's face that was hidden under his bangs, their pupils shrank. In the eye sockets of Mykovez's cold mask, the pair of clear eyes disappeared and turned into a pair of ferocious beast eyes. They were a pair of dragon-like eyes. You! Sylvia was shocked. Wu Yen took a step forward and stood in front of Sylvia. He looked at Mykovez coldly. Who are you? He. Mykovez changed his usual ice-cold appearance and let out an extremely sinister laugh. The temperament of his body also completely changed. He became eerie and sinister. My name is Mordred. Mordred? Wu Yen frowned. Mordred? Sylvia yelled angrily as if she couldn't believe her own ears. Impossible. You can't be Mordred. Sylvia? Wu Yen asked when he saw how excited Sylvia was. His gaze was still fixed on Mykozius. Who is Mordred? Mordred. Sylvia bit her lower lip. It's my brother, Julius Fall. Your brother's Fall? Wu Yan's frown deepened. But didn't your brother's Fall get killed by him? He was indeed killed. Mikvis, no, it should be Mordred, sneered. But the one who died was another spirit. Sylvia tilted her head in confusion. Wu Yen was also confused for a bit before he exclaimed in surprise. Dual personality. More like two spirits. Mordred laughed maliciously. The other spirit knew of my existence, that's why it colluded with Julius to kill me. Why? Sylvia couldn't help but stand up. Why does my brother want to kill you? Why? Mordred closed its eyes. When it opened them again, its ferocious eyes glinted coldly. Because I will change the fate of the dragons. Ah! Sylvia didn't understand what was going on. Why do dragons have to compromise and become slaves to humans? Is it because they don't have enough astral essence? Mordred clenched its fists, its expression becoming even more sinister. That's a joke. If that's the case, why don't you just eat humans as food? Anyway, eating food with star essence can give you the star essence, right? Wow. Sylvia's scalp tingled. I see. Wu Yen understood. It's because you have such dangerous thoughts that Julius wants to kill you. Am I right? Correct. Correct. Mordred snorted. He knows that my existence will bring disaster to this world. That's why he wants to kill me. That's unnecessary. Wu Yen snorted. You want to change the way dragons live with just one dragon? What a joke. Is that so? Mordred's lips curled into a devilish smile. Then, what if this dragon is one of the two main bloodlines of the Sage Dragon King, Impok, the last descendant of the Nihilinia Underworld Dragon King? The Nihilinia Underworld Dragon King? Sylvia was stunned. Wu Yen finally understood what's going on. You're the last descendant of the Nihilinia Underworld Dragon King. Ha! Mordred laughed loudly. That's right, I am one of the two main bloodlines of the dragons that have fought against the sacred dragons of Avalon for generations, the rightful successor of the Nihilinia Underworld Dragon King. The dragon's royal family. Sylvia's face was drained of blood. If Mordred was truly one of the two great royal bloodlines of the dragon race, then with his identity as the Underworld Dragon King, as long as he defeated Yak, ruling the entire dragon race in the future would not be a dream. He would definitely be able to make the entire dragon race treat humans as pure food to replenish their star essence. When that time comes, the lives of humans will be like hell. Julius tried to kill me, but I was one step ahead of him. I transformed into a spirit body and possessed his body. That was how I managed to escape. Mordred once again revealed a shocking fact, causing Sylvia's delicate body to tremble. Possessed? In other words, this body is Julius's. Mordred smiled evilly. Then, he looked at the night sky outside and fixed his gaze on the giant dragon. But now, I will soon have a better body. This body is no longer needed. After saying that, Mordred's body surged with a shocking dark aura, turning into a cloud of black mist and shooting out like a stream of light. His target was the roaring dragon under the night sky. Chapter 1405. Roar. Floating in the air, the giant dragon with two pairs of angel wings suddenly roared, and a look of pain appeared in its pair of red eyes. At the same time, Yashu, who was naked and unconscious like a crucified Jesus, also let out a painful howl. His body twisted and turned as if he was struggling. The star carving on his left hand flickered like a light bulb before it was extinguished, emitting a dark and evil aura. As the dragon and Yashur cried out in pain together, a dark mist suddenly shot out and arrived in front of the dragon in an instant. It followed the dragon's wide-open mouth due to its painful roar and drilled into the dragon's mouth bit by bit like sewage. Roar! The gigantic dragon and Yasha's pained howls echoed in the sky above Fantion City. Then, a strange phenomenon occurred. The armor-like fur on the gigantic dragon's body gradually changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Traces of black filth seemed to be devouring something as it slowly spread across the dragon's body. Before long, the dragon's entire body turned black. Even its two pairs of wings were pitch black like a crow's wings. The unicorn-like horn on the dragon's triangular head completely disappeared. The two dragon horns on the left and right slowly twisted into a spiral shape. Finally, 9 eyes appeared on the dragon's head, releasing a ferocious red light. Its gigantic body was no longer as majestic as before. It emitted a terrifying demonic aura. In the night sky above Fantion City, a pitch-black demonic dragon roared at the sky. It was like a demon god from hell had descended between heaven and earth. However, when such a demon descended, the holy dragons that were worshipping the gigantic dragon all stopped what they were doing. It was as if they wanted to surround it. They formed an encirclement and mobilized the magic power in their bodies. A hostile roar resounded through the night sky. For a moment, the atmosphere above Fantion City became tense. This time, the black dragon's roar was filled with anger. Obviously, the Holy Dragons planned to rebel against it. Both the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family and the Nihilenia Underworld Dragon King family had the right to rule over the dragon tribe. However, the Holy Dragons had disobeyed their master's orders when Yak had awakened and offered their loyalty to the awakened Holy Dragon Emperor. Instead, when the Underworld Dragon King reappeared in the world, they had raised the horn of rebellion. Wasn't this telling Mordred that the dragons only recognized Yak as their king, the peak of the dragon race? Immediately, Mordred became even angrier. Pitch-black magic power also emerged from his body. A civil war within the dragon clan was about to break out. In the ballroom, Wu Yan looked at the gigantic dragon that had transformed into a pitch-black demon in the night sky and snorted coldly. Looks like Mordred has taken Yak's body. Yak? Sylvia hugged the unconscious Julius' body, her face full of bewilderment. You're saying that the dragon is Aiko? Yashur was right on top of the dragon's head, and when the dragon appeared, it was very powerful. The holy dragons also disobeyed their master's orders and gathered around the dragon, as if they were worshipping their king. Wu Yan looked at Sylvia. A king that could be worshipped by all the dragons, other than Yak, the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family? I can't think of any other possibility. Now, it's not Yak anymore. It's Mordred. In Sylvia's arms, a weak voice replied to Wu Yan. Mordred's original body was lost because of me. Now, it has taken the body of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. Soon, it will be able to completely revive as the strongest dragon king in the world. When that time comes, Mordred will rule over the dragon race and prey on humans like livestock. Humans will be in big trouble. Royal brother. Hearing the familiar voice, Sylvia looked down and saw Julius clutching his head. His expression was pained, but his eyes were clear. She cried out in surprise. Is it you? Royal brother. Long time no see, Sylvia. Julius squeezed out a smile and struggled out of Sylvia's arms to stand up. However, there's no time for us to catch up. We have to hurry and expel Mordred from Princess Yak's body. Do you have any ideas? Wu Yan didn't waste any more time and walked up to Julius. Mordred used to be your fall, and you once shared a body with Mordred. You should know something, shouldn't you? I can share Mordred's memories. Julius nodded and turned his gaze towards Mordred, who was facing off against the holy dragons. To be more precise, he turned towards Yashur, who had fainted above Mordred's head. Julius bit his lips. If Princess Avalon's rider is also here, with his connection with Yak, it's not impossible to chase Mordred out of Yak's body. But now, Julius revealed a troubled expression. Even Yashur has been reduced to a mere tool to provide star essence and has lost his consciousness. Princess Avalon, whose life is connected to his, must not be in a better state. She has no way of resisting Mordred. In other words, Wu Yan turned to face Mordred. The only way now is to defeat Mordred, right? That's one way, but the opponent is the strongest king of the dragon race. Julius smiled bitterly. Although both the Sacred Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Dragon King need to fuse with the incarnation of the Dragon Seed memory and obtain extraordinary wisdom before they can obtain true power, the dragons are already fighting on their own to resist the Underworld Dragon King. If they don't listen to their liege's orders, there's no way humans can defeat the Underworld Dragon King. Is that so? Wu Yan smiled. Looking at Mordred, who was in a standoff with the dragons in the night sky, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with system perception. Mordred, level 79. Impossible to defeat? With a sound as smooth as flowing water, Wu Yan walked towards the balcony. On the back of his hand, the star carving suddenly emitted a dazzling light, carrying with it a wave of mana that soared into the sky. Like a storm, it swept out and blew towards Julius and Sylvia. Sylvia raised her hand to block the incoming gale, but the corners of her mouth curled up in a long-awaited arc. Julius, on the other hand, was shocked. Magic? How could a human use magic power without the help of the dragon chi crystals and the paladin armor? Furthermore, it was such a powerful magic power. How is this possible? Even if the Holy Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Dragon King have obtained their full power, I don't think they can't be defeated. With that, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Wu Yan's magic exploded. In the next moment, a blood-red mist rose from his body. Descend. Black Dragon's lightning trap. In the dimly lit ballroom, cracks started to spread across the space that was shrouded in bloody mist. Beep, beep, beep. It was as black as Mordred's fur, but it didn't have an evil aura. Pitch-black lightning suddenly flashed from the cracks in space, accompanied by the sound of electricity. Within the cracks in space, a scarlet eye slowly opened. An extreme pressure descended upon the world. Feeling the terrifying pressure that almost crushed his bones, Julia's heart began to tremble. What is that? Lightning? Black lightning? Even Sylvia was at a loss. Isn't it white flames? Under the watchful eyes of Sylvia and Julius, the space filled with cracks suddenly trembled and shattered like glass. A pitch-black shadow flew out from the cracked space, turning into a black stream of light, shooting towards Mordred in the night sky. Wu Yan disappeared from where he stood. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.